Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Friday edition of High on Politics. I'm Pep. I think some of you know this. Some of you may not. Either way, welcome to the show, everybody. Oh, man. Had a good end of the show yesterday. Hope you guys enjoyed the, Okay. I can't even call it an interview. It was just, that was a hang. And you know what? I had a great time. I hope you guys had a good time, because we were kind of all over the place. I will admit that. We tried to keep it to the South Park discussion, which I think we did a good job of bouncing back to it. But yeah, you know what? Alex is a rad dude who has a lot of the same interests, and I'm sorry if you guys got kind of caught up in that the comedy discussion and were just like, who are any of these people? So most of them are what you guys would more than likely consider Dave Smith adjacent, because he would be like the, I forgot how many degrees it is to Kevin Bacon, but it's kind of like that. How many degrees is it to Kevin Bacon? Is it 5? I feel like it's 5. 5 degrees of Kevin Bacon? Yeah, because I felt like it was always like, can you count on one hand how many people you are away from Kevin Bacon, right? That was, I don't know. If you guys have no idea what I'm talking about, it was something that I had always heard. God, I think I remember hearing this on a local radio station the first time ever. Eric and Kathy, they used to be like the local radio station that we would listen to on my way to school. Good times. Okay. Sorry, I just had an update. Oh, he did. Okay, so apparently Hassan finally touched on everybody, all the girlies fighting in MAGA. Gonna have to get to that a little bit later. We'll probably do that in the fun half. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I need my coffee. I did not sleep at all last night. I don't know what the hell was going on. I had one of those, it kind of sucks because it was like a teaser where it was like, I slept really, really well for like 2 hours. But then, yeah, woke up and just could not get back. So I'm kind of recovering on that one. Also, we're going to be covering the Howard Stern back end of the Piers Morgan show that I was not able to get to because we had to get to the interview with Alex, who, again, follow Alex over at Devil's Advocate Productions. Actually, hold on. That reminds me. I got to send him something because he's at this sweet point where technically his channel will not get like in trouble for a lot of content, but I noticed that he does a lot of music reactions, so I just was kind of like, I want to check in on his, like, I'm not trying to do anything but help, just be like, hey, do you have the content permission for the content licenses, just to make sure that you do not like get flagged in the future for any reason. You know? Because I kind of wish I had somebody watching my back when I first started. That would have been nice, where they just would have been like, hey, you're definitely gonna get that taken down. It's like, oh shit. Man, we have a lot to get to though. Oh, yeah, I never even got to this. Here, you know what? Screw it. We're just going to get right to this. Just dive right in. Because some of y'all come here for politics. Some of y'all come here for fun. Also, yes, Try. What up, dude? Hey, man, thank you for the 5 gifted again. Yesterday, I was not really able to shout that out in a timely fashion. I don't know. Okay, so I need to figure out this delay on Discord because for some reason that was the first time I've ever had that where it had a significant delay. Was it because he was using video is what I'm wondering. But either way, I appreciate it. Alrighty. Like I was saying, let's get to this. Some of y'all come here for politics and news. Alright. This is wild, guys. So, I couldn't imagine this. I think I was in either sophomore or junior year when cell phones just became like widely available, like for us, because like it made no sense to let your teenagers, or your teenage kids get a cell phone, which some merit to that. So like having our teachers come and just like confiscate our phones or any of that shit, or having, you know, any technology out there that could read my phone, I never even thought that that was like a possibility. But this is apparently becoming commonplace in the American school system, which is insane to me. Which I guess I'm not a parent, so I kind of I want different like parental takes on this one. Because I think that this is a step, like a bridge too far, but I do know that there's some parents out there that are very much into the idea of knowing what their kids are watching and looking at, even if it does kind of invade their privacy. You know, I'll go, my dad, he didn't even, like, he had a similar type of situation where it was very much his house, his way, you know, like, he had very little privacy, which, again, I don't think that that was very... when I look at the difference between some of my friends that were, like, given privacy as teenagers and not constantly, like, treated like it was a freaking prison, they were a little bit more well-adjusted, just have to say. But, yes, so this is insane. So students have been called to the office and even arrested for AI surveillance and false alarms. There's AI surveillance false alarms. Wow. This is already starting swimmingly. Leslie Mathis knows what her daughter said was wrong, but she never expected the 13-year-old girl would get arrested for it. The teenage girl made an offensive joke while chatting online with her classmates, triggering the school surveillance software. Which, again, dystopian as fuck. Before the morning was even over, the Tennessee 8th grader was under arrest. Jeez. She was interrogated, strip searched, and spent the night in a jail cell, her mother said. Well, the strip search thing, I'm pretty sure that that's just intake, but okay. I do understand how that sounds a little bit worse. Earlier in the day, her... I hope nobody takes that as, like, condoning. I'm just trying to tell you guys. I think it's just called intake, but... Earlier in the day, her friends had teased the teen about her tan complexion and even called her Mexican, even though she's not. When a friend asked what she was planning for Thursday, she wrote, "On Thursday, she couldn't even spell it right. We K all the Mexicos." Which, what? Mathis said that the comments were wrong and stupid, but context shows that they were not a threat. It makes me feel like, is this the America we live in? Mathis said of her daughter's arrest. I wonder if she voted for Trump. And it was the stupid technology that is going to just going through picking up random words and not even looking at context. Surveillance systems in American schools increasingly monitor everything. Seriously, it's like keystrokes? What the wow. Oh, because it's school accounts and devices. Okay, so this must have been on a school account. Okay, whoa. I had the idea that this was like using some kind of software that could just like pinpoint kids' phones and then just kind of track what they were texting to each other. Yeah, surveillance systems in American schools increasingly monitor everything students write on school accounts and and devices. Thousands of school districts across the country use software like Gaggle and Lightspeed Alert to track kids' online activities, including for signs that they might hurt themselves or others. I don't know, man. Again, that seems like if this is on school stuff, then they know that they're having, like, do they encourage them to have these discussions and like use these school issued communication devices? Do they encourage them to use them? Like, how is this working? Thousands of school districts across the country use, okay, we already did that, with the help of artificial intelligence technology, dip into online conversations and immediately notify both school officials and law enforcement. Educators say that the technology has saved lives, but critics warn it can criminalize children for careless words. It is routinized law enforcement. Well, we've been dealing with this for a while, but this is where it's like, we need more law enforcement in schools. It's routinized. I've never heard that word before. I hate to say. I get it, but it's one of those ones that's kind of a surprise where you're just like, huh? In presence in students' lives, including in their homes. So this technology, like this surveillance system that they're using, Gaggle and Lightspeed Alert, can that be used in like a private context by parents? So is like, are they using that at home? Man, stuff is wild. I have to say. She and other students have filed a lawsuit against the school district's use of... Wait, this wasn't even brought up. Educators say the technology saved lives. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, here we go. Schools ratchet up vigilance for threats. Private student chats face unexpected scrutiny. Students who think they are chatting privately amongst friends often do not realize that they are under constant surveillance. Again, man. I don't know. I don't know. Again, I'm not a parent, but I can just say as someone who was a kid, this would have been... This could have, yeah, no, this would have been awful. Like, because you say so much stupid shit when you're a kid. All right. I just realized that I never turned this on. Hold on, guys. There we go. All of my alerts turned off. What? No. How? Oh, thank you, YouTube. Crap. Alright, well that sucks. Hold on, I gotta take care of that then. Back to the students who think they are chatting privately. One teenage girl represented made a joke about school shootings on a private Snapchat story. Snapchat's automated detection software picked up the comment. Company alerted the FBI, and the girl was arrested on school grounds within hours. Alexa Mangionis, whatever. Said she was startled by how quickly monitoring software works. Blah, blah, blah. I didn't know how fast the boot was coming. Sorry, that is kind of funny. And it is called Lightspeed. Appropriate, I guess. Teenagers face steeper consequences than adults when they write online. Yeah. Which is kind of wild. Because, like, this level of policing doesn't carry on. So this isn't really preparing them for anything outside of what? Like, just expecting more surveillance? This is, again, this is training setting a dangerous precedent and also training the brains of these kids to just accept shit that they really should not be accepting. This level of invasion of privacy is nuts. And it seems kind of unconstitutional, I have to say. But then again, Constitution's not exactly written for, kids having cell phones. So I don't know. I legit, I really don't know how to feel about this. Hopefully everyone is having a restful day, restful Friday. I did have kind of a restful Friday. I had a restless night, so yeah, kind of sucked. That's why I am having my third cup of coffee. Also really hurt my foot. And it's kind of silly. I was walking around the yard. I didn't see that there was this big ass rock just like sticking out, and I did that thing where like I stepped down, and I don't know why, but I stepped down a little harder than usual. And I just like once I felt that rock just like bounce off the bone, I was just like, ah! And yeah, that sucked. So now my foot hurts. Yeah. I know I've said this before, but when you get old, all the injuries are stupid. They're all stupid injuries. It's like, I was in my garden and, oh, that happened to my mom. My mom's ankle, she was bending down, like, picking weeds out of her flower bed, and she kind of just went to go stand up, and her ankle gave out, and she, like, that was one of the worst injuries she's probably ever had. And she even said, she was just like, that's the wake-up call you don't want, is when you're too old to do old people activities. I'm like, well, gardening's not exactly, like, it is, it requires some physical, Was there for, like, 8, oh, wait, I did not. I took myself to the emergency room last night. I have GERD symptoms mixed with high blood pressure. I'm doing much better now. I got pills. Was there for, like, 8 hours. Oof. GERD sucks. I had like an acid reflux thing because it was mostly stress, but yeah, that's how I know that is not fun. And high blood pressure, man, that's ugh. Well, I hope you're feeling better now. And we're all chilling. The family's here. We're hanging. You guys really are my online family at this point. Like, the OGs and the returners here. Like I said, guys, thank you for hanging last night throughout that conversation and the ones of, and also just like vibing with us, because I kind of felt bad at one point where I was just like, I feel like I can't interact with chat, and it's always kind of funny because I try to tune into the guests as much as possible and not be rude, so I tried not to look at chat. And last night was, yeah, that was a successful one where I was just kind of able to not. So my apologies for that, though, because yes, I need to kind of do better with the balance on that one. But anyway, teenagers face deeper consequences. If an adult makes this super racist joke, that's threatening on their computer, they could delete it, and they wouldn't be arrested. Yep. Amy Bennett. Chief of Staff for Lightspeed Systems says the software helps understaffed schools. Just, I don't know, man. Like I said, this is just okay. So here it is. The analysis shows a high rate of false alarms. Information that could allow schools to assess the software's effectiveness, such as the rate of false alerts, is closely held by technology companies. Of course it is. Of course it is. It's developing technology, and they're hiding the drawbacks. Oh, God. Dude, again, if I was a parent, do you know, like, I'd be losing my mind over this shit. It's like, wait a minute. Okay. It's one thing to have our kids, obeying TOS and school rules and having like all this shit, but it's like you're watching our kids, you're policing them, but the effectiveness of this AI you're using is questionable at best, and then you're hiding that from us? I don't know. That seems like school. Like, I have a feeling that we're gonna see some, school board videos popping up on YouTube unless those get suppressed. think ideally we wouldn't stick. Oh, wait. Okay, so Gaggle alerted more than 1,200 incidents in Lawrence, Kansas school district, including 200 false alarms. Shit. School district district officials later adjusted the software settings to reduce false alerts. Students in one photography class were called to the principal's office over concerns Gaggle had detected nudity. The photos that had been automatically detected from the students' Google Drives, but students who had backups of the flagged images on their own devices showed it was a false alarm. Ah. Wow, that's kind of funny. So they're actually policing the software. Smart. And you know what? Hey, the kids are all right. All right. Well, that makes me feel a little better. Or it's just like, they don't trust this either. Good. Oh, man. Excuse me. Yeah. Back to this. Students have. Who graduated in 2004, said she was flagged for editing a friend's college essay because it had words mental health. I think ideally we wouldn't stick a new and shiny solution of AI on a deep-rooted issue of teen mental health and suicide rates in America, but that's where we are right now. Like we just want kids to be these little soldiers and they're not. They're just humans. Yeah. You want these kids to be little soldiers. Weird. I don't know, man. I've been saying this for a while where it's just like, watch, something happens and then there's like the big American rah-rah behind it or not, and then they have to do conscription. Either way. My kids had laptops issued to them since COVID. There are plenty of sites they can use to go around the content walls. Yeah, okay. That sounds about right. First time commenter, not trying to be one of those weird lurker types. So it's okay, man. Hey, Scott. Nice to meet you, buddy. And have you commenting here. Appreciate you lurking, though. And also, welcome. But no, thank you also for the insight on this. Because for real, how do you feel about it, though, Scott? How do you feel personally about, like, them spying on your kids? Like, man, that seems... Like I said, this is a double-edged sword, man. Because I kind of get the need. Like, especially with school, like you just said, school-issue laptops. And yeah, if they're already playing games with, like, the website, like, but that should do automatic flags, though. Like, if they even type in the, those types of things, okay, I kind of, see, this is where, oh my god, I just did it right there. I kind of got it. Where I was like, see, if they type in that specific site to get around the firewalls, then there's a flag. Fuck, man. Yeah, there definitely is a need for it, and there's, like, yeah, I just wonder if they're crossing the line, because, like, again, the AI seems, I don't know, man, I don't know. I believe they are looking out for them. Kids will find holes in everything. My son typed FU in front of a first grade and he got in trouble. That reminds me of I was in first grade. You know what? It's kind of funny how you test the limits when you're a first grader. Because we at recess we had the wall, and you had to go sit on the wall if you were a bad kid. And I remember there was this kid that I was like hanging out with. His name was Billy. I was just like, "Where's Billy?" And they're like, "He's on the wall." I'm like, what'd he do? They're like, "He said sex." I was like, wait. And it made sense to me at that time, but now all these, I mean, all these years later, I mean, I think the first time I thought about it, where I was just like, what happened to Billy? Oh, you know what? That seems kind of unfair. Although it was funny because I found out the way that he did it. Maybe it was the way he did it. Because he ran up to the teacher and he was just like, hey, you have sex. I don't know. That seems kind of like, I can see it. Oh yeah, we are the edgy kids though. Also, anyone can easily learn how to hack, break in, and do things around these filters. Kids and teens are not stupid. No. One of the scariest things that I realized was how much I underestimated the youth. Because my niece, when it was right before that they had the face biometrics, where like you actually had to like use your thumb. I was not worried. I had the phone in front of me. I was just like, whatever. So she picks up the phone and I'm just not worried about it. And without even like, she got me, man. She like, hey, and like I'm just talking and she hands me my phone, and just without thinking, I locked it. So it's like she knew what she was doing. Because he's just like, hey, you got a 2-factor on that? I'm like, yeah. Why? He's just like, I'm like, whoa, hey. She had already downloaded 2 games. I was pretty yeah. There's a part of me that was kind of proud, but also just like, you little shit. Young children are the best of us. Yeah, they really are. I mean, they're funny. Just seeing how they like how they come up with like their solutions is just, it's entertaining as hell to watch. I will say that. Hey Anna, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, I think I already told you a little bit how my day went. Oh yeah, yeah, the DSA thing. I tried some. I was thinking of doing some workarounds and found out. Well, at least found out where it was. But man, they had that shit unlocked, which again, good for security purposes, but also like, okay, I don't think they want any problems. But yeah, there was nothing. Like there was literally nothing, and it seemed pretty locked down tight. So I was like, not even gonna try to get interviews or anything. Just came here and started this. So hey Robin, what is up? Also again, thank you Scott for your insight on this. So you do think it's kind of helping. Robin, what do you think? What do you think about the AI kind of overstepping with policing kids and like the false alerts? That's the big one. Because let's see, 200 false alarms out of 1,200. That's a lot of oopsies, I gotta say. But then again, you can't ignore the thousands where they're just like, no, that was credible. It's like, Like I said, though, I just can't. I could not imagine. Because they used to pull that shit. All right, so I remember, like, in the lunchroom, we always had, like, the chaperone, like, the teachers were chaperone, whatever the hell. But it was, it was so well known. Like, it was kind of like having a spy around you where you're just like, yeah. Hi. No, it's good to see you too. No, we're just talking about God. We're just beautiful day God has given us, and you know what? Praise Jesus. Oh yeah. No, we're preparing for our because oh my God, I had a teacher that would do this where they would always ask you. It's like, are you prepared if the rapture would happen? I'm talking about fucking nihilistic. But it was kind of funny because I always loved the fact that we all communicated with our eyes. Just the like, okay, Oh my god. AI can be dangerous. They have me they're having me try to use an LLM they have developed at my work and it's messes up. That doesn't surprise me. That does like seeing how just like the consumer AI stuff works. There's just it kind of scares me when you have these complex numbers. Oh my god. I heard something about that they were talking about using AI for mapping routes. I was just like, can we not? Can we not? It seems like adding something to like it already works. Like it's not that hard. Well, I mean, it is that hard, but at the same time, for the people that do it, they do it well. Why add a machine that could just be like, meh? And also, again, Skynet, anybody giving AI way too much control? Hey, Starman, what up, dude? Yeah, you know what? Oh, shit. I have got to get that alarm. I have it right here. I literally have my alarm clock just sitting right here. It's sitting on my floor, waiting for its batteries to be changed. Maybe I'll do that like on this stream. I'm gonna accomplish something. I'm gonna set up my clock. That's what's gonna happen, and then I'm gonna make sure that it's hourly. On the hour alarm goes off. Yeah. Although, hold on, I need to be careful with that because I do like to come down here and like crash occasionally, so that would be very annoying to just every every hour on the 20 just beep 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 beep. I'll figure it out. Plus, how dangerous is it for? Oh my god! I just realized. Angela, what up? Good to see you. Candid Lithograph. Hey, how you doing? Hope you guys are all having a good day. Oh, you're off camera today? All right, cool. Yeah, we're talking about AI in schools. I kind of already, you know what? I'll keep this up for now so you guys can read a little bit about it. God, it's bright though. It's just why dark mode. Everybody use dark mode. Nice way to try to have people leave. Oh, yes. Always a good time for smoke sesh. Hell yeah. All right. Sorry, guys. I had to reset all of my chat because my multi-stream froze up again. I have to say this has not been cool as far as I've had this conversation twice today already. Really? You have? Well, do you mind just chiming in real quick with your opinion on what you think about this AI in school situation and the fact that it is wrong as often as it is? Because again, out of 1,200, 200 being wrong is alarming. But statistically, it's not the worst. I have prefaced that I do not have kids, so I don't really have a dog in this fight outside of just, legit just being interested in your opinions as a parent. If you, I think it is effed and still barely registering in my brain. I've got 2 kids, 8 and 10. Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect. These are the people I actually want the opinions from, because I'm even being cautious with my own, where I'm just like, all right, man. I'll just say that the Skynetiness, on a like 1 to 10 scale, this is about an 8. So that's what we're talking about. 100%. It's okay. It just came in. What's the AI situation? Can you give me a quick breakdown here? We will go to the top of this. If it lets me. I hate these when they layer in the ads and you try to go to the top and it just like freezes on the ad specifically. It's just like, yeah, I know what you're doing. All right, here we go. Students have been called to the office and even arrested for AI surveillance false alarms. The long and short of it is that schools are using two different types of AI surveillance that are making mistakes, and it's actually getting kids arrested. Specifically in this case, it identified this girl saying, Thursday we should K all Mexicos. Again, the fact that she couldn't even say. I don't think that was code, guys. I just have to say. I think she just did not correct when it she either mistyped, or this really is one of those situations where I'm just like, oh no. You know, I was giving the kids a lot of credit here. Oh no, terrible. Wasn't that a movie or something? Thank you. Thank you. I've also, yeah, big V for Vendetta vibes. 1984. Yeah, here. This is the one that I was just about to finish up here, because students in one photography class, yeah, they were called for a false detection on a nudity or false nudity detector. That makes me wonder if it was art. 2 years. Okay. This reporting reviewed school board meetings posted on YouTube, courtesy of District View, a data set created by researchers. Oh, interesting. Okay. But yeah, that's where we're at with the AI in schools. Did I see the latest beating video? What are you talking about? Sorry. Oh no, Angela's here. I gotta type this in chat. Yeah. So here, I can just say to you, but yeah, one of the students, when they were arrested, they said that she was strip searched and then put in a cell, and I made the point where I'm like, yeah, it's called intake, but when you say the word strip searched, it makes it a lot worse, because it is exactly what it is. I don't care if it's stream safe. I'm not gonna. I don't do links. You know this. I appreciate you, but no. Just tell me what the hell's going on. I think these stories are traumatic for the youth involved. I also foresee all of these stories being completely forgotten if the program stops making mistakes. Yeah. This is not new, I will say. The tech is new. The plan is not. My biggest concern is when it stops making mistakes, or is when it stops making mistakes. Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. Watch off stream, you will love it. I'll check it out. I mean, whatever the hell it is. Well, I mean, I have no idea what you're sending me, so we'll just leave it there. Oh, and hello. Hello. It's not comfortable. I was about to say, I don't know. I don't want to say too much. 8th grade. Oh, you got it. Okay, yeah. Cool. All right, well, we are caught up on that. But yeah, if you guys have more to say about it, definitely let me know. Because, again, I think that it is overstepping. I think that people are welcoming in this AI shit way too openly. And it was kind of wild because you had a lot of people along both party lines that saw that this was a problem. And they all agreed on it. But now, stock market go up, AI good. Pep seems kind of unconstitutional. Yeah. It seems a little unconstitutional, I was gonna say. The surveillance statey thing. I'm just gonna. But also, guys, if you are new to the show, welcome. Had a few new chatters today, so I appreciate you guys stopping in. If you guys have not already hit that subscribe button, it really, really helps me out over on YouTube. I will even link that because yes. Stonks. Yes, the stupid stonks. Everybody's stupid stonks. Doesn't help me, and I'll tell you what. Here, you know what? Let's watch this. I already had a video ready to go about the groceries starting to skyrocket, and people are not too happy about it. Also, there's another short that I want to watch with you guys, but there might be a problem with this one because I'm not sure how. I don't think it's real. It's about a guy who walks up and he gets shunned away for wearing a MAGA hat, and he's like all polite, and he's just like, "Sir, that's my livelihood. That's my livelihood, sir. Why didn't you tip me, sir?" He's like, "'Cause you're wearing that stupid hat there, kid." Like, it didn't seem real at all. Because he's like, "You have a blessed day, sir. You have a blessed day." It's just like, because I already know that it's like bait for these people. What up, dude? What up? Everybody welcome Alex in, otherwise known as the Devil's Advocate Productions. Also my guest from last night. So, yeah, dude, that was a lot of fun. All these woke companies are kicking people who help these companies achieve billions of dollars in profits. Care more about the bottom line than people. Yep. Someone was complaining their brand of coffee doubled in price. 100%. I mean, yeah. I'm trying to find it. What the fuck is it? Oh, here it is.
And pop.
I'll only be able to use a few minutes of this because I know that they use some footage that is copywritten, oddly enough. I already got a... Thank God I did a little bit of a pre-watch on this one because I know exactly where to stop.
I'm at the grocery store and these prices are crazy.
Okay, now here's the thing. I don't like how they cut these on... Whatever is this? The Ultimate Public Entertainment. I've seen this guy do this a few times with like MAGAs who are regretful and blah, blah, blah. I gotta say it's a little disingenuous because, again, I know that one specifically, she turns the camera and she shows some bacon and there's just... Yeah,
Super curious.
These are the things that, like, why would you cut it there?
How much is everybody spending in groceries each month? We're probably doing about $1,700 a month. It's nuts.
Biden and Kamala were total disasters. Look what they did to our beautiful country.
Beautiful country.
We begin with
shit.
the economic uncertainty.
Hey, go back.
And popular.
Go back. I was just trying to...
Today, we're going to be going over the recent
Yo, you
Free.
definitely pee golden yellow.
prices of groceries.
Oh my God. What are you doing? What kind of soup is that even? What kind of soup? Because is that a healthy soup? What the fuck?
Are skyrocketing to a record high
Oh, good. Are those shallots or potatoes? Those are potatoes. Good. More starches.
after Trump's tariff.
Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, fried chicken, fried chicken, fried chicken, fried rice.
First, it is
Fried, microwave fried, Hey, angel hair pasta. There we go. We got something.
a noticeable increase of 15 to 50% on grocery items in the stores. So today, we're going to be going over the recent increase in prices in stores. what people are paying for food.
I feel like this is AI. That actually kind of makes sense. I love the impression. Oh, thank you. Saw the little Debbie's. Well, dude, I mean, okay, I don't mind a snack. Like, okay, all these by themselves. Can we just go here? You know what? Let's go back here. All this by itself. If you do like a few of these individual items, or these are part of your like.
Prices
Again, I like me some Cheetos Puffs. Barbecue Lays haven't been good since they were like Casey's Masterpiece. They got to bring those back. If you bring back the Casey's Masterpiece, barbecue Lays, those are the best. Again, fruit by the foot, don't mind having that as a snack occasionally. But you know what I'm not seeing? Any yogurts even. God, I would even take some cheeses over some of this shit. But like, holy fuck, man, there's not an apple to be seen. Not ne'er a vegetable, like I don't think that's tomato soup, unless it's tomato soup to make grilled cheeses. Which again, love me some grilled cheeses. But yeah, look at this.
Groceries are skyrocketing.
Love me some ranch dressing. Love me some ranch dressing. Wait. The Lunchables actually. Well, no, it's all processed. Never mind.
Record high.
Never mind. No. Again, no, nothing. Not even a pick. Not even a bat. Not even pickles.
Tariffs. It isn't.
Is this like the average grocery shopping? Fucking no. This can't be. Can't be. 2 boxes of Little Bites. I mean, okay. I can't judge the pancake on a stick. I have gotten those. I might even have some in my fridge right now, so I don't want to be that guy.
Please off.
Velveeta, though? Come on, man. I know you call it liquid gold, but that's not even real cheese.
15 to 50% on grocery items in
Those Cheetos Puffs do look good, though.
stores.
The crispy chicken there, I have actually had.
Today, we're going to be going over the recent increase
But Jack's Pizza? Out of all the frozen pizzas, you choose Jack's Pizzas?
in prices
At least get the fucking Baron.
in stores.
At least it kind of tastes a little separate from the cardboard on the bottom.
What people are paying for food. Dynamic prices. Digital labels that are now being rolled out into a lot of stores.
I almost thought that this was one of those EBT shop with me videos. Again, though, like, dude, I'm kind of... my blood is thickening watching this video.
But before that, let's start off with this news on the new tariff.
First, throw out the food pyramid, then go shopping.
that took effect on
Oh, God, Hot Pockets, have some respect for yourself. You can't even... Oh, my God.
imported goods this week.
You're absorbing.
Oh, you're fuck. His colon. They're just that. I mean, that's got to be a family, right? So that family just. Oh my God, that poor toilet.
The cost right now.
I'm absorbing the cost.
Will you
I'm absorbing the cost.
continue to absorb the cost?
No.
No, he's fucking. I'm done. I've absorbed the cost enough. Fuck this guy.
No, I won't. I can't afford to.
Gee, you think he voted for Trump? As a small business owner, do you think that he thought Donald Trump was going to help him? I wonder. Are they going to ask him?
Starting tomorrow, new tariffs of 15 to 50% will take effect on many food imports, jacking up prices on produce from Central and
dude, it's insane.
South America.
It is insane.
Like bananas, pineapples, peppers, and
thank God I grew my
cucumber.
My one pepper plant. I literally have a pepper plant that only produced one giant pepper.
And popular seafood from Indonesia and Vietnam now face
who else has a giant pepper?
levies of up to 20%, double the previous rate. Higher tariffs also hitting imported coffee, olive oil, meat, and cheese. Also impacted European
imported coffee. You mean like 90% of it?
Spirits. With pre-tariff inventories running out, you may see price hikes on wine from
Joshua. You grow potatoes pretty easily.
France and Italy. If so,
what kind? Did you do that thing like the chop method where you just like chopped 2 store-bought potatoes and like just placed them face up, and then you just boom got potato.
Leonard says
potato plants.
Consider
potatoes.
buying American.
It's a lot less expensive. Will there be a shift in wine, say, for instance, from Europe to Napa Valley or Washington State?
Leonard promises to disclose any price bumps from tariffs to his customers. But when we asked other supermarket chains if they plan to do the same, none would comment.
That means prepare your pocketbooks there, folks.
President Trump has posted that retailers should eat the tariffs.
Retailers are going to be very careful and cautious about increasing prices and advertising that.
Another tip to avoid tariff
Fresh salmon is like 14. Oh my God, really?
hikes. Experts say stock up
And stack lays are the best. Unfortunate people.
now on imported wine, spirits, and coffee, canned goods like sodas, and imported meat and seafood. Buy it fresh, and you can freeze it for up to several months.
So because grocery prices continue to go up at Costco, Walmart, Target, and hundreds of grocery stores across the country, many Americans are furious. They are talking about it, and
Okay, like it's the bad audio as well, where he's like picking up all of his throat stuff, and he doesn't even have the RFK thing.
they're showing it.
Unless he does, and I'm just being it. Nope. No, dude, beef prices are fucking insane. It was I was supposed to make some shredded beef, and I make a pretty mean shredded beef, but I went with chicken.
I thought it was half of that.
That was what we got.
Before it was like half of that. Oh my God. You know, I'm kind of glad to see the, suburban white millennials kind of figuring this one out. Don't care what their political affiliations are. When they go to the grocery stores and they finally start waking up to this shit, I get a little bit of that where I'm just like, I knew this was coming. So you know what? Welcome to the party, pal.
No, it was $150.
I will take any opportunity to quote John McClane, by the way.
That was almost $100 more expensive.
Everything in here is going up by 25%. I swear, since 2 weeks ago.
What is going on? I will say I don't understand why the prices were raised 20 to 25%. Everything that we bought just 2 weeks ago.
You gotta be fucking kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. See, this is the stuff right there. Like you are who I'm talking about. I'm glad that this happened to you.
Their prices have raised incredibly.
Well, I mean, to all of us, but I'm glad that it's hitting you specifically where you're just like, what? What's going on?
Okay, what
Oh my God.
is going on with food right now?
It's almost like I can't have the party that I was thinking I was going to have.
This is literally 93.7. It's all organic or whatever, all grass-fed for $10.49 a pound. That's ridiculous. Even down here for $85.15, it's more. It's $11.50.
Yeah, and trust me, all these bro douchebags are just like, but my grass-fed beef.
And, that's organic or whatever. Still, you have 96.4 for $8 a pound. What the f is going on?
What do you mean grocery?
It's kind of funny. That ain't just because of extra taxes from where I live. It's about what it cost before.
Prices are going up again.
That just means that it costs about $12 for us. That sucks.
Well, the tariffs that were put on hold, they go into full effect August 1st. My hamburger is already 6% more expensive than it was last year. Some places it's as high as 17.
Nobody does that because nobody knows how to do math.
And now they're adding more tariffs? Huh?
They know how to do basic math when they go, what? Like, trust me, I feel bad for the cashiers at the grocery stores because they're the ones who really take the brunt of this. One of my friends has told me this. He's a manager at a grocery store, and he has told me how often he has to deal with everything got so expensive. Why are you doing this to us? Why? Is it because I'm too old for this? He literally says, like, do you know how many times a day I have to hear the words, I'm on a fixed income?
Huh? Yeah.
And he lives so he works at a grocery store across the street from a retirement center, and he's just like, dude, it is brutal.
And a recent survey of CFOs found that most companies impacted by the tariffs are covering the cost by just increasing prices, an average of 6.6%. Did you know that the average American is already spending 20 to 30% more for a barbecue this year than just a few summers ago?
Yep.
You can add the Trump tariffs to the cost of your barbecue next year too. Well, at least shrimp comes from New England. Oh, no. Actually, 90% of shrimp comes from Asia.
You cannot tell me. You cannot tell me. Is this for real? on the border.
Yeah.
Is this for real?
Yeah. And you guys you guys have been on TikTok and Facebook making jokes about this for fucking 2 years. And the thing is, now you guys just expect it.
What?
Are you gonna still buy them?
The price of 1 pound of ground beef is now higher than the federal minimum hourly wage.
Yep. That is true.
Are we great yet?
$700. $700.05. That is what I just spent.
They're finally passing on the tariffs to customers, and it's make or break if people pay up or move on.
Walmart?
Well, and that's the thing. Like, I'm already seeing this, like, anecdotally, right? I have a contingent of people that from like my high school and just people that I've known who have kind of moved conservative. I specifically follow them for situations like this because it's usually about 6 months after, and I can say this confidently now, like when Trump won in 2016 and now, is when it kind of, the honeymoon period's over. You know, it's not as fun to troll the libs because also they start realizing like, oh, these are people that I thought I was friends with and they don't want to be friends with me if I'm just an asshole all the time. But in this case, it is the fact that we've all been hyper aware of like what these tariffs are doing, specifically like in my friend circle where it's kind of what they do. Like I have more than one friend that works in an industry that like they understand this better than your average person. So when they explain it to the other people who lean conservative and they still go, no, you're wrong. It's just, that's the insanity to me because they are doing the thing where they're just going, no, Trump said that this is going to be better for us and we're going to get a rebate check. Did you hear that today? He literally said, he's like, the tariff checks. I'm going to send out some tariff checks.
Buy groceries.
Everybody's going to be so rich with the tariff checks.
For my home to buy our essentials. Like I didn't buy anything wild and crazy and extra. The only thing that I would say that I bought that was extra was I bought a couple of those cheap t-shirts that are like the $5 t-shirts in the kids section because my daughter loves them. Or two of my daughters love them. And then I bought a pair of $7 black shorts for my daughter because she needed some. So that wasn't even extra because she needed some. And I bought me a pair of shorts.
The fact that people are self-police, like this is how they're budgeting, and they're also trying to do the thing where they're just like, but I shouldn't have to. You shouldn't have to explain something that's around $20 to $40 making or breaking the bank.
$700.
Yeah, for $700. Sorry, that's insane.
Like I literally.
This is the EBT policing kind of bullshit that really I've gotten sick of.
I'm a teacher.
Again.
And my husband also works for my school district. And the cost of living has gone up so freaking much. But we're not raising teacher salaries. We're not raising them. We're not making them match what is happening right now and how much everything has just skyrocketed.
And again, you have so many people that will fight with you over that. Like I brought this up yesterday. I got into a tiff with this random person on Facebook, which again, yeah, I'm back, baby. Yeah, she started going on about like, oh, you know, you're just triggered, blah, 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 blah. And like these long diatribes to me just being like, yeah, the cost of everything has gone up. Cost of living is going up. Cost of energy is going up and cost of groceries are going up under Trump. Explain this. With control of all the sectors of the government, you're not seeing anything benefiting you. And finally, they're just like, well, Democrat. It's like,
Like, it's getting to the point to where...
How long before the oligarchs complain once demand drops?
We have to choose, are we paying this bill or are we feeding my...
He's already doing it. Did you not see Trump with his new little, you know, his graphs?
Kids. And I will choose to...
Look at the graphs. I brought these great graphs. My graphs are better than anybody else's graphs.
Feed my kids every freaking...
It says that the economy and the jobs are just fine.
time. I don't care.
Look.
I just can't. I don't care anymore. But now it's going to get to the point to where it's like, okay, we don't have a vehicle. I guess we're walking everywhere.
Yeah.
And I get so mad when I get people on here that is like, well, get another job. I do.
Yeah.
I have another
Already
job.
have another job. And these people, like, they make their money doing, like, the most asinine bullshit.
I have 2 other jobs. I am a
Like, every time that I hear that there's a fucking tanner out there that got a good gig from his knowing either, you know, his daddy had a good job at a bank or, you know, his best friend's daddy knew somebody and he's, you know, now he's a venture capitalist. Go fuck yourself.
photographer,
Leech.
which
Meanwhile, you have your teachers who, you know, literally teach your children, who you also do this thing where you're just like, don't teach my kids the wrong thing and also go fuck yourself. You don't need food.
is really not getting any business because nobody can freaking afford it. Doesn't matter if I change my prices or not. And I also do Spark delivery on the side as much as I possibly can, which makes me then gone from my family all day long and not making enough to still make ends meet.
Yep.
My husband is doing other side jobs. Like, we can't afford this anymore. And I'm so tired of, it's not like, I don't even know how to say it anymore because I'm tired of beating around the bush on like the politics about it.
Yeah, you should be, though. Like, honestly, I hate to say this. This is kind of part of it. This is the decorum argument that I've been really fucking sick of. Because I don't know why we do this, and I have this in me, where I have the ability to kind of tune out, like, the shittiness for a little bit, especially with family members, and not do the thing where it's just like, you know what, fuck this. Yeah.
I don't
That's kind of gone out the window.
care
Yo, Angela's finally caught up.
anymore about all this extra stuff. Like, you know,
I'm not sure how this will affect our projected $1 trillion in total spending on Christmas this year. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's gonna go super well because, you know, when you have to choose between fucking toys and groceries,
I just want.
trust me. You know what's really funny? Nintendo kind of came out and said just like, yeah, you can get the Switch pretty easily now. Huh? And nobody's interested because they're just like, dude, I can't afford back to school shit. We just like back to school is now. And guess what? Everything, all these tariffs are applied to the current like the current products that you are now seeing.
Be able to afford to feed my family. 2 years ago, this would have cost $350, and that
Yep.
still made me want to choke.
Yep. Yeah, and this is kind of what we've been saying too, where it's like the corporations got very comfortable with us paying this amount, and then we didn't push back. Again, I was starting to get alarmed with the eggs situation where people were saying openly online, yeah, I got a carton of eggs, or I got a dozen eggs for $4, and that wasn't that bad. When I heard that, immediately I knew we were cooked because I was just like, you hear that? You hear that? They did. They fucking heard it. They heard where you're going to cap out. So eggs that cost $1.99, even without the bird flu, are now going to cost $3.99 because you just admitted that's what you're comfortable fucking paying for it. Because nobody is, again, going out and demanding higher wages, higher federal minimum wage, higher state minimum wages. Like, and then we have the nerve to just go, well, they're asking for too much. Meanwhile, also rewarding the least fucking, like, oh my God. Do you know how many people make passive incomes that are just comfortable as fuck right now?
$700.05.
While people like her struggle, these are the situations that more people need to be aware of.
Is how much I spent at Walmart today.
Maybe this time you buy $3 instead of the 10 or 20. Who needs $20?
To try to feed my family. Hopefully
Y'all shut up now.
Our politicians need to do better because the average American family cannot afford this anymore, and our children are going to suffer.
Okay, so are you gonna like beg Trump to like not be such a meanie bobini about this, or are you actually gonna, I don't know, stand up against this and maybe show up to a fucking protest or stand up to your friends that are being so shitty about this?
And I can't.
Or do you just want decorum in your life because it's already stressful enough to deal with any of this? Okay,
I just can't.
I'm at least hoping that she's spending $700 for the month on groceries, not per week. Because if she's spending $700 for groceries per week, now that's a whooping $2,800 on groceries per month.
yeah, thank you. I'm glad that you can do basic math.
Yikes. Here are a few comments from our comment section. Girl, what the hell are you buying? Now, imagine being a single parent, one income. The creator responded, "Oh, mama, I just know that has to be so hard. You're a strong and amazing woman. Family of 6. You spend $200 a week."
Well, people are complaining that the prices in grocery store have gone up, and our president is saying that prices went down. I'm a nerd, okay?
Yeah. You know what's funny? I had this happen. I just happened to find a old Costco receipt where I was just like, I looked at it and I'm like, oh, hey, this is like one of the basic ones. Like, this is one of the ones that has like pretty much all the stuff that I usually get. It's insane. It's almost double the fucking price.
Okay, call me a nerd. I have receipts for June 2024 right through today. So we're going to go grocery shopping, and we're going to do some price comparison, and
I love this woman automatically just for having that receipt.
I'm going to show you
And also, that looks like a CVS receipt.
how more expensive your groceries really are. I live in Howell, New Jersey, which is a suburban neighborhood. You know, not anything fancy. I'm in ShopRite. I'm not at Trader Joe's.
My mom is a Trumper, and my little sister is handicapped and at risk of losing health benefits. She literally wrote a letter to Trump asking for help. They're insane. That's nuts.
Buy the same thing.
That's
every
nuts.
Single week.
Well, I hope their dear leader fucking does something about it, or I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe they realize that their kid is actually right about something for once.
Let's go shopping.
Sorry, bro.
Coffee
I didn't mean to, smoke your mom like that.
is one of the biggest I've seen increases. Okay, now here on my receipt, we buy 8 o'clock coffee. I circled it because I used it one other time. Sorry for the blurriness. $9.99. You see that? $9.99.
Yep.
See it now? $17.99 in less than a year. Less than a year. $17.99.
Well, I mean, don't be disingenuous now. It's $13.99. No, it's even the $4 is still more. It's still egregious. You don't do alarmist. Don't do the alarmist bullshit. Be honest with breaking this down, because even with those smaller numbers, they're still gonna fucking add up.
$9.99. So it is doubled in price. Coffee is insane, and this is.
See, but that's the problem, because it says 8 o'clock, $9.99. Is it the same exact bag? Because again, I'm seeing $8.79 here.
Not even a fancy brand like Starbucks or Dunkin' Donuts. Let's keep going. All right, I just met
I mean, there was a cheaper option right there.
a lady here at the meat department who said, horrible. She can't believe the price.
Why does... I'm just going to go out on a limb and say that I wouldn't be buying this meat right here. Like, any of these ones, I don't know. What the little... I don't... Who's fucking the ground beef? That's... Wouldn't you just be like, no, I'm not buying that?
I just met a lady here at the meat department who said, horrible. She can't believe the prices. Chopped meat. $17.
That is... Okay, that's fucking nuts.
$17.46 for 5.
That's just your average, yeah.
Pounds of chopped
Okay.
meat. Are you out of your freaking mind?
That's nuts. What the fuck?
This little package of chopped meat, which is 93% lean, is $7 for that little piece.
Dude, you can't even... Is that 1 pound?
That could make 2 hamburgers.
Yeah, yeah.
You're kidding me, right?
Yeah.
Let's just take for shits and giggles, let's go over to a roast beef. $11 for $22. I'm speechless. Here's a
Yeah, like that one, the $22 one, that would have been about $12.
around $19. Wowza. First of all, this ShopRite is a very, very, very busy ShopRite. Our shelves are not full. Our shelves are not full because we are not buying American beef anymore. Do not buy American beef. Do not buy American beef. This is absolutely awful. A London broil, they're on sale this week. Top London broils are on sale for $5.19. You used to get a London broil on sale for like $2 on sale.
Yeah, per pound.
$3. Oh my God.
I got worse prices near me. I mean, we have worse prices here. I should probably just do this. Like I'll take an inspiration from this woman because I'm lucky enough that I saved my receipts.
They don't even have any on sale.
Because I'm a nerd too.
Flat things. You want to do some beef kebabs with vegetables or some stir fry? Are you ready? $20.13 for that. You gotta be.
For
Who can live?
What the fuck?
Okay.
That's like $7.99 worth of a stir fry.
We're not big cereal eaters, but a box of cereal, $6.29.
Yeah, that's insane.
Life cereal, $6.29. Raisin Bran, $6.
All right. Well, I don't need to go grocery shopping with this woman for the next. Holy shit! She literally goes shopping for like an hour. We got. Here we go.
A few command strips. Only 2 pre-made food things.
That was sushi.
And 2 little Easter basket type things that I'm gonna put in. Little magnet. That's it. That's all I got.
For how much?
$121.
That is. There's nothing worse than when you like look at your cart and you're just like, I have 4 items and they're like it's like $125. You're like, what? Yeah. This damn Biden economy, ain't that a bitch? Ain't that a bitch? This damn Biden economy that, you know, the Republicans have had half a year. And funny enough, by their own metrics, and I know that you're kind of tongue-in-cheek in this unless you're not, because, yeah, you can tongue-in-cheek the fact that they, by their own metrics, are like, give us till June. And that's why August 1st, he started panicking because things ain't going better.
I don't know, but these days, it certainly feels like every time one goes into a store, even if you're going there to shop for a few items, not shopping for a few weeks or a month, it's just...
I mean, I don't know why he keeps showing specifically this one person that definitely, you know, peas brown, but... I keep making that joke.
Bag of
It is
chips,
true.
like, I don't care. That's not normal. These are supposed to be like $1, my guy. You know that's just a box of ice, right?
Yep.
My aunt gave me a $100 gift card for here, so I'm gonna see what $100 gets. You guys really that dumb that you pay for water because it says smart? Like, listen, we tried to bring the price down for you. We just couldn't do it though. No, like, you really think that's large? You really think that's large just because you made the small now extra small?
Yep.
Come on, dude. This is the coffee I like right here. $11.79. Yeah, you know, we negotiated to get a lower price on.
Hey, this guy's got like a wicked accent.
We just
This is how I picture Kirk sounding.
Trump wouldn't allow it. Okay, hold on.
Hey, yo, those are some wicked mad wicked Lucky Charms there.
Is this just the marshmallow? But they make a bag of just marshmallows.
None of this is technically
Might have to
food.
get those.
Hey, you leave the Lucky Charms marshmallows only pack alone. I will say right now, do you understand how? All right, this may show how I'm a little bit of a trash panda myself. I like to get those and then get a box of Crispix and then add those to the Crispix because it's a much better cereal.
Bro, that lunch price is a crime. I'm sorry. And those are the small ones.
That's one of that's a little pet treat.
Too. They're not even the big ones.
Yeah, one of these would be
Imagine like I actually needed markers. Like, this is actually crime, bro. I don't care. I don't care if it's organic. Your mother's organic. Bro, they're acting like I won't just start grabbing shit. Try me. Why do I have to get the cheap version of shit all the time? Bro, you're the cheap version. Cinnamon, honey, butter. Should we try that? This is the cream I like right here. There's only 3. I'm getting them all. $15, bro, for my cream. Bro, no. You get that there's like 4 pieces in there, right? Is this crime? Is this crime right here? $5.90.
What the for 4? What? Wait, what? That's 4 rolls, right?
Is this a literal crime? Bro, this is expensive. Like, I don't want to drop 20 on bags. So then you end up getting these ones, and then they literally rip every single time you take one out.
I saw one meme about groceries costing $5.10, and it was a PS5, a Coke, and a bag of peanut M&Ms.
This is making me want to leave for some reason.
Yeah, this guy's wicked pissed.
I almost hit it right on the money.
Yeah, hey,
This
yo,
economy
man.
is very scary right now.
You notice my New England coffee? I can't, dude.
I don't know how
It's
people
a
are
coffee
paying for
without saying it
everything,
my way.
Housing, food, clothing, you know, the basic stuff, like getting a haircut and whatnot.
I mean, what do you know about getting a haircut, my guy? I mean, if you're out there spending money on a haircut, then you might be the problem here. Just going out on a
Because
limb.
everything has gone up a lot in the past year. I was just in the supermarket a couple of days ago, and I just bought a few things. And I remember specifically the 12-pack soda. It used to cost $5, and now it's $10. And I had a $100 bill. It was gone. Like, I went there, then I went to another store and bought like one or two things. That 100 was gone. It's crazy. I don't know how people are doing it. My best guess is everybody is reaching their credit card limits up right now, and that's a dangerous place to be.
I know personally that I have gone.
Back to Mellow Yellow over here.
They're charging $17.99 a pound. Look at the other prices.
Yo,
London
what up,
broiled
Dark Man?
steak, $12. That's outrageous to feed everybody. The inflation isn't going down.
We're smoking truth and progressiveness.
$8.49 a pound for steak. And look at this one. A porterhouse is going to run you $21.95, $17.99 a pound. This is out of control. Look how ridiculous this is. These used to be $4.99 a few months ago. Now look at the prices. This prices
For that little thing?
are ridiculous
For that little fella?
for these.
Yeesh.
How ridiculous the prices.
Told you. Fucking told you. What did I say? The average cost of eggs is now about $4 fucking. The bird flu is completely well, not completely, but it's not nearly as bad to cause the fucking production disruption that was happening.
For this amount of eggs.
Nuts. Liquid egg substitute. Ugh. No fucking thank you.
Liquid eggs, $4.49. And if you want to get a smaller or bigger one,
How much are a dozen brown eggs? I'm asking because that's usually what I get.
which is 32 ounces, it's $6.99. These prices.
How much are those ones?
It's ridiculous.
Go down.
Yeah,
Over.
well, these eggs
Aha! Holy sh!
have seemed to have gone down. It's still outrageous to charge this much money for people to
Dude, that's ridiculous.
food.
Even for, what is that, 2 dozen? 8, 7, oh my.
Criminal. How could this be a bargain? This is usually $12.99 for how many? It has 26 packs, $13 regularly, now $9.99. This is not a bargain.
Well, I mean, I think that's about the same price that they were before. I don't get those ones, but yeah, here. Where's the cement ones?
Prices.
I get the little cement pack ones from Finish.
The store brand isn't even better. It's cheaper, but it's still outrageous.
Holy shit.
Lastly, look at the coffee price in the stores. This isn't a
What are those stores that sell expired stuff? Oh, like Ollie's?
full of nuts. In my opinion,
Chock full of nuts.
it's like $6 for this can. Look at the
That's what I used to say about my ex.
prices here. $8 for such a little can. It's 10.5 ounces for a can of coffee. Even the store brand is $6.69.
Oh, these damn libs. Causing everything to get more expensive. Damn libs. How are these damn libs doing it?
This is getting out of control.
Our libbiness. It's what did it. It's not this, complex tariff situation that destabilized the markets and now we're all feeling it because instead of, protecting us because Mr. Daddy Trump said, you know what, you guys, come on, Walmart, don't do it. You got to eat the cost. You guys got enough. Well, they're not doing that anymore.
Did any of you vote for this?
Hence why he needed to do his little thing where he got it instead of, using the Sharpie on the graphs like he did for the weather one. This one, he just brought his own. He brought his own little graphs. Trump did some. Well, he didn't do the homework. He brought in somebody from the fucking Heritage Foundation Look, these numbers, they're so great. They're the best numbers, best economic numbers.
Guess you didn't. I think this is.
I can't wait until Trump is back in charge to fix all this. Yeah, right? Wild. The Biden economy is just so, man. When is Trump just going to fix things? It's, yeah.
Last video. I remember growing up, and I used to go and get these cans of Campbell soup for 33 cents.
About time the eggs
Look
fight
at the
back.
Price. Though it's not bad, it's
I want the eggs to be more expensive because every Halloween has been a living hell. Those little fuckers are now going to learn, and they're going to learn quickly how much it's going to cost to egg this house.
still outrageous. Let's go to the other area of the store. And this is ridiculous.
Dude freaks out every time TP costs go down. No!
$3.99 for this little can. And it gets even crazier when you go down here because they look even smaller.
Progresso vegetable. Okay, can I just say Progresso vegetable is one of the best soups ever? Oh my god, I kind of want one.
It's $3.59. I
don't have any.
For this little can of soup.
And now that I see these fucking $3.56 for a fucking can? What?
It's out of control. Now let's look at these other other prices. I think it's too much money.
Yeah, I think that's too much money too for a fucking $1.99. Oh my god!
I think it's absolutely.
They used to be like 89 cents
for a little can, even.
Dude, I only know these because, like, okay, Progresso was always like one step above Campbell's. Okay, so like I knew I was paying like maybe 30 cents more, but again, as a working class individual who has had to budget for his fucking meals for the majority of his adult life. Yeah, again, that's like the little expense that I was talking about at the start of this, where it's just like, oh, you know, me being bougie with my Progresso.
This is so small. It's only 14 ounces, $2.29 for a can. These prices are outrageous.
No, that's part of the problem. It's not just like, it's not just the tariffed products that are going up in price. These corporations, they ate a whole bunch of dick for the last 2 months, so they're trying to recoup their costs because Trump made them eat that dick.
These grocery prices in rural Washington.
Oh my god. That is an insane... for fucking pork. For pork! I can't. $13.99 for 12 fucking or $7.69 for 12 eggs. I brought the egg prices down, guys. Come on. Come on, guys. You should love me. You should love me so much. Oh, just seeing the Tillamook, that price is... Oh, no. I love me a good Tillamook. Who needs to eat anyway? I'll be honest, man. I've actually been eating less. Partially because of, like, yeah, time, but realistically, yeah. Not my can for a 12-pack, $14.29 for a fucking 12-pack. $14.29 for a 12-pack of Canada Dry. Dude, those weren't even like the, you know, the bougie frickin' vanilla wafers. Oh, I love me some Nillas. Nilla wafers. Fucking what? Oh, what? Yo. What is happening? Save 36 cents. Whoa, what a bargain. What a bargain. Households and beauty are getting hit real hard. Again, I know somebody in the beauty industry that has said, yeah, there's definitely a trend. People are starting to freak out a little.
For a freaking
And it's happening fast.
orange. $12.47 for freaking string cheese. Wow, locking up the Slim Jims. Look at this
small bag of pretzels, guys. Look at this. This is where it's filled.
$3.99 for dots. I buy. That's literally double the price. What is?
$6.48.
Dude, that's insane. Well, $6.48. I mean, again, don't go to the highest price. I know what you're doing.
But only $5.80.
Okay. But still, that's a $3.99 bag of dots.
Nuts are for rich people. Look at that. That's even great value.
For fucking pistachios?
Who drinks that poppy? $15 for soda? Wow. Look at the price of that for a bag of chips. $6. $6 for cookies, guys.
Well, that's the party size.
$5.
I mean, still $2 more than what it should be, but it's the party size. Maybe the party size bag of Oreos should be more expensive to make sure that I do not buy a party size bag of Oreos.
$7 for some damn Cheez-Its.
Sorry.
How long before you think people are going to be rioting in the
I'm speaking for me.
streets? But we can afford.
I don't like sweets, but Oreos for some reasons, like, I like me some Oreos.
A $200 million ballroom at the White House. A $1 billion refurbishment on a plane.
AG should have some data on this since he works in a grocery store.
We're gonna give
I actually,
him when he's gone.
I'm hoping that he'll be on the show soon.
Plane, Super Bowl, NASCAR, UFC fight,
Yep.
$45 million one-day birthday parade, Medicaid cut, SNAP benefits cut, FAA cut, USDA cut, FEMA cut. What are you paying taxes for? It's a good question, no?
Sad day in America when all we can afford is some ground beef. Work 40 hours all week and can't even afford a steak. Something going on. Come on now, Trump. Help us out.
Good morning.
I hope that he's one of the guys that, like, again, MAGA's the one that really needs to start waking up to this shit. Like,
I just came from the store and
because, like, right now, we're the ones, like, I hate to say we, but we are. Like,
this one bag is $120. Let's see.
oh, no, I'm probably not like today, but no, after yesterday, he popped up and, we gotta do a collab because we got a dude, I could talk to him for hours.
Chips, green onion, seasoning.
It's kind of like what happened yesterday. I have to say, man, when if there was a podcast that was just called Stunlock, that would be it. Stunlock South Park Edition. Oh, I mean, you are also... well, no, because if you have the Target card, then you get your 5% off, which is pretty much the only reason to frickin' shop there.
Meat.
You know, because they remind you every fucking time. Jesus Christ.
Chicken. Garlic. Chicken breast. Meat.
Okay, so how much? How much? How much?
$120. Can you believe that?
This was my grocery list.
That's a rough one. That's a rough one because that was pretty much all just to like make 2 meals.
This morning. That's it. 2 people, my husband and me. And I spent over
You need to get data for Mountain Dew, Budweiser, and Marlboro Reds for MAGA's attention.
$360. You.
Well, ask Mug Club Kirk how much a pack of Marlboro Reds has spiked in the last month.
Trump.
So why we see grocery prices increase? Because
Man can only survive on, one pack. He cannot survive on 1 pack of Marlboro.
Every single month, or every single week. Well, also
again, I can't get over this one where it is just like, okay, so hold on. They got burger buns. Oh, they had frozen burgers. Man, that was just so. Certain people are still confused why people aren't having kids. I just read an article yesterday about millennials and Gen Z are choosing puppies over children. Huh? And then Donald Trump's just like, I'm going to give a medal for breeding. I'm going to give a lucky lady who has 6 or more kids a medal of freedom. A medal of fertility is what I'm going to call it. You know, I hope she's hot. She's probably not going to be after having 6 kids, you know. Then she's been warned. She's been ran through, put away wet. But you know what? We'll give her a little consolation prize. Jesus Christ. Healthcare costs make sense after you see people with groceries like that. A little bit. A little bit. Yeah, no, when you do... That's a good take. I hate to say, because it's kind of like, what the... speaking of needing to pee, though, I do need to do that real quick. So, well, that was a fun way to start the show. Let's see. Ooh, this. Okay, so I already watched the first 2 minutes of this and stopped it, so this is perfect for me. I'm going to run upstairs real quick, take a quick bathroom break, and then I will return.
All right, guys, I got a whole bunch of wild breaking news here for you. So first of all, shout out to, I wish I had this person's name. Wait, let me see if I can get it. It is Tommy Brownie, TOMMIEBROWN.
His sunglasses collection is in. He's got like a lot of sunglasses. I'm just gonna say.
So this person did a TikTok video, and in the TikTok video,
Smith, that eating healthy is expensive is something that we need to solve.
They explain in no uncertain terms how Donald Trump owns slaves. I wish I was kidding. I'm not kidding. He owns slaves in Dubai for one of his businesses. He has this big golf course there.
Mostly because we don't teach proper nutrition or how to cook.
With a whole bunch of...
Yeah, that is true. But so like as somebody who knows both proper nutrition and how to cook, sometimes it is literally just timing, being tired, and convenience.
Properties with it. And like he licenses...
You know, and it does, like, for me, I'm one of these, so I just got a, like, cherry tomatoes. I just got a cherry tomato harvest. I have a bag. Actually, I'll probably just grab those before I come on down and just kind of snack on those because I like cherry tomatoes.
Name and got it off the ground and did a bunch of promotional stuff for it. So he's affiliated with this property. And this property, it's been proven beyond any doubt whatsoever. In Dubai, they were using slaves. You have people come in from like India and Bangladesh as immigrants.
I don't know where I was going with that. I think I was just trying to get a little pat on the back for being a healthy boy.
To Dubai. And what would happen is, as soon as they got into the country, their passports would be confiscated. They'd be charged a whole bunch of extra things. There'd be like a bunch of upcharges for their travel and the rooms that they're staying in. And then effectively, they would be paid about half what they were told they would be paid. So they'd cut their salary in half and then overcharge them for the room, overcharge them for the travel, take their passport, make it so that they can't leave, and make it so that basically they have to work, get this, guys, 2 years just to break even. And this was happening at a Trump golf course, a Trump property in Dubai. Trump had slaves in Dubai. And I want to plug this for you now because this is the source that this person cites. Apparently, I guess she worked on the documentary, but I had missed this at the time. I never saw it, but it was a Vice documentary that came out about 8 years ago, I want to say. And it's titled like Trump in Dubai, China in Africa. I think that's the title. Trump in Dubai, China in Africa. Do yourself a favor, go watch that. Just type into the YouTube search bar, Vice Trump in Dubai, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. They get into all the details. You literally have these reporters go and talk to these basically slaves in Dubai, and they paint a picture of what it's like living there, the horrible living conditions, poor sanitation, 10 or 20 people confined to one tiny little room, and this was all going on at Trump's property. So absolutely wild. Trump had slaves in Dubai. And these are the things, man, like every time you go back, you find something that, you didn't know before that blows your mind. And you think like, how is this not the biggest news in the country when this dropped? I was thinking the same thing when we learned that Trump had a teen modeling agency. And of course, that was a total front for human trafficking. And then you find out Trump was buddy-buddy with Jean-Luc Brunel, John Casablancas, of course, Jeffrey Epstein. These are all notorious pedophiles. These are people who also were engaged in human trafficking. And apparently Epstein learned a lot of the stuff he knew on human trafficking from Trump and his teen modeling agency. It blows my mind, again, that this isn't common knowledge, that people don't talk about this, that people don't realize this. But do yourself a favor and go watch that documentary, and you'll see in no uncertain terms, Donald Trump owns slaves, and nobody talks about it, nobody thinks about it. So again, shout out to this TikToker for giving me that information. That's absolutely wild. All right, now let me continue here and point out that the New York Times said today that Trump has secretly signed a directive to the Pentagon to begin using military force against certain Latin American drug cartels. So let me rephrase that. What Trump is doing here is greenlighting war with Mexico. That's what he's doing. This is wild. Remember, on the campaign trail, he brought this up time and time again, and it drove me crazy that the Democrats didn't respond to it, the media didn't cover it much, because here's a guy who half the time says he's anti-war, and then now, when he's running for president, he talks about how we're going to go to war with Mexico. Because, guys, stop and think about it. You have the Mexican president, Claudia Sheinbaum. She's openly, of course, against the United States, invading her country, bombing her country, and then now you have a scenario where Trump is saying, well, we don't care what the Mexican president says. We don't care about their sovereignty. We're just going to act. And so what that means is drone strikes, air strikes, potentially, secret missions with boots on the ground going after these drug cartels. But, I don't even trust our intelligence to even know what the hell's going on the ground with the drug cartels. Our intelligence has been trash across the board. So it's not even like that would be the end result if they were to do some strikes that, we know who we're getting and we know that, like...
Check it out. A little cherry tomato that turned into a pear.
Everything's going smoothly. That's nonsense. So what we're talking about is an illegal and offensive attack against a country that's one of our top allies and one of our top trading partners, Mexico. And here's Trump. Again, this is breaking news from the New York Times. It just came out earlier today. They say, quote, Trump has secretly signed a directive to the Pentagon to begin using military force against certain Latin American drug cartels. That is wildly illegal, wildly unconstitutional, completely against international law. And of course, this is only going to make it so one of our top trading partners and allies is now going to run even faster into the arms of, say, China and other countries and not want to have anything to do with us anymore. Because that tends to be what happens when you decide to invade a neighbor. It's just absolutely insane. But we're not even done, even on the foreign policy stuff. So Attorney General Pam Bondi comes out and she says the following. Today, the Justice Department and the State Department are announcing a $50 million reward for information leading to the arrest of Nicolas Maduro. Maduro is the president of Venezuela. Again, they're a sovereign country. You don't have to like Maduro. You don't have to like the system of government that they have in Venezuela. But who the fuck are we? Who are we to lecture anybody about anything when, number one, we do illegal and offensive wars all the time. Number two, we're arming and funding a genocide right now. And so call this what...
Didn't they like Maduro?
It is. Just like in the first term, Trump tried to do a coup attempt in Venezuela. Remember the whole Juan Guaido bullshit where they just pretended like this guy who wasn't the president? They were like, yeah, he's the president. What? That's not how it works at all. What are you talking about? They did this in the first term, a coup attempt, and it failed, of course. And now they're rolling it out again in the second term. So again, to all my fucking critics, to everybody out there who is saying the opposite of me, tell me how my ass tastes. Because I'm the one who warned everybody from day one. This guy's a warmonger. He's always been a warmonger. If you look at his first term, we know he's a warmonger, and he's going to be a warmonger in the second term. So here we go, hitting us all on the same day. Illegal war with Mexico, going after the drug cartels. Sure, that's going to go swimmingly, by the way. And now another coup attempt in Venezuela where you're offering $50 million for information leading to the arrest of Maduro. What you're doing is saying, hey, man, it's open season, dog. Anybody in Venezuela want to turn on your own country? Anybody want to, give some information about maybe where Maduro will be, where they could do a strike against him, an attack against him? This is what we're talking about here, guys. This is what we're talking about. So it's just absolutely disgusting. I mean, the way that this government is acting, we are such a fucking rogue regime. It is mind-boggling. If you want to talk about regime change, if there's any two countries in the world that actually it would be morally defensible to do regime change against them, it would be Israel and it would be the United States of America. And I don't even think that's a close call. I don't even think that's a remotely difficult call.
Could have said it better myself there, Kyle.
All right, so now, get a load of this. Get a load of this. So we have Midas Touch tweeted the following. Trump's Department of Justice has launched a criminal investigation into the New York Attorney General's office over civil lawsuits that the Attorney General Letitia James brought against Donald Trump and the NRA. Stop and think about that. So now, remember how Trump always bitched and moaned about this is lawfare, this is lawfare, this is political persecution. He said that when it was cases against him. Now the reality is, no, Trump is just a criminal. So you had law enforcement and investigators and attorneys general. They just did their job going after him. This is actual lawfare, y'all. This is actual lawfare. Because you know what the craziest part of all of this is? Letitia James was right. Letitia James won her case. It wasn't even close. So just to refresh everybody's memory here, Letitia James said, Trump and his businesses, they've been committing mass fraud on a grand level for decades. And she brought the goods. She proved it in that civil court. So, for example, one of the things he would do is undervalue his properties for tax reasons, so he would pay lower taxes, but he would overvalue it when trying to sell it or promote it or get loans from banks on more favorable terms. Another thing he would do, falsify business records, issue false financial statements. He did insurance fraud. He did bank fraud. He had 200 or more false and misleading asset valuations. He had a Wall Street property that...
I keep forgetting that Dude, just the laundry list is like, okay, even if you love this guy. You have to admit that's like, I kind of did some of that shit.
Said was worth $500 million. It turns out it was actually worth...
Nope. Oh, witch hunt.
Only 200.
Witch hunt, China.
Million.
Hoax.
He said his apartment in New York City was...
Did you buy any of it?
30,000 square feet. And in reality, it was just 11,000 square feet. He said it was worth $327 million, a price that was higher than any apartment has ever sold in New York City history at the time. And he overstated it by $200 million. And that's not even getting into, we could talk more about, he did the same thing with Mar-a-Lago. We would play with those numbers.
What are you talking about? Hold on. It's worth $1 billion because I touched it. You have no idea. If Donald Trump signs something on a building, immediately it increases in value by $1 billion. So I did absolutely nothing wrong.
For his own purposes, for his own convenience. He got a loan of $170 million from Deutsche Bank. And
sad part is if I heard tomorrow that he had that as his explanation, I'd be like, that tracks.
Sold the post office for over $300 million for a profit of $100 million, but he got the loan based on false pretenses and fraud. Mm-hmm. So again, understand, I'm not giving my opinion right now. I'm giving you the facts of the case. And Letitia James won this case. Trump was found liable in this civil court for like 78 different counts of fraud. What are we talking about? So now, for him to say, we're opening a criminal investigation into Letitia James' office, he's not even hiding it. He's not even pretending. This is flat out fascist dictator stuff. This is flat out political persecution. This is him saying, you caught me. I don't like the fact that you caught me. So now I'm going to make your life a living hell. And I will say, one of the things that got me really pissed off about Biden when he was on the way out, and I said this on air at the time, I said this to Crystal at the time, I was going, why the fuck are you not giving a preemptive pardon to Jack Smith? Why are you not giving a preemptive pardon to Letitia James? Why are you not giving a preemptive pardon to Fonnie Willis, to everybody who was correctly involved in prosecuting Trump and going after him for his crimes? Like, I get it. You did the whole Hunter thing, and that's fine and dandy. But, obviously Trump was going to go after these people. Obviously he was going to go after them. And now he is. And now they're fucking left out there, hung out there to dry. So this is lawfare. This is a political persecution. And this is absolutely positively unacceptable. And it's disgusting. And it's clearly a strong man doing strong man things. A tin pot dictator doing tin pot dictator things. Just absolutely incredible. It truly, truly is. All right, so now let me tell you a little bit here about Tim Cook and his visit to the White House. So Tim Cook, of course, is the CEO of Apple. And he shows up to the White House, and you got the cameras all in the Oval Office, right? And he's there, Trump's there, some other people are there. And Tim Cook goes, Mr. President, I have something for you that you might want to see. This is engraved for President Trump, and it's a unique, one-of-a-kind unit, and you have to see this. This is for you, sir. And so Tim Cook unveils what is basically like this 24-carat statue thing. Like, the base of it is 24-karat gold, and then there's, like, some glass, and it's engraved or whatever. And this is him giving Trump in a super expensive gift, literally on live TV. It was running live on C-SPAN and probably elsewhere, too. So you have one of the wealthiest and most powerful CEOs in the world giving the President of the United States a golden gift on live TV. And why do you think he's doing it? He's doing it because he's trying to get exemptions to the tariffs for Apple, for his company. Literally, the corruption is mind-boggling. It's astonishing. If I wrote this out, if I was a novelist and I wrote this out and said, here's a scenario for my novel about the corruption of the political system, anybody would look at that and go, this is a little too on the nose, bro. This is a little too unrealistic. This is a little too in your face. There's no way that the corruption could be this brazen and this direct. Well, it turns out it is. And we fucking witnessed it ourselves. All right, so more. Now let's talk a little bit about Israel. So according to Dropsite News, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu now says that the images, the disgusting images coming out of Gaza of children starving to death and people of all ages starving to death, he says, no, you don't understand. This is not because we've been bombing them and we've been shooting everybody in sight and we've been starving them. This is because, and I'm not kidding here, this is a direct quote, Hamas booby traps every single building. That's why everything's rubble. That's why it's all ash heaps. That's why 92% of Gaza and their buildings are totally obliterated and destroyed. He said, quote, the reason you see the flattened buildings is because Hamas booby traps every single building. After we move in, we put in an APC with a lot of explosives, detonate it, it sets off all the booby traps, and the buildings begin to collapse. So yet again, it's hit such a comical level now that
huge.
They have nothing to say.
You're a huge Trump fan.
Except Hamas. Just always, I forgot the question. The answer is Hamas. Blame Hamas. Hamas. That's half of what they say. And then the other half of what they say is, did you critique us? You're an anti-Semite. You got to be an anti-Semite. If you've ever disagreed with us in any way, shape, or form, if you've ever pointed out an objective fact about what we're doing in Gaza, that's anti-Semitism. That's what it is.
They're at this point, though, where like that lost all of its power.
This is all they have.
Once you start throwing that at Piers Morgan or like the, center right that have always supported this because they are, Zionists by proxy with their evangelicism,
And now we're at this ridiculous.
Now they're the ones that are just like, nah, bro, what? And now you're trying to gaslight us? Oh, that's cool.
You're supposed to believe that 92% of Gaza was destroyed because of Hamas booby traps. I could not make this up if I tried. I literally could not make this up if I tried. By the way, as you all know, Republicans went on vacation early to avoid having to vote on releasing the Epstein files because they're trying to protect Trump, the pedophile human trafficker who was best friends with Epstein. And then guess what they did? So immediately after they go on vacation early to avoid voting on the Epstein files, guess where they headed to? Israel. They all hopped on a plane and went to Israel. And while they were there, so they're taking this picture, they took this proud picture with Netanyahu. Here we are next to the modern day Adolf Hitler. We love this guy. Well, guess what? While they were there, that was when Netanyahu announced he plans to take over all of Gaza. And in fact, we just got some news from NBC, and they're reporting that satellite images now show troop movements and formations indicating a possible imminent major ground operation in Gaza. So that's what's happening. And this lines up with the Knesset, which is the Israeli parliament. They voted in favor, and the security cabinet, I should say, they voted in favor of, yes, we're going to greenlight this plan. We are going to take over all of Gaza. All of Gaza is ours. We're gonna invade it. We're gonna occupy it. We're gonna resettle it. We're gonna complete the genocide. We're gonna complete the ethnic cleansing, and we're gonna turn it into part of Israel. So now you're gonna have a situation where all of Gaza is Israel's. They're taking over the West Bank as well, that's why Trump took $100 million from Miriam Adelson, and the quid pro quo is let Israel take all of the West Bank. Now that's happening too. And as you all know, they stole massive parts of Syria. So they're doing the Greater Israel Project right in front of our eyes. And some people still have the fucking nerve to say, oh no, this is all defensive. They're just going after Hamas because Hamas are the bad guy. I don't know how to engage with people like that anymore. I have zero respect for them. I have zero respect for them morally, intellectually. I think they're pathetic. I think they're disgusting. And I think most of them are lying propagandists. I should also point out that there's another humanitarian group, Doctors Without Borders. They released a report that concluded that Israel is deliberately killing the very people it has been starving by shooting them as they try to get food from the aid sites. So as you all know, they shut down the UN. They shut down all the humanitarian agencies. They said, you guys are not allowed to distribute food anymore in Gaza. There were 400 places where you can go to get food in Gaza. They said, we're shutting all of that down. We're replacing it by this fake organization called the GHF, Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. It's a CIA and Mossad front to finish the genocide and the ethnic cleansing. We went from 400 places to get food in Gaza to four. And guess what? Every time people try to go get food, they murder 100 of them. That's what happens. They murder 100 of them. And so, if you're not dying of starvation, you're dying of getting shot while you're trying to get food. You might die of thirst as well. And now Doctors Without Borders says, yeah, we've looked into it, and that's undeniably what's happening. This is just a death trap. That's all this is. There's a massive con. It's a scam. The whole point of this is to aid and abet the genocide and the ethnic cleansing. That's what's going on. All right, so now let me point this out, and shout out to Nathan J. Robinson of Current Affairs Magazine for doing this here. But Nathan J. Robinson took the time to ask every single U.S. Senator's office whether they accept the international human rights community's assessment that Israel is committing genocide. Guess what? Only one of 50 senators replied, and that's not who you think. You probably would think, oh, maybe Bernie Sanders replied, or maybe Elizabeth Warren or something like that. No, wrong. Only one of them replied, and it was actually the Nevada Democrat Catherine Cortez.
Stupid hair.
Masto.
Sorry.
And so 49 said absolutely nothing when asked a very straightforward question. Do you agree with all the human rights groups that Israel's committing genocide? And her response was, quote, Israel is our ally and we should continue to support them. Radio silence from 49. One of them says, I support Israel. When asked about Israel committing genocide and all the international human rights organizations agreeing on that.
It's seeping.
I must say, witnessing what's gone down for the last 2 years, I mean, it really has. I've lost a lot of faith in humanity. I really have. The fact that we could all just sit around and watch babies be starved to death and innocent people be bombed on a daily basis, and not only do nothing, but our government keeps sending the money and keeps sending the weapons, and you see this fucking moral cowardice from everybody with any inkling of power, it really is a disgusting thing, and the entire Senate should be fucking ashamed of themselves. They should be ashamed. All right. Yeah. All right, now, let's talk a little bit about trade, because Trump has been shooting himself.
Okay, so if you guys want to see the rest of this, I'm going to link the video in the chat here. And then I'm going to move on to, it's another Kyle Kulinski piece that he did. I think he recorded it yesterday, but it's actually some good commentary on what's going on. Like we were talking about comedy and a lot of the comedians in the Joe Rogan sphere yesterday. This is a good little segue into that. Also, if you guys are new to the channel, hit that subscribe button and hit the like button. Even if you're not new to the channel, hit that like button. It really helps me out if you haven't already. Also, guys, check it out. We Alrighty. If you guys haven't noticed that, I tweaked the chat here. Now what I'm going to do is weird that that's how I have the stand cam. There we go. Look at that. Much more effective, and you guys can actually see it. Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice? Inflator is far right who was pro-Palestine. What? Historical events get called.
So as you all know, the Rogan sphere has been sort of collapsing lately in terms of their relevance, in terms of their support. There's a whole bunch of YouTube channels that are now like dedicated to making fun of them. One of them here is American Redact, as you can see on screen. And
I had to spread the news about the blackout scheduled for tomorrow. Did you guys know about it? Are you talking about like the blackout for the economy, or what blackout are you talking about?
yeah, it's just it caught up with them. All of their fame, all of their like moment in the sun, it sort of caught up with them, and now people realize like, hey, they got super political and they don't really know what the fuck they're talking about, and so that's leading to some backlash. So here you have, there's a comedian by the name of Mark Maron, who's, he's been out there for a long time doing his thing. He used to be, I think back in the day, he was even an Air America radio host.
Mm-hmm.
And, him and Rogan do not have the same politics. Maron is definitely on the left. And now Maron is sort of...
They also have a history in comedy that's really funny. He's never
sort of
liked
getting a moment
Rogan.
in the sun here, because in his recent special, he took aim at the Rogan sphere and he went to town, bro. And it was beautiful. It was a glorious thing to see. And... one of the things he said, if Hitler was alive today, I think he would go on Theo Von's podcast. And he had a whole bit about that, and it was pretty fucking funny. Well, apparently, he's guns blazing in every which direction for the Rogan sphere. So we got a great video here from American Redact, and let's see what Maron's been going around saying.
The thing with Joe is I don't know that we have a lot to talk about because of my idea of what he's done to comedy.
Sure.
And I don't think it's great. I think that it's tribalized, and I think that he's created a sort of army of people that think they know comedy, but they only know a specific thing, and what they think is good is not necessarily good. It may be what they're like.
So it seems that Mark Maron has reignited his decades-long beef with Joe Rogan.
As I said,
and his group
like this one's got history behind
of
it.
Comedic assassins, as he just called them out on 2 separate podcasts in the span of a week. And Mark Maron's not just going after these guys because he doesn't like them. As he puts it, he has reasonable criticism for them.
It's reasonable criticism.
Reasonable criticism. Yeah. Like in his most recent special, Panicked, Mark actually spends a good...
God damn it. Does he really? Come on. He uses part of... Sorry, guys, we're get the audio only for this because he uses part of the actual
that Rogan's forged in Austin, criticizing them for normalizing slurs, punching down at marginalized groups, and overall platforming dangerous ideas.
Pterodactyl arms? You're supposed to put that nigga on the grill. He ain't even supposed to live.
And if you haven't seen it already, I highly recommend you go watch that entire special. But to give you an idea of what he talks about in that special, here's him poking fun at the idea of Theo Von having Adolf Hitler on his podcast, and what exactly that would sound like.
I think if Hitler were alive today, he'd probably appear on Theo Von's podcast. And Theo would be like, see, y'all did a lot of meth, right? I mean, all the Nazis were all fucked up on meth, right, Hitler? That shit'll make you crazy, dog. I did some meth once. I was up for 3 days, and then I ate a live bird. No shit, Hitler, a live bird,
Dude, he doesn't... That's a killer Theo Von impression. No joke.
Hey, Hitler, you probably didn't even hate the Jews. That was just the meth making you crazy, dog.
So now he's on a podcast press tour for that new special, and he's sent shots left and right at the entire Rogan sphere. Like in this recent Bad Friends episode, he goes at Rogan in a pretty hilarious and major way, roasting him for leading an army of enlightened meatheads, and predicting that they'll run out of material pretty quickly, since the majority of jokes that they tell are pretty surface-level jabs at marginalized groups that they've completely beaten into the ground. Like if you know anything about this Rogan era of comedy, you'd know that they do this quite frequently. Like to this day, they're probably still making COVID-19 jokes, and Mark Maron considers this shtick to be hack.
But yeah, me and who else?
Rogan.
Okay.
Who's that? Who's that?
Joe Rogan.
Joseph Rogan?
Yeah, he's out of Texas.
Oh, Texas. Got it.
Yeah.
I got it. Got it.
Yeah. You love Austin, don't you? He's running half the planet out of Texas.
Yeah.
He's got a tight hold on the enlightened meatheads.
Dude,
the enlightened meatheads.
Maron's disdain
It's not disdain. It's reasonable criticism.
Reasonable criticism. When was the last time you spoke with him?
I don't know. That's a good question. I guess it would have been at the store. I never talked to him in Austin. I don't go into the club. I don't really think I'm on his radar. So
something tells me you are.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Something tells me you are.
I don't. It's
nobody here is saying that. Shop.
Weird that you get lumped into a certain thing, and maybe it's my assumption that his army of healthy fellas.
Is that their title? Army of Healthy Fellas is so good.
No, you just got to, got to stay and keep the machine.
The machine's got to be good.
Yeah.
That's a shot at Bert. Go ahead.
What do you think?
That was totally a shot at Bert. Oh my God, dude.
Austin shelf life is going to be.
Mark Maron doesn't give a shit anymore. He's just like, yeah, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to call out everybody that sucks in this business.
Well, I don't know. Like, I think that it's...
Watch Maron on TMR
so
today.
Effectively tribalized.
I got to see part of it.
At this point, it really comes down to material. I mean, at what point...
I want to watch that one because him and Sammy are friends. But I figured this is a good one to watch before I do that.
Like, at what point... It's like whatever they represented in terms of policy.
Sure. Oh, Sammy.
It's not a stretch. It's like they won. Trans people are frightened. They have no ability to get health care anymore. And they're afraid of being alive and have no freedom left. So that's done. When do you stop with the jokes? And like immigrants, okay, well they're being ripped away from their homes, and and they're and they're all terrified, and okay, so that's done. When do you stop with the jokes?
Right.
I mean, it's one thing to pick on the vulnerable and the marginalized, but I mean they're down. I mean, like, why do you got to keep hitting them unless you're a hack? Now there's a question.
God,
There's
I
a
love
question.
This guy, man. They do the whole like cry bully shit. They do the whole like victim shit. Like we're the victims and fucking woke society's holding us down and comedians should be a fucking protected class and blah blah blah. And it's like, bro, you guys hitched your wagon to fucking Donald Trump. Now the motherfucker is building concentration camps, okay? Now he's bombing Yemen, he's bombing Somalia, he bombed Iran, he's arming and funding a genocide, he's taking over Gaza, he's launching a trade war on all of our
I thought of you when he touched on being an unpleasant asshole because you said something similar about him.
Allies, and now inflation is going up as a...
The thing is, he owns it. He's always owned it. It's actually something you can respect where he's just like, no, don't come talk to me. Like, he was always one of the guys that, like, if he was ever to, like, come to a show or something like that, he was kind of the one where it's just like, if before the show, fair game, but after a show, don't bother him.
As a result of it, unemployment is going up as a result of it. Now you own this shit, right? Now you own it.
Isn't Bobby Lee part of the brosphere? A little bit, not really.
And like you said, you got... Okay.
Like, he's friends with Joe Rogan and some of those guys, but he has definitely been of the opinion... Like, he's been more open with his opinions of, like, where that's going. And also, you have to remember that this kind of gets a little territorial, where it is kind of like, this is Austin comics versus LA comics now. And, like, this has always kind of happened. Like, if you guys thought that rap battles, like, and hip-hop beef was always a big thing, comic battles, and specifically, like, the LA comics versus the New York comics was, that's been a thing since the 80s.
You got these...
And it's been consistent. It has never gone away.
Marginalized communities, you were making fun at their expense. But guess what? Like, you guys won, bro. You guys won, and they're fucking hurting. So it's actually not funny. Like, this is actually not funny.
Yeah.
I know Rogan doesn't buy into the mindset of, like, good comedy always punches up. Because I'm sure there are some examples where, like, you could punch down, and in theory you could find a way to thread that needle and make it witty and make it funny and make people like it. But, like, I mean, as a general rule, yeah, good comedy always punches up. Think of Bill Hicks. Think of George Carlin, for example. Like, a lot of these guys...
Both of them would punch down occasionally.
Guys, they're the quintessential example. Like, they fucking punched up. That's what they did. And so they're legends as a result of it. They're both, they're viewed as politics people, and like sort of, philosopher type people, but also really fucking funny comedians. And they're the inverse of those people. They're just like right-wing hacks is what they are.
Mark,
He comes in swinging.
Yeah.
Another issue that Mark has with Joe Rogan was one that Mark's had a problem with since the early 90s, which is that comedy is supposed to be for the quote-unquote sensitive weirdos, not necessarily for the high school locker room bullies that Joe Rogan's ushered in. And even though I don't fully agree with this stance, since to me, if you're funny, you're funny, it is a stance that I've seen other comics take, like when Tim Dillon was calling out Brendan Schaub right after he released his insult of a comedy special, Gringo Poppy.
When I watch Brendan do that, it's like I go, here's a big, tough guy who I should just see in a Ferrari, and he should be able to rip people's faces off with his catcher mid hands. And I see him running around the stage going, oh, I go, you're gay now. You've become gay. Why are you gay?
He was a fucking knight.
Oh my God. Guys, for anybody that wants a little context on who we were talking about last night, this is the Puerto Rican rattlesnake, one Louis J. Gomez.
He was a knight.
He's a
and
knight.
now he's a jester.
Now he's gay.
He's a gay jester.
He's a gay man. He's a fully gay man. When you watch the special, he's like, woo!
Yeah, I get it. I sort of agree with the American Redact guy, though. Like, it's possible to not be, like, a dweeb and make it in comedy, and, like, that's totally cool, but... Again, general rule type thing, yeah, it was for, like, misfits. You know what I'm saying? People who felt like they didn't fit in normal society, and they found this little niche for them where, like, oh, I can speak my mind, and I can, like, get some attention, and I can make something of myself and stuff. So, like, I can get both sides of that. But to me, that's not the issue with Rogan is not that. I mean, now I'm going to contradict myself a little bit. Because, yeah, there is something a little bit contradictory about being, like, this jacked guy who's into MMA and into working out and, like, you're a jack of all trades, you're like a Renaissance man, but then also like comedy is your thing. I feel like comedy, the real true comic geniuses, those are the ones who like all they have is comedy. Like that's their whole thing, you know, whereas Rogan's got like 78 different interests. And I mean, God bless him for that. Like that's not a negative thing. That's actually a positive thing. And more people should have a lot of interest. Like Joe Rogan has a lot of interest, but it definitely does sort of take
As comedy comes from pain.
A little bit from the.
That's honestly why, like, I've always kind of said, like the Brian Regans, the ones where you're kind of like, I don't know, man. Did you
comedy? But
it seems like you had a pretty good, you know, upbringing, good Christian, you know, upbringing, and just kind of.
But to me, the bigger point is, it's the Trump. It's gonna always
get the thing where he had an observation about something.
Come back to the Trump thing. It's just total. It's just sheer.
Did you know that when you open a bag of chips, there's like a lot of air in there?
You're fucking hackery, and Joe knew better.
Where's all the rest of the chips?
He knew better.
Sorry.
All the bullshit. Oh, Trump's pro-free.
I've never really been that big of a Brian Regan fan.
No, he's not. Rogan knew he's not pro-free.
I just realized
he knows
that.
That's complete and utter garbage. He knows that this is a guy who wants to de-license news outlets that criticize him. Okay? Nonsense. Oh, Trump is anti-war. Joe knew that was bullshit. He's had me on his show, and I've told him to his face that Trump increased drone strikes over 400% in his first term alone. Okay? On that point alone, we're done here. Never mind the killing of Qasem Soleimani illegally. Massive escalation with Iran, pulling out of the Iran nuclear agreement, trying to coup Venezuela, stealing oil from Syria and occupying Syria. Like he knew all these things, and so that's why it's so immensely hacky.
The main issue with this is that the weirdo alt comics have sort of been pushed to the side in recent times. And when Mark brings this point up to Bobby Lee, he actually gets him to join in on trashing Austin comics, which was just great to see.
That's a problem.
I'm telling you, man, the tides have turned on these guys. It really is incredible. They had their moment in the sun, and now everybody's sort of like, hey, fuck you guys.
Yeah. So. And the bigger
talking about the Rogan sphere, I mean,
bigger problem about what you're saying, yes, I think we all still do exist, but the nature of the comedy business is fragmented and some of it's tribalized. But there used to be a lot more weirdos around, who were kind of exciting and interesting and took it a different place. I would argue with just talky talk comedy, there's not that many people bringing it to a different place, dude.
Right. Well, there is some good ones that, like, I think that kid Casey Rocket's really entertaining and fun and different and unique. I think they're there, right?
Yeah.
I think the problem is there's so much sludge, there's so much shit, there's way more noise than we've ever fucking seen.
Yeah.
So it's hard to appreciate or even care because all that's really being shown is kind of the constant like give it to him, give it to him, give it to him, give it to him. So I get.
I'm tired of the attitude.
I thought you were going to say violence in this country.
No.
The thing about Bobby Lee that bothers me is the fact that he has blatantly been problematic with a lot of different women that have, like, he's done this on camera, and they just go, "Oh, that's just Bobby."
No. I'm tired. They come up back to L.A. One guy, I want to name his name, and go, "Oh, you seem like you're thriving." And he goes, "I'm killing it."
Killing it.
You know what I mean? And I'm like, whoa, dude. You moved out because you couldn't survive here.
Yeah.
This is a different.
It's an animal.
It's an animal.
Well, I think the weirdos you're referring to, by the way, were birthed, and I defend this till I'm fucking blue in the face, were birthed at the Comedy Store.
Yeah.
And I think I always push, I was like, people don't know that about the store. They think they hear this like corporate bro, and that happens internally in LA a lot too, where they're like, the store is a fucking, whatever, sellout factory of fucking bro comics. Because
not anymore.
No, but there was a wash of it that came through, and I think.
Yeah, Joe, they moved to Austin.
But
at some point with these comics, with
maybe that's what I'm half remembering about Bobby.
Joe's
No, he's pretty problematic.
Era of comics, it wasn't about comedy anymore. It became more about, I'm gonna say the offensive thing that I'm not supposed to say that's gonna get me backlash.
Speaking of whatever happened to Aziz Ansari, He produced and released a movie that apparently did pretty well.
And so really, it wasn't
With Keanu Reeves as an angel.
comedy anymore. It became like controversy farming.
Well, didn't do well. It did.
And like Tony Hinchcliffe's a great example of that. And it's like, at some point,
But
anybody
yeah, he was able to just continue his career.
can say the thing that you're not supposed to say. Anybody can be offensive, right? And if you're just in a competition to see who can be the most offensive, who can piss off the most people, like all you're getting is like oohs and ahs and uhs in the audience. It's not really a laugh anymore. And that's the point, is that like we've hit peak anti-woke bullshit.
Right.
Where, you know, and that's how you get all these people supporting Trump.
Honestly, it's like what I was saying about the whole hearing claps. It's like, dude, if you're here to make a TED Talks, then that's, I guess, what you want. But if you're not getting laughs, but you're getting claps, you're doing something wrong.
Either passively or actively. And like, yeah, that bubble has burst. And thank God it's fucking burst, because it's long overdue. And all it took was Trump building concentration camps and rounding up innocent people with no due process before everybody went, oh, that, maybe we shouldn't have embraced this as a society. Yeah, that seemed like a bad idea. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe.
He does the same back stretches that I have to do from sitting in this stupid chair. All right. Now we can go more into discussion mode. I'm gonna watch that Howard Stern thing coming up here in a minute, but chat's been kind of popping off here, and also Shab. Sorry, man. Like, dude, I mean, I don't know why I'm apologizing to you. You're kind of just going off here, saying your own shit, not even trying to have a conversation. You're just like, that's why I had to give you your warning. So, whatever, man. Maybe that's, speaking of, should do a Twitch hate watch of Adam Carolla movies. Honestly, a comedian pontificating on Carolla's dated-ass comedy. You know what? I would watch one of his shitty... Sorry, not trying to Fed post. Schizophrenic plus drunk plus finish. That's a great mix. Well, alright. Chill out. Don't want to have to kick you out. What is Fed posting? It's essentially saying a whole bunch of shit that can be... pointed to as, you know, inciting something. So, saying stuff such as, you know, there are things that you can look up and then look, or it's like there are things that are, you know, not cool, and then go look them up on YouTube because it gives you a breakdown. It's like, yeah, no. Rode hard. I think, wait, what? It's about a comedian? Well, yeah, violence posting also just... Yeah. It was getting dangerously close to it. Yep, should probably kick me. I already get stopped at airports every time I go there. Oh, I'm not trying to. You could just, I don't know, engage with us and be cool and just kind of chill out, you know? Sort of comment that's intended to get to bait out. Well, and that's also, yeah, no, I'm noticing a little, that's why I didn't engage with any of it. That's why I'm continuing not to. Rode hard. Rode hard. I never have heard of Rode hard. I mean, I'm usually up to those types of bad movies, posting content, yeah. Thank you. Excuse me. I appreciate that. Yeah, you know what? Screw it. I want to do this Howard Stern bit, and then we'll go back to news. As I'm looking at the time, and we're about at 2:20, and I've got... The one thing I have saved for the fun half, I'm not sure if I can actually watch. You know what? Let's do a little test here. UCLA, is there a original? Shit, I think that the copyright holder actually might be... I just need to see if this is public. Because it's a lecture from UCLA, so that should technically be public and open source. Ex-politician needs this. Yeah, let's not do that. Even these like types of yeah, careful, there we go. Oh, I appreciate that, man. Thank you. If you need to see yourself out to take a break, then I also appreciate that. I don't want to get too riled up, and also, yes, do not do not be bringing, you know, none of the nonsense to my channel, please. I would like my Listen, if I'm gonna get in trouble, I don't want it to be for one of you. I don't want it to be one of you guys. Come on. I want it to be something stupid that I says. Implies enough has to be back. Yeah. All right, let's get off of this, because even talking about it is a little bit problematic. So it's just like, nah, it's not. Account age and wonder how much nonsense. I don't know your account age. I don't really care. Again, man. You seem to respect me, so there's a mutual respect I will show. That's why also, like, you weren't saying anything too out of pocket, so I'll just be like, yeah, man. Let's see. Oh, yeah, you literally created your account what, a few days ago, like a week ago. Okay. Okay, so this is definitely not your first account. I see what's going on there. All right. Well, whatever, man. Not used to that. I'm definitely not used to that. I'm not used to people coming in here, making their points, and then just, like, kind of taking themselves out. It's like your 200th account. What? Stop getting kicked out of places. I feel like I have to do the thing that, was from Liar Liar. It's like, stop breaking the law, asshole! That was so funny. Boss, stop breaking the law! Oh, God. Old school Fed post with letters cut from the Mac. Got the Joker over here. Oh, jeez. Who, aside from a 12-year-old, has the time to create 200 accounts? What? That seemed... Again, dude, is that, like... I don't like the fact that I have to just be like, wait, are you kidding? Like, because I do know that that's blatantly against frickin' Twitch TOS. Justine, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know Twitch lore. I barely know what fucking Poggers is. So, politicians. Gabagool. Yeah, sorry. Yes. Now I'm just kind of going through chat. I'm just like, oh yeah, shit. Which used to just be called Justine TV. I didn't know that. Justin. Wait, no, Justine? I don't fucking know. Well, I guess I learned something today. That's cool. Screw it. Let's keep on with the politics. I was gonna do the Howard Stern thing, but I'm gonna save that for the fun half. Just in case the other thing that I have lined up happens to backfire, because it has a questionable owner of the content. It says 2 different holders. Wonder if I'm cool, like, to use it for both. I haven't been in a situation like this where I've seen that. Time to start the last service. Wait, what? Oh, nice. You're getting out of work here. I see what you're doing. Activate podcast mode. Here we go. Yeah. Here we go. Let's go into podcast mode. Even though, yes, I like chilling with you guys. You know that I always enjoy chill. Oh, what time is it? It's West Coast 420, except for the fact that I wasn't packed up. So that means it's a Pep Talks 421. Oh, actually, I might make it. I might make it. What? It's packed. That counts, right? That counts. Ow, come on. I always say what I do. Wow. Whew. It was a good one. All right, so Mehdi Hassan was on Brian Tyler Cohen. Been watching a little less Brian Tyler Cohen lately. Completely honest. Although he seems to be pivoting left a little, so I welcome that.
I'm joined now by the founder of Zeteo, Mehdi Hassan. Mehdi, thanks for joining me.
If he actually criticizes like Hakeem Jeffries, then I will be a lot happier.
I want to start with some breaking news that we saw today, and that is that Donald Trump has allowed his FBI, with the help of Kash Patel, to now go after these Texas legislators who fled the state to go to Illinois. So first and foremost, can I have your reaction to the fact that this is, despite what Kash Patel said in his confirmation hearing about not wanting to weaponize the Department of Justice, that's exactly what we're seeing right now?
It was inevitable, Brian, that this was going to happen. This was the very reason that Kash Patel was picked, to be the yes man. Donald Trump has wanted Kash Patel in a position of national security intelligence for a while. You'll remember after the last election, he tried to make him deputy director.
Makes you wonder why he didn't actually, did he not know about Kash Patel's, deep dives into Jeffrey Epstein? Because he was one of the guys, dude. That's why it was kind of funny to see all this backlash, because him and Bongino, they have hours and hours of content of just, it's just the Epstein stuff. Once we get some answers, and then they get put in charge of giving the answers. They're like, nothing to see here.
Gina Haspel, at the time, career CIA official, said she would quit if that happened. He bided his time, got convicted, got reelected, and brought back Kash Patel to a compliant Republican Senate that knew he wasn't qualified to be FBI director, knew he would be a yes man, knew he would politicize the Bureau in a way that they've always accused Democrats of doing. And this is what he's doing. By the way, Brian, we're speaking on a day when actually Kash Patel was supposed to be at J.D. Vance's house today, chatting about Epstein. Mm-hmm. And then that leaked out. So
now they're not doing it.
They canceled the whole thing, and Vance has been denying it in the Oval Office today that it was ever going to happen. But it's funny that they went straight from being one kind of politicized FBI director to be like, all right, I'll do something else today, political. I'll go after Democrats in Illinois. That's what his day job is.
Yeah, exactly, Seth. No, that's a great, yeah. I assume that's why they were chosen, or I assume they were chosen for that reason, the thinking that they would be more credible.
Of Trump.
Yeah. Oh, these guys are saying it, yeah.
Betty, do you think that what we're seeing right now from some of the Democrats out there are a few governors who are vowing to fight back against what Texas Republicans are doing? We see Gavin Newsom, J.B. Pritzker. We've seen to some.
No, the thing is, no, don't beat yourself up, Seth. That was actually a pretty good take.
Degree, Kathy Hochul in New York, although she's limited by what New York's Constitution allows them to do. Although I would,
especially for MAGA, because the way that MAGA thinks, that is kind of like, oh, well, if they're saying this, that means that there really must be nothing going on with Trump. It takes care of at least a small, a fraction of the MAGA world that would just instantly follow those guys.
The argument that Republican states have been limited by what they're able to do, and
I'd say it's 1/3. 1/3 of their audience probably bailed, but the rest of them
done it anyway.
They're fine.
We saw unconstitutional maps and
scary in itself.
Did in Louisiana and Alabama, and still they did that at such a late time that even though the courts noted that they were unconstitutional and gerrymandered.
Again, the couch in the South Park episode was low-key one of the funniest fucking things there.
It was too close to the election for them to change it. They relied on the Purcell doctrine. So I think if there was really a desire to get this stuff done, we don't.
You want me to meet with the Kash Patel boss?
Have to look far to see what it looks like when those Republican governors get it done. But that notwithstanding, Do you think that that we're seeing something of a sea change among Democrats who have for so long been the party of strongly worded letters?
I hope so.
That's, again, well said. The party of strongly worded letters. I'm going to write a strongly worded letter about this. You'll see.
I'm going to reserve judgment until I see some actions back up those words. Illinois Governor Pritzker, New York.
Oh, some of us haven't seen it yet. Sorry.
Governor Hochul and California Governor Newsom have all said the right things. Now they just got
My bad. I will try not to spoil.
As you say, there are some limitations, but these are the same limitations that Republicans overcome all the time. You and I, at the Zateo event in LA, talked at great length in front of the audience about the Senate parliamentarian and how Senate Democrats deferred to the parliamentarian. Said, well, she said we can't do a minimum wage increase. She said
that was so annoying. I was so angry when they kept doing that, where they kept deferring to the fucking parliamentarian. That was the first time that I learned what the fucking parliamentarian was. I was like, wait, this is an unelected schmuck that doesn't belong in this. Like, they're just unilaterally going, nah, that's not a great idea.
In our bill, Republicans came along and they refused to even meet.
Fucking insane. And yeah, then they refused to even like bring this person in. It's like, who the fuck are you?
With the
which I have to say, the Republican way of dealing with that, right way of dealing with that.
Parliamentarian when they did their big ugly ass bill. So that is the difference in the two
yes,
parties.
I will say, like, this whole like we need to maintain decorum.
I hope, and I've said this before to you and to others.
Smash his face. We need to maintain decorum.
Democrats learn the right lesson.
Throws poop in your face. Must maintain decorum.
From this period of opposition, that when their opponents get into power, they're not limited by conventions or norms or all the other things that now seem so quaint and antiquated. And you can't play this whole moral high ground game. Like, well, you know, they're going to do this stuff, but we're going to stay pure. Doesn't work like that. You do that and you lose. And it's worse than just losing. You do that and you abandon your constituents who need you.
Manny, we've spoken about this idea that what the future of the Democratic Party is going to look like is not necessarily whether progressivism wins out or a more moderate posture wins out, but rather this idea of Democrats who are actually going to stand up and fight. Do you agree with that? Do you think that the future of the Democratic Party is not so much like the monolithic nature of your political ideology, but rather just your willingness to like go balls to the wall?
Yeah, I've been saying that for a while. I said that when Democrats were in office as well. I think, you know, the left-right dimension is still important in policy terms, for sure. But in terms of saving American democracy, standing up to the Republican Party, it's less relevant.
Yeah, it's kind of maddening to know that Democrats could have actually been gerrymandering and, like, even harder than they chose not to. And then they're still being accused of it. So they're the bad guys either way. And the thing is, most Americans actually think that, too. So why not just be the bad guy there? That you know that everybody is. That's the one thing that MAGA does. And they don't give a shit.
Who actually has the balls,
I am kidding about that.
Backbone.
This is where it's like, no, we should go high on that one.
The ability, the desire, the communication skills to actually take the fight to the other side.
I'm just waiting for the guy that just be like, all we needed was somebody that could have came out and just been like, are you listening to this motherfucker?
And fight on their terrain, not your own terrain. I would say someone like Zoran Mamdani, who is...
Or at least asshole. MFer might be a little... That's a bridge too far, but it's like, you hear this asshole?
New York Democratic mayoral candidate is a perfect mix of those two things. He's shown that you can actually have progressive radical policies, you know, shake things up, tax the rich, look after your constituents, freeze the rents. You can have a Bernie-esque, if we want to call it that, agenda. But people forget, he's also the guy who showed up at Albany to protest Tom Homan in person a few months ago, right? He was there on the front lines. Like, he didn't just write a sternly worded letter or say, I'm going to do X and Y when I'm met. He turned up, put his body on the line, got grappled by police officers and heckled, rightly so, the fascistic Homan, the border chief. So I think Zoran Mamdani has walked a great line on this in terms of making sure he's standing up to Trump, standing up to Trumpism, calling out Republicans, but also doing what constituents and the Democratic base wants right now, which is more progressive policies, less corporate-friendly policies, less pro-rich policies. I think you can do both. One thing I would say about the governors so far is, again, we need to say if the actions match the words. We need to see what they actually do. And I think the key when we get to 2028 is, yes, are you going to take on Trump rhetorically, or are you going to do it actually with actions, with policies, with positions? I'll give you one example. Cory Booker. Gave a 25, 26-hour speech, whatever it was earlier this year.
Speech,
broke the record for Senate speeches. I believe that speech is now a book.
Oh, he'll
And
keep
he's
reminding
doing a
you of
book
that.
tour. He went straight to the top of the class in terms of opinion polls. You saw those polls, Brian. Suddenly he was like in the top 3 presidential candidates. People were saying to me, oh, Cory Booker's going to be a favorite. I was like, come on, we're 3.5 years out from 2028. No polls now have any meaning. Let's see what happens going forward. Immediately, his poll numbers dropped. Why? Because liberals were upset with him because he voted to confirm Charles Kushner, Jared's dad, as ambassador to France. I believe he was the only Senate Democrat who did that. And the left is really upset with him because he then went and signed off on another set of weapons sales to Benjamin Netanyahu in the middle of an ongoing genocide. And now, suddenly, it's gone downhill. People don't like him so much anymore. So this thing, between now and 2028, you and I and many others are going to have a lot of conversations about who's up, who's down. And ultimately, it'll be, it's not just who's saying the right thing, but who's doing the right thing.
Okay, so we just spoke about how it's not necessarily progressive versus moderate that's going to be the thing moving forward, but so much of the energy is in the progressive wing of the party. When you look at Bernie and AOC doing their tour, when you look at the success that Zohran Mamdani has had in New York. And so what would be your advice, I guess, is the question, to these more moderate members of the Democratic Party? Again, knowing that representing a moderate district,
Chuck Schumer and his shitty corporate Dem should be out there telling us every effing day, or should be out there every effing day telling us how they're going to revamp the national security apparatus and protect Americans and immigrants.
Like Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez or Jared Golden. we want those people because the alternative to them is going to be,
Well, I mean, national security is still, I think it's like number 2 or number 3 when actually asked about what they care about. The economy is the number 1 thing that needs to be consistent. The economy and housing. This is why oh my God. This is why the Democrats did so poorly in the last election. And that's realistically the one, is because they did not just hammer that.
Republicans. So when we have these conservative Democrats,
it's not that hard. These people, we just spent the better part of an hour going over the grocery prices that are affecting every American right now.
Part of being in a big tent is being in a big
if Chuck Schumer's not out there pointing that shit out and literally pointing out the cost of everything, then what are they doing?
Tent, right? It's being tolerant enough that even when there's somebody who's
everybody wants a roof over their head and money to afford stuff. Absolutely.
Ideology doesn't comport 100% with ours. That's okay because, again, part of being in a big tent is being tolerant of those people who have views that aren't directly ideologically aligned. But what would your advice be to those folks to get the same degree of, I guess, passion or excitement behind them as we're seeing from these members of the progressive wing of the party?
So again, I think it comes back to what do we call left and what do we call right? I mean, some of this stuff is just, now we use the phrase populist, standing up to the establishment, which can be populist right, populist left. You mentioned Jared Golden. If memory serves me correctly, Jared Golden supports Medicare for all. He sees that as something that helps his constituents, even though, as you say, he's in a very conservative frontliner district. I think Zephyr Teachout did a quite good study of frontline Democrats who are in these swing seats and are seen as conservative or moderate or whatever it is. And actually, a lot of them ran in 2024 in the congressional elections on a very populist platform, anti-big business, anti-price gouging, anti-big pharma. You can run in conservative districts on populist platforms because guess what? Conservatives don't like big pharma or big tech or big oil either, right? Republican voters tell pollsters every day they don't like rich people being too rich. They don't like corporations not paying tax. They don't like the fact they don't have health care.
The pushback to that is going to be that people are going to say, okay, you say that Republicans say that they don't want all of these things, but they'll vote for a party that consistently heaps benefits, heaps subsidies onto fossil fuels, that continuously cuts taxes for millionaires and billionaires. And so the difficult part for me is when you understand this stuff and you understand what they have told pollsters and you look at the numbers and 90% of Americans want to impose an additional tax burden on the wealthiest Americans, but half of those people consistently vote for a party that...
Well, it's because those rich fucks consistently put out the signs that say no new taxes, which does speak to every working class individual. Because we're getting taxed out the ass. The thing is, no, unfortunately, we need a better platform, or we just need to get better at saying this isn't a new tax.
That's the complete opposite.
Or tax the rich. Just say tax the rich. But a lot of people don't want to put that on a sign because they're like, well, we don't want to be associated with the radical wing, the more radical wing of the Democratic Party. The progressives, if you will.
Well, I'll say two things to that. Number one, it's because Republicans have now successfully reinvented themselves as this kind of fake populist working party. So you can, with a clear conscience as a working class American, say, well, I'm voting for Republicans and Trump because they're sticking it to the man and they're giving me no taxes on tips and all that bullshit that's been sold to them as some kind of populist agenda. And you ignore the tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires. You ignore all the gifts to corporations and the deregulation and the Doge stuff. So that's one issue, is that the Republicans have successfully done that. And the way they've been able to successfully do that, Brian, aside from just brazenly lying, is the Democrats left the space open for them. Let's just be very honest about that. The only way the Republicans were able to occupy that pro-worker, anti-establishment platform that Donald Trump came up with in 2016, which he...
Well, look at it this way. Anybody that is... So I covered this yesterday a little bit because I brought up how I was having a conversation with this one lady that was talking about how she's comfortable and she can weather these tariffs and she can weather the price increases because she loves America. That is such a privileged bitch take that honestly, like it sent me almost spiraling where I was just like, you are legit the problem.
He never believed in and never acted on is because it was the...
You are such, like, she doesn't understand how she is literally a lapdog consumer that is just being used and abused because of her stupidity.
Space was left open. Nature abhors a vacuum.
And on top of it, what a piece of shit.
Right?
Like, I have mine, so you know what? I'm okay.
Never have occupied that space had Democrats not vacated that space. And I think most Democrats would probably...
Why is it always people that live in, like, you know, houses that are worth like $500,000 that just seem to be the shittiest fucking people?
Agree with that analysis now. Maybe not 5 years ago. I think pretty much entire party leadership now accepts that is true. That's point number one. Point number two, the Republicans are very good, as you know better.
Okay, $1 million.
Better than me, you wrote an entire book. They're cynically...
I forgot. Hold on. The housing market isn't what it used to be.
Switching attention, deflecting, culture wars, right? So they know, and this has been the trick since...
Being so effing wealthy is a mental illness and an addiction like gambling or drugs.
Reagan and even before Reagan, Nixon, that they know they can't win on the economics. They know that the American public consistently for decades do not support wealthy people avoiding taxes. They do not support corporations getting away with murder. So what they've done is they say, well, let's talk about abortion. Let's talk about DEI. Let's talk about trans kids. Let's talk about Mexican immigrants. Let's talk about Sharia law, right? They've been the masters of switching, getting people to vote against their own material and economic interests.
She's just a rugged individual.
They're voting for some higher cause, for God, for country, for morality. All bullshit, but they've successfully done that. They've raised the...
No, she has like a momfluencer vibe about her.
Salience of culture.
She, like, half of her Facebook posts are about how, you know, she doesn't work, you know, got the kiddos.
Issues, while, you know, ignoring or deflecting or side playing the economic stuff. And I think Democrats need to find a way. There's no simple solution to this. I'm not pretending it's easy, but they have to find a way to both A, win the culture wars, because I don't think you can run away from culture wars, but also B, bring attention back in the way that AOC or Mamdani in New York did.
Well, it's also got to get better at, like, combating the culture war bullshit, too, like the Sydney Sweeney bullshit, where we're not good at adjusting our message, just going, this is ridiculous. Like, even on the Piers Morgan one, I was like, people were taking the bait.
Or Harris did. Let's not forget Kamala.
Because they, like, again, he always controls the narrative on that.
Harris, in August of last year, was leading in the polls. She had all the momentum. She was talking about price gouging and greedflation and all of that. And then after the DNC, she stopped talking about all of that. Some people say it's...
Speaking of accepting tips, guys.
Because her brother-in-law... From...
If you guys want to help out the show, consider getting yourself a donation, or you guys can tip at the link in the description.
Uber persuaded her not to. Who knows what happened behind the scenes.
I appreciate it.
But we know the campaign markedly changed from going after those populist targets, and that didn't help her.
Oh, speaking of...
I think also, if you look at the massive advantage that Republicans and right-wingers have in the alternative media space, which is the space that you and I occupy, that allows them to drive the conversation. If we just simply do not have the number of voices that they do, eventually they're going to win out. Eventually, if they just have more voices, they are louder, they are going to win out. And it doesn't help that they have unlimited funds that can put money behind that stuff, so that you know, turning an entire election into a referendum on transgender reassignment surgeries in prison becomes the issue when Kamala Harris didn't even mention it one time in this entire campaign. But that's what...
But if Democrats, to go back to your point at the beginning, Brian, had fighters, I agree, you can't do anything about the media playing field. It is what it is. That is the way it is. They have an advantage. But it doesn't help that not only do they have an advantage, they also are up against a party that is not ready for a fight, is not willing for a fight. So, you know, how many members of the House are there? 200. How many Democratic members of the House are there? 200 and something.
213, something like that.
Yeah. Okay, how many of you and I heard of? We do this for a living. I couldn't name half of them. What are they doing? Where are they? They're not all over your TV screens. They're not all over your social media. They're not all over your town halls. Most of them are living a quiet life, keep their head down, put their heads up for election time. To be fair to Republicans, as much as I loathe a lot of the people in the House right now, they're everywhere. You can't blink. There's some new provocative member of the House pops up. I could probably name to you more Republican House members than I could Democratic House members because they're all over everything. And that's because they want to have a fight, right? And by the way, they also have amazing message discipline, right? Once the diktat has come down from Trump or Bannon or whoever it is, Miller, that's it. They all go, this week is DEI week. This week, we're only going to talk about trans, right? Democrats don't have that. We know that. You and I banged our head against walls saying, where is it? When there's like today, I'll give you one example. This morning I wake up to the NPR story that Donald Trump put a man from the January 6th riots who said, kill cops on camera. He said we should kill cops at January 6th. He's now an official at the Department of Justice.
Yep. Yeah.
Not only did Trump pardon him, he gave him a job at the Justice Department. Now, a few years back, Black Lives...
But this is the thing. This is where, like, you always should have that at the ready, just in case somebody's just like, oh, but you guys said defund the police, or you guys use this anti-police message, and just be like, boom.
Lives Matter protests, some random...
What about this? And what about the position that he holds?
People, not
what's your opinion about that there?
Said,
Hamina Norton.
Pigs in a blanket, fry them, some line about the police.
Yeah.
Republicans ran endlessly on that one quote. It became a household quote in every Fox watching household. Every Republican's and Democrats are pro killing the police. Black Lives Matter must be disowned. And by the way, Democrats went along with it and said, yeah, we disown all this. Are we going to see, Brian, you answer the question for me. Are we going to see Democrats do that with this NPR story this morning? Yes or no?
No.
Oh, no. Exactly. It'll be gone by tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, and look, like, I think you can...
That's depressing, but so true.
Go all the way up to today. I mean, you have even the Sydney Sweeney thing. I mean, like, you have a few, the right-wing media ecosystem is so coordinated that you have a few accounts on TikTok and Instagram who have spoken about this issue that no national Democrats have weighed in on. And it goes all the way up to the president of
they will usually walk away because they don't want to actually be proven wrong.
The United States, because they know that if you can traffic in these culture wars, that's going to be better terrain for them. And so even if they have to pick some anecdotal thing from some random person on...
But trust me, these are the first people to sit there and crow about their freedoms being infringed upon if they get pulled over going, like, you know, speeding.
TikTok, who is not an elected official. They'll do it because it helps them and they understand that. To that point,
fortunately, I have one of those in my life where, you know, he can crow about, you know, how great MAGA is, blah, blah, blah. And I believe, you know, he has one of those blue flag, but he's not a cop, by the way.
To an issue that...
The, you know, thin blue line bullshit.
It has broken through on culture.
Yeah, watched him legit lose his shit at a cop for pulling him over.
Sure. And that is the Epstein issue. And, and you and I spent...
I don't know why I said that like Bill Maher.
So much of our time trying to get an otherwise pretty apathetic population to pay attention to politics, to understand why this stuff is so important. And every once in a while, an issue like Epstein rolls around where it actually breaks through in a way that you'll never have for a discussion on Medicaid or food assistance or the intricacies of our gun laws or whatever it may be, even though those things are much more important. But on this issue of Epstein, I'm curious your thoughts here, because we've seen it break through, because we've seen Shane Gillis talk about this at the ESPYs, and we've seen all of these podcasters talk about it.
As much as I want to agree with you, Dave, because it probably mattered in, and I don't want to say like microcosms, but it is kind of that case, because no, what kept people out was just they were so sick of the fecklessness of the Democratic Party, and honestly, they were just like, fuck this.
And
like, you guys didn't do anything to earn our vote. You didn't do any, like, and most of it, again, when you look at the exit polling, I hate that fucking term because it's, you know, I use it wrong a lot. But when you look at the actual like polling data from when, you know, the non-voters, the people, the independents who stayed home, the Democrats who stayed home, Gaza was one of the issues, but it was like one of the top four. The number one issue, like just bar none, was the economy.
Families who are not political.
They did not do enough to address the economy. And they also, they were talking about how, like, they did not like how weak Biden was by not enforcing his executive orders and by not doing anything or pushing back in any way. Like, it really was perceived as yeah, Jack, I'm going to do something for your student loans, man. Yeah, man, I think that'd be great. That'd be great. We can forgive all the student loans. That'd be great. And then it's like, no, Biden, you're not doing that. Sorry there, Brandon. Oh, that's too bad there, Jack. I tried. What can I say? I put my best foot forward, and they just decided to trip me first.
They understand what's going on.
Same.
Do you think that this has staying power, or I mean, we still are in a news cycle that moves very quickly?
They did enough. They didn't market what they did. Ish. I mean, the union thing, it only affected so many people. That's another thing. Like, everybody, like, they like to talk about unions, but your average working class person is not actually part of the union.
This has been a month
We're talking just grocery store workers, fucking, retail workers, people making, either minimum wage or just above.
Story. Is this going to be the kind of thing that sticks around, or that will eventually...
The inflation thing was really hitting. Again, for some reason, groceries. Nobody was talking about groceries. I brought it up, and all of a sudden, everybody loved me.
Dissipate like everything else does.
The cynic in me says the latter. It will eventually dissipate. I hope I'm
Yeah, and him trying to play the bipartisan bullshit, that sucked.
wrong.
This goes back to Obama, though. Like, the way that he just was like, yeah, you know what? Mitch McConnell's right. Maybe we shouldn't do this during an election season.
This is the first Trump...
And then the first thing they do is just like, well, what do you mean? We didn't say that. Oh.
Scandal, which was driven by Trump voters, not by Democrats.
Yeah.
It's so funny when you see Trump in the Oval Office saying, was it yesterday, today? I've lost track of days, where he was asked by a reporter about Epstein, and he says, oh, this is just a Democratic hoax. This is pushed by the Democrats. I wish.
Yeah.
Democrats have come very late to the party. They're rightly being accused of hypocrisy by Republicans who are like, I see Democratic members talk about Epstein, and then some Republican that replies says, you never said anything about Epstein until 2025. And it's like, probably true, but I'm glad they're saying it now.
Probably true.
At least they realize the salience of this issue. But look, this was driven.
Probably true, but we can also apply that to Gaza, where it's like, you know what? I can be a dick. I can be that person where it's like, I'm gonna pat myself on the back for being part of the opposing side to this because I was here first. But you know what? Fuck Piers Morgan. He wasn't here at the same time. I'm not gonna welcome him. I mean, I'm not going to welcome him with open arms, but with that specific issue, it is like, all right, well, at least you fucking pivoted. It is better late than never.
Trump.
And it's nice that he's not giving like all the previous people that were mouthpieces for the IDF and everything that they would use his show to platform. Now they are being called out. It is kind of refreshing.
Cynically, Trump, Vance, and co, they cynically use this to get their base out, to get their base worked up and enraged. And now they can't deliver on it, or they won't deliver on it. And I don't know.
Those same kinds of people hate on new sports fans for not being lifetime fans. Bandwagon jumper.
I mean, I'm talking.
Oh, yeah, if you're, God forbid, like the Blackhawks. Yeah. I hate to say I did that a little bit until I realized that I'm like, oh, who cares?
On this one.
The thing that so when bandwagoners do jump on, though, the prices of tickets increase. So you start getting mad at them instead of being mad at the team for being, capitalist, greedy pieces of shit.
On the one hand, there's enough anecdotal evidence to suggest that parts of the base are still furious about this, are still angry at Trump, have not let it go. But then the polling shows Trump hasn't really taken a dent at all in his approval ratings from his base. So I don't know. And you see people like Charlie Kirk, and I see you've been mocking him online, being a very good boy and telling Donald Trump that I'll do, I trust Trump. He told me not to talk about it, so I'm not talking about it. And Dinesh D'Souza and a bunch of others, right-wing influencers, we trust the White House. Time to move on. Now, whether the base moves on as well, I don't know. I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene is one person who has refused to move on, is still causing a bit of a stir on some of this stuff. But I think in general, like, if I believe the Trump movement, the MAGA movement is a cult, which I do believe, then I have to also believe that they will fall along with this. I mean, I interviewed Mick Mulvaney recently. He did make a good point that, look, Donald Trump came out and said publicly a couple months back, MAGA is what I say it is, right? And the Epstein story is a test of that claim, right? Because if he's right, then they will move on, and Epstein is no longer an issue for the MAGA base. If he's wrong, then MAGA is beyond Trump, and they say, no, Epstein and pedophile scandals and QAnon is key to who we are. I do think, again, Democrats have to keep pushing this. The media still have to start asking questions. What the left and liberals don't seem to understand, which the right understands, is these scandals, these controversies, this is not organic. This doesn't just happen spontaneously. You need people to be pushing it, right? Especially for the media. We often say, you and I will rightly say, oh, New York Times isn't covering this story. It's not on its front page. But to be fair to New York Times, the New York Times needs kind of quote unquote permission to do that. And the way they get permission to do that in our system is they need a senior Democratic politician to hold a press conference and ask questions or hold a hearing in Congress. Then
I mean, you look at how Jim Jordan and James Comer, they give endless supply, endless oxygen to their insane conspiracy theory ridden.
Yeah, Fox doesn't operate in isolation. It's all coordinated. And
Right.
the Democrats don't understand that. But I see a lot of, especially on the blue skies, a lot of liberal Democratic Party people say, oh, the media is just ignoring the story. And I'm not defending the media. I'm the last person to defend mainstream media. But you also have to ask questions about the Democratic Party. If the leadership of the party is not pushing this
1000%.
at the same time, it allows the media to move on.
And then they do the thing where they're just like, oh, the meanie bobini left is coming for us, guys. We need to focus on Trump. Come on, guys. I thought we were all focusing on Trump. Focus on Trump.
So you do need your Chris Murphys and your Brian Schatz and others to keep bringing this stuff up, not just Epstein, but the multiple other scandals that are going on.
Right.
Take one other scandal, the plane from Qatar that he's now spending $1 billion secret dollars that they put in a budget when no one was looking to retrofit this plane that he's going to take with him into his private life.
Sometimes they're too busy sucking off their own donors. We're going to watch the Cory Booker hit. I don't want to call it a hit piece. I'm going to call it a slam piece because frickin' Crystal just absolutely obliterates him.
That, again, if the media doesn't cover that going,
what up, Swift? How you doing?
Forward, you still have to, again, I'm sorry, blame politicians. We need Democratic Party politicians talking about this all the time in every media hit they do, bringing up Trump's corruption, bringing up the examples of corruption, saying, let's not move on. I can't believe we've moved on from January the 6th. That kills me. That should be the center of every Democrat who goes on television should begin every interview saying Donald Trump pardoned 1,600 criminals, 1,600 rioters, 600 of whom attacked police.
Exactly.
That should just be something you say at the beginning of every interview.
There is something we can learn from Donald Trump in terms of repetition of his message over and over and over again until it's seared in the cerebral cortexes of everybody who is
100%.
listening. And he repeats this stuff so frequently that it has to be in the news because that's what he's spoken about that day. I think there's this sense of okay, I want to treat my audience, speak to my audience at the height of their intelligence and not repeat something I've already said to them. But the reality is that, first of all, most people aren't listening. And second of all, you have the ability as an elected official to drive the conversation. And so use every opportunity, limited though they may be, to drive the conversation in the way that you want it to be driven. And you're exactly right. This stuff doesn't happen in a vacuum. It's not just going to, I think there's this sense that we can.
But Brian, where are you calling out the actual fecklessness from the individual on this one? I understand that you want to, again, maintain, decorum here, but why aren't you calling out Chuck Schumer? He's the obvious fucking problem here. Hakeem Jeffries, another obvious problem here.
We can all wait for this to just...
And honestly, they will listen to the likes of you because if you embarrass them, then they don't have their mouthpiece.
Stay in the news, but...
God, could you imagine if he turned on Nancy Pelosi?
Exactly.
We have agency here. We're in charge of making sure that it stays in the news. So
by the way, Peter, quick point. Peter Mandelson, who was Tony Blair's main spin doctor, main advisor, helped create New Labour, the 3 election victories in the 90s and 2000s. He had a line, which I put in my book about debate. He talked about repetition.
Wait, did Booker think he'd do better than Slotkin? Yeah.
As a politician, only when you get bored yourself of saying your message, are you even halfway towards where you need to be in message.
Yeah, it's a great point. I mean, how many times has Trump said, build the wall, lock her up, make America great again? There's a reason that we remember all of this stuff. There's a reason that people, even the people who have been duped, who have been gullible enough to fall for his bill of goods, that they think that's what he stands for is because he says it so many times.
I just realized that you guys have your...
the point of the media, we have seen, to switch topics
your
here,
icons on there now.
We've seen Benjamin Netanyahu suggest that he's going to look into waging a defamation lawsuit against the...
For $1,000, it better include a Brazilian highlight. Oh, the thing is, so this one is more of a... I'm not big on coloring my hair at all, and when we were talking about the braids, people were talking about the... specifically, having some color applied, doing some highlights or something. I said, why not? I'll do the highlights, but yeah, I still got to meet that because...
Times for reporting about starvation in Gaza.
Also, you can help the channel.
Gaza. Can I get a reaction to that?
Good luck, is what I would say. Good luck with that. It's an insane position. It's interesting how many foreign politicians are now coming to sue people in the US. I know the Macrons are suing Candace Owens. The US famously was a place where you could...
Love the translucent background.
Sue people, right? The first of...
Yeah, it's almost like they finally gave me more options that I can play with.
I come from the UK, which is liable to...
all those little technical difficulties I've been having over with my OBS?
tourism home, right? That's where you go to sue people as the UK, because the courts are very friendly to the plaintiffs, not to the defendants. In the US, it's supposed to defend a free press. Let's see. Obviously, we've been seeing a very authoritarian attack on our free speech and on the First Amendment. Look, he's doing this to distract from what everyone knows, which is that the Israeli government is carrying out a genocide in Gaza. We just published a poll today,
I can
Brian.
never read good evening and not go good evening.
Data for Progress, which shows that Americans by a 14-point margin say what is happening in Gaza is a genocide. This is no longer a debate. The American public believes it's a genocide. The top genocide scholars in the world believe it's a genocide. The International Court of Justice continues to investigate Israel for a genocide. And
meanwhile, Bernie's unfortunately going to be a stubborn old man on this one.
the Israelis keep saying genocide.
It really is weird.
Good luck, Benjamin.
I just won't say it.
Netanyahu suing the
Sorry.
New York Times. That would be a great bit of discovery.
I don't believe it's the dictionary. I don't believe it's the actual dictionary term
that goes on there. Although I would say they don't need to do any discovery. What's hidden in Netanyahu?
It doesn't. I knew Merriam-Webster very well, very well. We were good friends, and I feel like it would just be a bastardization of the term. I can't do it. I'm sorry.
Those emails that they haven't said publicly. Every member of the Israeli government has said something genocidal at some point or another over the last year and a half. The heritage minister, Brian, said last week that we're gonna take over Gaza and make it Jewish again. These are the words of the heritage minister last week. The settlements minister said we don't care about the hostages. Not about the hostages. It's about taking back Gaza. Benjamin Netanyahu himself has talked about the Palestinians being Amalek, which is biblical code for kill everyone, including the donkeys and the children. So the stuff from the Israeli government has been horrific. It is one of the great tragedies.
Kirk is expecting the future to look a lot like Firefly, apparently.
In American history, and one of the great stains on both our political parties, that two presidents, Joe Biden and Donald Trump, gave Benjamin Netanyahu pretty much everything he wanted. And Biden did that disastrous hug him close strategy. We hug Bibi, and then he'll do what we want him to do. He did not. In fact, Benjamin Netanyahu used Biden, got everything he wanted out of Biden, $17 billion of weapons, and then he openly just counted down the clock to get Trump, so he'd get even more.
To be fair, he is calling what Israel is doing war crimes, and it's the one term he will not use, but he has been at least talking about it.
From Trump. And by the way, Donald Trump was asked yesterday, what do you make of Benjamin?
He doesn't do the blatant apologia, or just can we talk about something else?
Netanyahu's plan to take over the entire Gaza Strip.
Fucking Fetterman.
And he said, well, it's up to Israel to do what they want to do. No, it's not. We fund Israel. We fund Israel. We have a right to say no.
That strategy of hugging these politicians in hopes that they'll reciprocate this goodwill is a recurrent.
No, he's just a disappointing. Unfortunately, it's kind of like your favorite, uncle having having a bad opinion about something, but you're not going to stop loving them,
Theme in the Democratic Party. I mean, it's what we so often
this
do.
One's not a bridge too far. It's just, it sucks. It's just nah, I think you're wrong, but doesn't mean you're a horrible person, because honestly, you have been consistent in not being a horrible person.
Will onto the other side, and maybe they'll reciprocate. I'm curious what your reaction was to the Bernie Sanders amendment blocking arms sales to Israel garnered, I think, record.
Man, you took what they said about you to heart, huh?
Support among the Democratic caucus.
Yeah. It's been like a week, and Kirk is still oh, because I'm a fish, is Trump loving anti-progressive?
Still, obviously not enough to pass, but some of these even longtime pro-Israel hawks decided to vote in favor of that amendment. Can I have your reaction to that?
I was stunned. I was actually in a debate which our
you never forget
was moderating on Crooked with Jeremy Ben-Ami.
When you're politically an elephant, you never forget.
Head of J Street, the Liberal Zionist group. And Jeremy was saying, look, Democrats are shifting. And I was like, there's not going to be a majority. And he said, yes, they will. And to be fair,
did the space mods get them?
Jeremy, they did get a majority of Senate Democrats for one or two of
How'd you know?
The bills. Remember, there were two votes, Brian. One was on...
Anna, his first time in this space, it was on the show After Mine with, it was Jake. What can you know with your old pal Jake? Right, I think. But either way, he was in his chat. And
offensive weapons and bombs. The other one was on
there were a few times where I was like, oh, crap.
And some people like Ossoff, I think, voted on rifles, yes, but not on bombs. But anyways, it was symbolically an important vote.
What can you do with your old pal Jake?
As I would like to see? No. By the way, we should remind everyone, every single Republican voter who was there, every single Republican senator present voted to send arms.
Jake's a rad dude, by the way.
To Israel. I have been very critical of the Democratic Party's record on Gaza, on Israel, on Netanyahu. You heard me just criticize Joe Biden. Having said that, never forget the Republicans are worse. And we see that in these votes. At least some Democrats in the House and Senate are willing to take a stand for human rights for justice, for American law, Brian. I should remind everyone, sending arms to Israel right now is a violation of two separate U.S. laws: the Leahy law, which the former senator from Vermont, Patrick Leahy, passed, which means you can't send weapons, American weapons, to a military that's clearly involved in human rights abuses. That's the Leahy law. The other law is the Foreign Assistance Act, which says you can't send weapons to a country that is blocking American aid, which again, Israel is doing in Gaza. So I would like to see every Senate Democrat come out and vote against these weapons. Sadly, the likes of Cory Booker just won't do it. John Fetterman has become this kind of pro-genocide ghoul who some of us are counting down the clock to be primaried. Sadly, he's got a lot more years in the Senate. Never has there been a bigger bait and switch, a bigger fraud, a bigger liar in the Democratic Party than John Fetterman. I'm ashamed to say I
Glad that he's nailing that asshole.
supported John Fetterman.
He's an embarrassment. He is just a super embarrassment to hoodie wearers everywhere and leftists.
Senate candidacy and Senate run.
But hoodie wearers too.
Defended him against Republican attacks on his health.
Can never wear a hoodie and gym shorts again.
After he was elected.
Just knowing that I'm wearing the Fetterman. Ugh.
To the Senate. And here he is cheering on a genocide.
Going back to jorts now. Thanks, Fetterman.
Happily every day. So I think there are a lot of Senate Democrats who still behave in a shameful way. But I'm glad many of them are following Bernie's lead. And credit to Bernie Sanders for leading on this issue for the last decade. But not a single Republican. Not a single. In the House, Thomas Massie, yes. Marjorie Taylor Greene amazingly came out on the right side of something for once. But in the Senate, not a single.
I'm taking it back.
Single one.
If I go to Congress, I'm taking it back.
They're all pro-genocide in the.
Oh, this Congressman Pepper, he refuses to wear a suit. It's like, hell yeah, you ever worn sweatpants?
Republican Senate.
It's clear where Joe Biden stood on this issue, and so Democrats don't have.
Every interview that I give on, on the Capitol steps or whatever, I'm legit just wearing shorts, but I'm doing it kind of like,
have a ton of political
what everybody
capital
expects
here.
from me.
Prior to the 2024 election,
But we've covered this. I always got my business pants on when I'm behind the camera here.
there was this, or during the 2024 election, there was this sea change, especially among
My jeans are business.
Muslim Americans who had voted, historically Democratic,
Yeah.
who moved over to Donald Trump because of as a response to the way that Joe Biden comported himself with Benjamin Netanyahu. I'm curious how where do we stand right now? Because obviously Biden didn't build up any political capital with that community. What Trump is doing, I think we can all see, is to the nth degree falling off the cliff worse. And so where is this a community without a home? Like, how are you thinking about this in light of the move for that community in the 2024 election, and then these new developments, which are just so, this
Make a new company called American Seagulls. Oh, that's not. You know what? That is not a bad idea. It really is not a bad idea.
To the Biden administration, this is
that, especially. Oh man, if you get we could get this going right now. This could be it, guys. This could be the big money maker.
Whole different.
This could support the Pep Talks channel for forever, and I won't have to worry about
animal here.
It's a good question.
Everything.
We should just be clear that it was the Muslim community. It was young Jewish anti-Zionists. It was progressives. It was people of color. It was black pastors in Georgia, hundreds of whom wrote to Biden saying, we can't get our congregations to vote for Democrats.
Wait, are you the American Seagull guy?
Carry on this genocide. It was a bunch of different people across the board who came out and said, we cannot do this. We can't hold our nose and vote for a party that supports genocide. And that was a completely understandable position. I made that argument. You and I discussed it before the election. I said it very clearly. I said, I think Trump is worse than Harris, but I totally understand. I would never berate someone saying, well, somebody in Michigan who's lost 20
partner up with Disney, just do the thing.
Lebanon or Palestine, say, well, you got to vote for the party.
Just show the sweatpants. Mine.
That just helped Israel do that. Yeah, I totally understand why people stayed up.
I did it.
Home or held their noses or voted for Jill Stein or even voted for Trump. Trump, I think, got 1 in 4 Muslim votes or more, depending on which poll you look at. It's funny you mentioned historically Democratic, because if you go back to 2000, Brian, in 2000, George W. Bush won a majority of the Muslim vote, right? And then Iraq happened, and 9/11 happened, and the Democrats never looked back. I'm sorry, the Muslims never looked back. Muslim Americans all went to the Democratic Party, 80-20. It switched from 80-20 Republican Democrat to 80-20 Democrat Republican. And now I worry that the Gaza issue, Biden handled it so badly, and Harris refused to disown Biden, refused to distance herself. She had so much goodwill from that community and then refused to budge an inch on Gaza policy. And I think, I hope it's not a long-term sea change effect. I do.
Oops. Is Brian just realizing that he should have maybe doubled down on criticizing that angle instead of, neo-libbing out right up till the very last fucking day?
Hope that people can see what's happening to Trump, what Trump is doing.
Did he I feel like he would be the type to interview Liz Cheney to be like, you know what? People are giving you an unfair shake.
Complete betrayal of everything. He went to Dearborn, Michigan, the home of Arab America, Trump, and he said, I am peace.
Yep,
Kamala
he did.
votes with Liz Cheney. She's campaigning with Liz Cheney. She'll take you into endless wars. I'll bring back our troops. And then what did Donald Trump do? He became the first American president to bomb Iran on behalf of Benjamin Netanyahu, something even George Bush didn't do. He's obviously given Benjamin Netanyahu carte blanche to ethnically cleanse Gaza. He's presided over the worst famine we've seen. So clearly he was not better for Palestinians. So I hope people can see that. But look, people are not stupid anymore, whether you're Muslim, Jewish, Christian, atheist, whatever background you are. People, to go back to the start of our conversation about, Mamdani types, walking both lines, people want delivery.
Bien, Angela.
People want to see that you're acting on your words. You're not just making promises in the air. We can have lots of Democrats say all sorts of things now about, oh, we support this and we support that. What are you going to do when you have power, when you get back control of the Senate or House, when you get back control of the White House? Is the next presidential candidate going to say?
Honestly, and that's what everybody's so sick of is the fact that they're just like, we just need to get back into power, and then you'll see. It's like, no, tell us what the fuck you're going to do. Otherwise, you're never getting back into power.
You know what? No more forever.
Oh, so you're going to threaten us with fascism? It's like, no, you're doing that. You're the ones who allowed this to happen, and you're the ones who are unwilling to budge, knowing damn well that this is the time to pivot left.
Wars in the Middle East.
But no, your corporate donors gave you enough money, so you need to fight against our interests.
I'm going to take that line back from the Republican Party that stole it and never meant it. Are they going to say no blank checks for Benjamin Netanyahu and his fascists in Israel? That's going to be a question in 2028. People like Ro Khanna are almost certainly going to run for president, and they're going to put this issue on the table. Even if the Newsoms and Pritzkers and Whitmers want to run away from this issue and be like, we want to talk about kitchen table issues, there are going to be people bringing this issue up.
I hate that. There's nothing I hate more than hearing. You want to talk about the kitchen table?
Just be very clear about that. Gaza.
Those are contentious.
Will not disappear.
It's like, what are you doing? This is what people care about. This is how they dominate the news cycle with the fucking trans and sports bullshit.
28. It's just too major.
Because you're sitting there with your thumb up your ass going like, we still want to be a little bit nice.
An issue. And I just think Democrats are going to have to think long and hard, not just about reckoning with Biden's awful record, but what they do now going forward, what promises and pledges and action plans they can make to change our horrific foreign policy, which most Americans don't.
It's literally what's happening right now. And if they cannot adjust, like, I'm dead serious. This is the one hopeful piece of the DSA outcome that I have been seeing.
Support.
I mean, they sold out of tickets to the event tonight, so
whether they're on the right or the left
is telling me something.
Let's finish off with this. In light of what we're seeing,
also they're making some big announcements as far as like party leadership and where they're going with this. They're also pushing back against the Rolling Stone hit piece that they just released like 2 days ago.
At the hands of Trump's FCC, at the hands of Trump himself, as it relates to all of these media companies, the way that he's leaned on ABC News to see them capitulate, leaned on Paramount and CBS to see them capitulate, leaned on the Washington Post, the LA Times. I mean, outlet after outlet after outlet, all of whom had said, been so quick to hide behind these slogans of democracy dies in darkness when it wasn't challenged. But the moment that it does get challenged, they all fall immediately and start heaping millions of dollars to Donald Trump, heaping him positive coverage, whatever it may be. And so how are you looking at Zateo's place in this ecosystem in light of what we're now seeing is a pretty feckless, a pretty castrated media ecosystem from all of these legacy outlets?
To borrow a line, if Zateo didn't exist, we'd have to invent it. I mean, I'm thinking back now. I created this company over a year ago, but let's say I hadn't, I'd be creating it right now. Because I may have created it a year ago, but never have we needed independent journalism, not just Zateo.
That's why also like this space is so important, and that's also why we are starting to get a lot of traction.
What you do, what others do. we need this more than ever before.
Your boy
Because in
also got some traction from his this space appearance.
the last few
Oh,
months,
boy.
we have seen the American media, and I didn't think it was possible.
Mago was mad this week.
To be even more craven, even more of a letdown, even more of a rollover, even more complicit in authoritarianism than the last 6 months have been a horror show for our media. I mean, we're speaking, Brian, on the week where the CEO of one of the world's most powerful tech companies went into the White House with a 24-karat gold gift for Donald Trump, and then gave a speech in which he bathed Trump with sycophantic praise. Tim Cook of Apple, the man whose name Trump can't even remember, called him Tim Apple. Tim Cook went into the White House, and this billionaire CEO of Apple stood in front of the cameras and assembled some weird plaque or prize for Trump and then gave it to the president. This is where we are now. This is North Korea style moment that we're in. And I just think to myself, Apple and Bezos and the Washington Post and all of these now David Ellison, son of Larry Ellison, who was part of all the election denial meetings in the White House with Donald Trump back in 2020 allegedly. David Ellison is now owning CBS and Paramount. Like, this is where we are now. We always talk about corporate-owned media. But this
Forgot
is
that shorts play automatically.
media. This is corporate-owned media where the corporations are run by complete weaklings or cowards or pro-Trump fascists. And this is the world we're in right now. So yes, we do need independent journalism. I would urge everyone watching to get behind independent media, because unfortunately our corporate-owned media has let us down far too much.
You guys want to help support?
Even look at the Smithsonian.
Okay, sorry.
Which was literally rewrite.
Literally, if you guys want to help support some independent journalism, you guys can get yourself a membership, or you guys can do a $2 tip to give the dog a treat.
Writing history in deference to Trump. All of these once
about that.
revered
Gotta make that like
institutions
a
are actually
banner.
just betraying how weak and willing to capitulate they really are.
But the annoying thing, Brian, is like the Smithsonian, you can even make a case for, like, okay, it is weak, right? It is scared of the government. There will be consequences if they try and stand up to Trump. In a sense, as much as they are cowards, I kind of get the cowardice. What I can't forgive is the Cooks and Bezoses of this world.
Yes.
Like,
And
what
the
is
people
the
have
point?
who have all the money in the world, all the power
as the
in
phrase
the
goes,
world.
Brian, what is the point of having fuck you money if you don't say fuck you?
That is a great point.
Right?
Yeah.
Why be a billionaire? Why be the
Yep.
second richest man in the history of the world, Jeff Bezos, but run to the inauguration and stand and heap praise on Trump and wreck the Washington Post, which, it's just so depressing to watch and so infuriating and so unforgivable.
Well, look, you have been, I think there's nobody who doubts the fact that you have been absolutely fearless in speaking out. Highly recommend for everybody who's watching right now, if you're watching on YouTube, please make sure to go subscribe to Zateo's YouTube channel. I'm going to put the link right here on the screen and also in the post description. If you're listening on the podcast, it'll be in the show notes. Please help support, build up independent.
Oh, wait a minute. You can do... I didn't know that you could do that.
And in progressive media, very important.
That's
Does
cool.
not cost
Hold
anything
on.
to go subscribe
All
to
right.
the YouTube channel.
I'm gonna make a note for that for my next collab.
But it helps elevate voices like Mehdi's.
I had no idea that you could link their channel behind their
So needed right now.
behind their logo.
Mehdi,
That's
as always,
cool.
I appreciate the time.
Thanks, Brian.
Then billionaires are rich on paper. I mean, that paper is literally dictating how much money we have based on that too. That's silly. Welcome, anybody who is new to the show. I am Pep. Nice to meet you. If you guys are lurking, I appreciate you. I always appreciate the lurkers. Wow, I can't talk, which is great for a streamer. Now we're gonna be moving on to the next subject here. Just give me 1 second. Except for Bill Gates. I mean, that might actually be the boss move from Bill Gates and like any rich fuck that didn't show up. But now I don't want to give them too much credit. All right, here we're gonna go to the Crystal ends Cory Booker, which is pretty freaking cool. Now she torches Cory Booker in this piece, so in under 12 minutes, which is impressive. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that this is going to be referenced for a while because, I mean, I kind of think that should have been done, almost like an internet essay from Crystal, the way that she put this together. But yeah, I hope that this makes it all the way to the next election season where it's like, oh boy.
Crystal, what are you taking a look at? Wow, I haven't said that in a while.
Well, in a Senate that is full of amoral, psychopathic monsters, it can be difficult to choose among the various odious figures who should truly reach the S tier of villainy. You've got your proudly genocidal types like John Fetterman. You've got your Islamophobic pro-crypto sellouts like Kirsten Gillibrand. But in terms of the Democratic caucus, at least, in my humble opinion, Cory Booker is the worst. He is just the fucking worst. Booker combines theatrical vacuous preening with corporate slavishness with moral horrors for a total package that is thoroughly and completely repugnant. Please, for the love of God, someone decent primary this man. So the problems with Cory Booker, of course, they're nothing new. I actually attended a wedding that he officiated once, and I swear to God, the first maybe 20 minutes of the ceremony, he spent describing his own personal faith journey. Leave it to Cory Booker.
You know what? I was just at a wedding. Well, actually, it was like a year ago, but still. I was at a wedding where they had a Catholic priest officiate it, and it was the same thing where he made the beginning of it about his journey, and then at the very end was just like, and through you guys having your own journey like mine, you have found each other. I was just like, this is weird.
To make a wedding about himself instead of, I don't know.
So I don't know. I don't know.
Maybe.
Maybe it's like the second that you get that what do you call it?
Bride
oh my
and groom.
God. It's like the
I'm also
priest.
old enough to
Shit.
remember when Booker went on Meet the Press as a top Obama surrogate to decry that campaign's
I don't even
attacks
know.
on Mitt Romney's
What is it called when you get ordained?
Bain Capital private equity record. This was really something.
That stuff, I have to just say from a very personal level,
I should know
I'm not
this.
about to sit here and indict private equity. To me, it's just this, we're getting to a ridiculous point in America, especially that I know I live in a state where pension funds, unions, and other people are investing.
Minister. He's an ordained minister.
In
Sorry.
companies
All
like
right.
Bain Capital. If you look at the totality of Bain Capital's record, they've done a lot to support businesses, to grow businesses, and this to me, I'm very uncomfortable. This kind of stuff is nauseating to me on both sides. It's nauseating to the American public. Enough is enough. Stop attacking private equity. Stop attacking Jeremiah Wright. This stuff has got to stop, because what it does is it undermines, to me, what this country should be focused on. It's a distraction from the real issues. It's either going to be a small campaign about this crap, or it's going to be a big campaign, in my opinion, about the issues that American public cares about.
Nauseating. Okay. The Obama campaign and Democratic base backlash against Cory Booker was swift after those comments. I remember a sweaty, nervous Rachel Maddow interview he did in the aftermath of those comments to try to clean it up, but he never really fully recanted. It was a very
Leave the plutocrats alone.
Episode because it brought
the fact that that was like when it was too.
broadcast that he was willing to take the heat.
No, guys, you're going after the wrong bad guys here.
Even against Obama, the most beloved
You almost figured it out. No.
figure in the Democratic Party, in order to defend the
It's like
honor of
it's just Cleveland's.
Capital.
No.
mentality is donor first through and through, but wrapped in a shoddy veneer
man.
of supposed progressivism. Booker's not stupid, though, unlike some of his duller compatriots
Guys, you should be mean to private capital.
who thought that there was
We're not gonna make enough money.
advantage to be gained from playing footsie with MAGA, like, let's say, Gavin Newsom having Charlie Kirk and Steve
Oh, Bloodstone, yes, our Cory Booker constituent. He hasn't said anything about illegal arrests of a New Jersey resident, Chris Smalls, who was arrested by Israel trying to bring aid into Palestine. Most New Jersey politicians haven't said anything. It's making me angry.
Bannon on his podcast, or all of the Doge caucus people. Booker recognized pretty quickly in Trump 2.0 that the Democratic base was desperate for figures who would stand up and fight the Trump administration. So what did Cory Booker do? Well, he strapped on an adult diaper and took to the floor of the Senate for an epic filibuster, boldly speaking truth to power for hour after hour after hour, excoriating the Trump administration, promising to fight their power grab at every turn, eventually breaking the record for the longest ever floor speech. Maybe, we thought, this man has turned a page. Maybe he's decided to rise to the historical moment, to put grassroots democracy over donor-driven capitulation. But even in this speech marathon, the red flags were pretty clear. First of all, it wasn't actually a filibuster as it wasn't blocking any actual action.
Yeah, I was
Second,
like,
he
I was
used
really bothered about that. The fact that they weren't doing this during the big beautiful, like, how come he didn't save this for when the big beautiful bill was trying to pass?
some of his time to embrace
I like
abundance,
Hakeem Jeffries,
the big
you
money
know,
back
at least
neoliberal
his timing was a little bit better.
brand dedicated to putting a glossy new sheen on status quo politics. Finally, he swiftly moved from declaring all-out war on the Trump administration to voting to confirm justice-involved person and Trump family relative Charles Kushner as ambassador to France, demonstrating just how committed Booker really is to actually fighting Trump administration nepotism and thuggery. The Kushner vote was particularly egregious, given that he was convicted of some pretty wild crimes in Booker's own home state of New Jersey. You guys can go and look that one up. In fact, only a handful of Senate Democrats have supported more Trump nominees than Cory Booker has, the man who theatrically pledged to fight the Trump administration relentlessly. Booker is apparently all resistance in the streets, but capitulation in the sheets. The dude is also utterly shameless, too. When the Newark mayor and New Jersey congressional members were arrested attempting to examine an ICE detention facility, Booker, of course, nowhere to be found. When other members were flying to El Salvador to demand the release of innocents from a slave labor camp, Booker was reported to be planning a trip, but seemingly quashed it when Hakeem Jeffries told Democrats that they needed to back off the case. So while substantive action has ranged from non-existent to outright complicit, theatrics have certainly continued. Most recently, Booker got into an intentionally noisy spat with Senator Amy Klobuchar. Apparently, Booker was looking to grandstand over some provision of policing bill. Klobuchar was pissed off and disgusted with this little performance because he actually couldn't be bothered to show up for the committee vote when said provision was actually being discussed and voted on. So here is a snippet of Booker's outburst.
I was just called out by name and I want to respond. I don't need somebody implying in any way that this is not vital to me and my state, that we have resources for our police officers. But what I am tired of is when the President of the United States of America violates the Constitution, trashes our norms and traditions. And what does the Democratic Party do? Comply? Allow him? Beg for scraps? No.
You get a double cheeseburger biggie bag? What's going on here, man?
Justice.
Make me hungry.
It's time for Democrats to have a backbone. It's time for us to fight. It's time for us to draw lines. And when
Which in this economy, guys, by the way, for anybody that is looking for an economical meal that you know is horrible for you, but at least it's still $5 and it feeds you, the $5 biggie bag from Wendy's.
Comes to the safety of my state being denied these grants, that's why I'm standing here. Don't question my integrity.
What I'm saying is far more important than him. Like, seriously. Like, this is a whole, like, honestly, I just want to dub him where, like, with all his anger, it's just like, you know what's important to my state is that you go to Wendy's and get a $5 biggie bag.
Don't question my motives. I'm standing for Jersey. I am standing for my police officers. I'm standing for the Constitution, and I'm standing for what's right.
Standing for what's right, you say? Well, it will surprise no one to learn that shortly after this tour de force of moral preening, I believe in front of an empty chamber, by the way, Booker would once again vote to ship offensive weapons to Israel so they can continue their campaign of terror against starving Palestinian children. What clarity, what courage, what incredible moral leadership.
Man, she is just cooking him.
And truly, it is with Israel's
What courage. Oh, you're so strong. Such a big, strong boy.
genocide in Gaza, where Booker has reached his final, most
holy shit
despicable form.
That's just his AIPAC money. Oh my God.
It will not surprise you to learn
That's wild.
that he is a top recipient of Israel lobby
For Cory Booker, Andy Kim, Donald Norcross, Jeff Van Drew, Herb Conway, Chris Smith, Josh Gottheimer, and Frank Pallone.
funds, and he votes and acts accordingly in seemingly every
That last one.
instance.
Come down to Frank
He's been
Pallone's.
enthusiastic.
We'll make you a great sandwich.
In efforts to criminalize criticism
Either that or it's a tire place. It could be either or.
and boycotts of Israel, he goes that extra mile by attending AIPAC policy
At Frank Pallone's, you get buy two, get two free.
conferences. He even gushed in leaked audio about how he texts back and forth
Is this Frank Pallone's tires and sandwiches? It is.
with AIPAC's president like they're a couple of teenagers. Par for the course, I guess, for someone with an apparent multi-decade close friendship with the utterly reprehensible Rabbi Shmuley. Here they are together, horsing around at a Purim party at Oxford in 1993. By all accounts, the two were extremely close friends for decades, falling out, according to Booker, over Shmuley being so self-promoting that even Cory Booker couldn't quite take it. I guess the man does have some limits, apparently. But Booker's ironclad commitment to Israel has outlasted.
I do like the fact that, like, even people that, like, agree with Shmuley eventually get sick of him and are just like, oh, fuck this guy.
His Shmuley bromance. In fact, perhaps
It's like, dude, you're so shameless. Like, can you just,
nothing so accurately encapsulates the putrid essence of Cory Booker as this photo with wanted war criminal Benjamin Netanyahu back when he was in town just a few weeks ago. Cory has the intellect to know a photo op with Bibi, probably a bad look while babies are literally being starved, so he hides his face. But he lacks the integrity to
not well.
actually buck his donors. So there Cory is in the photo, lamely trying to hide behind someone. Now he claims the photographer positioned him this way. Okay. Now, it goes without saying, you'd be hard-pressed to identify a more monstrous and destructive
yes. You didn't homer behind the rest of the Republicans there.
figure in the entire world than Netanyahu. And yet here is self-anointed moral warrior Cory Booker meeting with modern-day Hitler. So he can hear the latest Hasbara talking points about how children with pre-existing conditions don't really count as starving, or how American Jews voting for Zoran are actually Hamas. Speaking of Zoran, guess who refuses to get behind the Democratic nominee for New York City in spite of a resounding 12-point victory? You guessed it, Mr. Courageous himself, Cory Booker.
About Mamdani, are you going to support him?
Oh, hey, it's our favorite guy with permanent little boy face.
I have learned.
He really does. He just looks like he's always begging. It's just, but I want a cookie.
A long time ago. Let New York politics
look at him.
Be New York politics. We got enough challenges in Jersey. I got a governor's race. I'm supporting Mikey Sherrill. I got legislative races. That's where my energy is going to go going into November. New York City, I love you. You're my neighbor. You're about 10 miles from where I live. You guys figure out your elections. I'm going to focus on mine.
Would you be surprised if I informed you that his don't endorse in New York rule is not some consistent Booker anti-meddling policy?
This guy was given the seat after his predecessor died, and then people voted for him because he had name recognition.
In fact, for years, Cory Booker ran a PAC that endorsed Democrats in races across the country. And he currently sits on the board of the PAC Democrats for Education Reform, a group founded.
What's gross is the fact that, like, without thinking, when Biden stepped down, people were talking about Cory Booker being the guy. It was him, Gavin Newsom. Kamala wasn't even really part of the conversation at that point.
Founded by billionaire and former mayoral candidate Whitney Tilson, and which
she wasn't even like somebody that people were bringing up until like day 3 or 4.
Endorses candidates who are against teachers unions and generally in favor of charter schools. He's got no problem
I thought for sure it was going to be Newsom.
Endorsing candidates in New York or in any other
I don't know. I'm not sure if that's better or worse. I don't know.
State, by the way. He just doesn't want to support this particular candidate. Given Cory's delight at texting like a teenager with AIPAC and his close association with billionaire Zionist Whitney Tilson, who made his whole mayoral campaign about Israel.
He sucked his mayor. The guy that took over for him did a much better job. Funny enough, you know what? I have heard that like Newark is one of those towns because like I used to do some stuff in Newark and it was rough. And after he was out of the position, I did kind of like notice that it was like, oh shit.
Why the supposed
nice
progressive just can't bring himself to support the progressive Democratic nominee for mayor. To top off all the self-congratulation and cash grab and really wrap it all in a bow, Booker has
decided it was gentrified. Oh. Let's see now.
To turn his 25-hour speech into a book called Stand. On the publisher's website, they describe Stand as, quote, a celebration of the Americans who chose to get up in the face of injustice, who championed the uniquely American values central to making our nation a more perfect union, despite seemingly insurmountable obstacles. It's also, they say, a guide for today. Leadership is not derived from position or title.
I tell you, gentrification has only led to all of us having to pay more for housing.
It comes from action.
It's fucking
and
great.
Example. Action and example, really? Booker's actions have been grandstanding. His example has been support for a genocide, co-opting progressive language to run cover for a rogue ethno-state. For these reasons, and so many more, I do hereby declare that Cory Booker is just the fucking worst.
Dude, she roasted his ass, and she did exactly what that was the format that I was talking about.
Watching him
Yeah, she used to do that with, God, what? It was when she was on Rising.
out there, still doing his little...
That was really well done. Honestly, I would have cut it there and just... It was weird to lead back into the show. I kind of see what they were doing, though, because it's like, yeah, maybe you want to see the follow-up of this conversation. Like, okay. Man, that was great. That was even better than I thought it would be, I have to say. All right. Let's find out. Do we want to do Israel's top up? Okay, so I know that in this Piers Morgan one, it got really heated to the point where I saw multiple other political channels covering this. I was just like, wait, so this is the episode that I kind of put off to the side where I was just like, oh, well, this is one that it's not going to be, just Queen Andrew saying a whole bunch of nonsense. This is a bunch of, this is actually one of the Piers Morgans where we can learn, because he's also holding, genocide deniers' feet to the fire, which, as I said, despite the fact that I disagree with him on pretty much everything. Good stream. Thank you, Josh. I really appreciate that, man. All right, let's go.
Hamas is entirely responsible for whether the hostages live or die.
My government is committing war crimes in Gaza.
His instrument collection's actually really impressive. Just right there.
And the arguments that were presented by Brooke belong in the garbage bin of history.
Each time Brooke says Hamas, take a shot about...
No, he sucks. Oh, man. Someone go take all his instruments and then give them to a leftist, please.
Oh, you'll be dead of alcohol poisoning in 2 minutes, right? But the reality is, folks, Brooke is one of those people who would put a microphone in front of these starving Palestinian kids and say, do you condemn Hamas?
To put them in that situation, to put them in that deliberate danger, is a war crime. Targeting of civilians with lethal munitions for the purpose of moving or controlling their movement is a war crime.
Why, if you claim that you saw things that weren't all right on the ground, did you not document or report anything in real time? You're substandard, not professional, a troublemaker, simply up to no good.
Since the very beginning of the war on Hamas, Israeli officials have insisted that they have no desire and no intention to fully occupy Gaza. For just as long, Israel's critics have insisted that occupation and displacement were always the intention and that time would prove them right. Well, Prime Minister Netanyahu
This is annoying, man.
is now pushing for a total reoccupation of the Strip by the IDF, even amid protests from some IDF commanders and hostage families. Those who are hoping for the US to urge restraint have so far been disappointed.
We are there now trying to get people fed. As you know, $60 million was given by the United States fairly recently to supply food, and a lot of food, frankly, for the people of Gaza that are obviously not doing too well with the food. And I know Israel's going to help us with that in terms of distribution and also money. We also have the Arab states are going to help us with that in terms of the money and possibly distribution. So that's what I'm focused on. As far as the rest of it, I really can't say. That's going to be pretty much up to Israel.
Well, two videos have shocked the world in the past few days. Both of them are explicitly relevant to this dangerous turning point in the war. The first showed an emaciated Israeli hostage, starved and tormented by Hamas, digging his own grave. The second is footage captured by journalists on a Jordanian aid flight over Gaza, the closest any independent journalists have come to seeing it for real, which shows entire cities turned to dust. That dust is the grave for more than 50,000 people. Well, many believe that yet another Israeli escalation will be a death sentence for not only the hostages, but also what's left of the Gaza Strip. To debate this, I'm joined by Gershon Baskin, experienced Israeli hostage negotiator, by Brooke Goldstein, author of End Jew Hatred, and by Wajahat Ali, co-host of Democracy-ish. Well, welcome to all of you. Let me start with you, Gershon Baskin, if I may.
Dems like Booker are trying to manage expectations. There's ways in which most politicians function as businessmen. Yeah, true, but at the same time, he's more like, dude, he's shameless even for like, he's the most shameless out of all of them. I mean, did you see how much money he took from AIPAC?
Israel has always said from the start of this war that it had two main goals. One was to get the hostages released.
People defend Hamas so much. Who? I haven't heard anybody defend Hamas on the left at all. Like, I've heard some bullshit about how Hassan does, but that's also completely false.
And the second,
like, almost to a degree where if he starts going after people, he could technically win on it. Because it is bordering that defamation where it's just like, people like Piers, I bet, would be very comfortable saying that Hassan says that or said that when he didn't. It's the same with Ethan. Ethan did a lot of that with the content nuke where he had to clip it in such a way to even get Hassan to even sound remotely like he was saying that.
Was to defeat Hamas. As we talk nearly 2 years later now, neither of those things have so far been achieved. With this dramatic escalation that is apparently coming from Prime Minister Netanyahu to basically take over the entire Gaza Strip, which is due to be ratified tomorrow night with an emergency cabinet
She looks like she would play the wife in a John Travolta movie in the 90s.
meeting. If that was to happen, do you think it makes it more or less likely
I want that mandolin. I want to
that the
fucking
remaining
mandolin.
hostages will be released?
Look, Pierce, from the very beginning of the war, these two goals stated by Netanyahu are contradictory to each other. They could never have been accomplished at the same time. It's either bring the hostages out or destroy Hamas. And there is no way for Israel to destroy Hamas entirely militarily. The destruction of Hamas will ultimately be politically done when there is an alternative to a Hamas government in Gaza. And an extension of the war now to surround the remaining
you're not that much older than me.
20% of what's there, where some 2 million people are crowded in, will be disaster.
90s movie attraction sounds about right.
Gaza will be a disaster for the hostages, will weaken the Israeli army and put the country of Israel at threat from its neighbors, because the army is already exhausted after almost 2 years of warfare.
My friend, did you also have a little crush on the lady from Top Gun?
Reserve soldiers have been spending 200...
Only to years later go,
300 days in duty now. They cannot do more. This is very bad for Israel. It's very bad for the Palestinians. It's bad for the world, and it needs to end. And the only person who can end it is President Trump.
The people who support this say that the only way to get the hostages out is to defeat Hamas. What do you say to that?
Those are the very same people who have been telling us from the beginning of the war that military pressure will release the hostages, when we know, as a matter of fact, that the military pressure has killed hostages. There are hostages that have been killed by Israeli bombing. There are hostages that
so far so good.
have been executed by Hamas when Israeli soldiers were approaching tunnels. This is a sure plan, 100% plan to get the remaining hostages killed. They will either die from
we all stood tall for,
or be executed by Hamas, or killed by Israeli soldiers.
Okay, Brooke Goldstein, you're pulling faces there, but this is somebody who's an experienced Israeli hostage negotiator. Why would you think you know better than he does?
Well, you're putting words in my mouth, Pierce, to start. I haven't even begun speaking, and you're telling me that I think I know better than him. But I'm just listening to the absurdity.
Well, you were smirking at it with respect. Brooke, with respect, you were smirking at his responses. So yeah. I'm drawing conclusions that you were finding them worthy of a smirk. So that's why I questioned you.
Okay. Hamas is entirely responsible for whether the hostages live or die. They are Hamas's hostages. Hamas kidnapped them. Hamas killed their family. Hamas took them, and they're using them as hostages. To have this sort of like perverse morality play where Israel now is responsible. If Israel goes and tries to rescue them, Israel is the one who's responsible for killing them, I think only plays into the hands of Hamas. You know, what we have here in Gaza is a situation that I think is being overcomplicated by politics and hatred for Israel. You have an Islamist terrorist group, the same as ISIS or Al Qaeda or Islamic Jihad, that has spent the last almost 20 years building a terrorist state and the largest subterranean terrorist compound in order to use its own civilians as human shields in a war to destroy Israel. On October the 7th, Hamas's goal was to work together with Hezbollah in the north and terrorist proxies in the east to overtake Israel. Thank God that didn't happen. Hamas attacked Israel, and that is why we are where we are today. Now, Hamas knows that it cannot defeat Israel on the battlefield. No one can really defeat Israel on the battlefield. So what it has done instead is perpetrated this propaganda campaign where it wants the world to believe that Israel is responsible for the situation of the Gazan people. Now you have a situation in the north of Gaza and a situation in the south of Gaza that couldn't be more opposite from each other. In the north, Hamas is in control. It uses food as a weapon against its own
Listen to how they let Nazis prattle on and on.
people. It
is a little disconcerting that like Piers can always interject anytime that he has, you know, he thinks he has a little cheeky point to put a leftist in the, you know, to put baby in the corner, but nah. Let's her just, yeah,
no
exactly.
money anymore.
Like just blah, 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 blah.
So the way that it's paying its fighters is through food. And the way that it controls the population is by withholding food from them and then reselling the food to the population at exorbitant prices. It then stages all of these propaganda.
The economy has collapsed. What are you talking about?
Photos.
This is just like patently untrue.
And these scenes that
like, dude, we're to the point in this famine where there is no money being handed off. They are just literally, it's like, can you get there first? This is insane.
Sells to the media abroad because
ask her to define woke.
Hamas will
No, I mean, most of the people that think like her can't.
Not allow, and Israelis cannot guarantee the security of any journalists that come into northern Gaza. And all you have to do is talk to people like Hamza Hawidi, who is a Gazan journalist, who is there, who speaks the truth all the time and tells you what it's like to be a journalist in northern Gaza. Contrast that to the south, where we have the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which Hamas is daily attacking and shooting rockets at and killing the people who are distributing aid to the Palestinian Gazans in the south. And there's no food shortage there. Now, what is so
You got some balls, lady.
appalling to me is that
just fucking brass balls.
the world is preventing Gazans from leaving. Why is it in any other conflict?
To say something like that, just with all of her conviction, holy crap.
You know, in
back it up.
The conflict, for example, in the Ukraine, we had.
Dude, how is he not pushing back? Like, this is actually getting a little like come on. Are you going to say, are you actually saying these things?
8 million people flee. In the conflict in Syria, we have 7 million people flee. But those who pretend to care about the lives of Palestinian Gazan civilians are refusing to allow even the women and children to be temporarily relocated so they cannot be used as hostages and they cannot be used as human shields by Hamas. This to me is the most sickening and despicable thing because the world does not care about the lives of Gazans. They want them to be used as human shields and propaganda because they want to turn around and then blame Israel and accuse Israel of war crimes when it is clear that Hamas is entirely responsible for this war. If Hamas did not attack Israel on October the 7th, they would be still in power, unfortunately, in Gaza.
There's a lot going on with the global economy. It's entirely reasonable to wonder what the effect will be on your savings and investments. Consider diversifying with gold.
Person who publicly said there's no such thing as a Palestinian person. Well, Israel has killed 61,000 Palestinians in real time. We've seen it with our eyes. Israel has also injured 150,000 Palestinians. Just yesterday, Piers, just yesterday, Israel killed 83 unarmed Palestinians. 58 of them who were gathered at food aid distribution sites. As you know, as we talked about on your show, Haaretz has said, quoting IDF soldiers, that they were commanded to shoot and kill at unarmed Palestinians who are starving gathered at food aid distribution sites. Since May, Piers, over 1,200 Palestinians have been killed by Israel. Brooks says anyone who criticizes Israel, right, they're supporting Hamas, promoting Hamas, Hamas. Each time Brooks says Hamas, take a shot of alcohol, you'll be dead of alcohol poisoning in 2 minutes, right? But the reality is, folks, is that Israel is occupying the West Bank and Gaza. Israel is the one creating a man-made starvation. Just yesterday, Pierce, 8 Palestinian children died of starvation. That number is increasing. Brooke is one of those people who would put a microphone in front of these starving Palestinian kids and say, do you condemn Hamas? This is a man-made campaign. I just want to say just yesterday, Israeli senior official close to Netanyahu, this is their quote, Pierce, the die is cast. We're going for full conquest. If the chief of staff doesn't agree, he should resign. I've been on your show before. Does that sound familiar? Here's Smotrich, the finance minister of Israel. We're conquering, cleansing, and remaining in Gaza until Hamas is destroyed. The prime minister, Netanyahu, said he praised that quote. And then if you're talking about, oh, it's only us who are criticizing, Israel. Well, how about the former prime minister of Israel, Ehud Olmert? This is his words. I'm going to quote him. What we're doing in Gaza now is a war of devastation, indiscriminate, limitless, cruel, and criminal killing of civilians. Yes, Israel is committing war crimes. Here's another former prime minister, Yair Lapid. I don't prefer to describe Netanyahu's humanitarian city as a concentration camp, but if exiting is prohibited of the Palestinians, then it is a concentration camp. And then finally, here is the United Nations Secretary General. Gaza is a horror show with a level of death and destruction without parallel in recent times. Pierce, I ask you, do we ignore the evidence of our eyes? Do we ignore the evidence of our ears? Of course not. You and I have talked about this for nearly 2 years now. We are seeing a genocide. It's not my word. Omar Bertov, one of the most preeminent genocide scholars in the world, Israeli, Jewish American, is saying it's a genocide. Amnesty International. And if you don't like the word genocide, war crimes. This can end, and I agree with your other guests, if President Trump picks up the phone and calls Netanyahu, just like it happened with Reagan, just like it happened back in the day with Dwight Eisenhower, America shuts off the tap. Israel cannot continue this war without U.S. funding, weapon, and aids. And then maybe, just maybe, there might be a path towards peace. But this
is weird. It's actually weird that like Piers isn't interjecting. It's almost like he's only like a tabloid journalist and he's only doing this to cover his ass.
Now
doesn't actually have a real opinion.
Genocide, and anyone after 2 years who comes on your show and defends it is a genocidal sociopath, and they should be called out publicly.
Okay, well, back to my panel in a moment, but I want to bring in the president of the Palestinian National Initiative, Mustafa Barghouti. Mustafa, welcome back to Uncensored. I appreciate you joining us again. The position now seems to be that Israel has determined, through its Prime Minister Netanyahu, that the only way to successfully defeat Hamas is now to occupy the whole of Gaza. What is your response to that?
His aim is not to defeat Hamas. His real aim is to destroy Palestinian presence on the land of historic Palestine. And by the way, his aim did not change since the very first day of this war. His goals were clear. They're not committing only 3 war crimes in parallel. The war crime of genocide, collective punishment, including starving people, including starving children, but also their goal is ethnic cleansing of the whole Palestinian population. And now when they talk about full occupation of Gaza, and then forcing people out of Gaza, he wants to create the largest concentration camp in human history, something that reminds us of the terrible concentration camps during the Nazi time in Germany, and then force people out of Gaza. The people who will be forced out of Gaza will never be allowed to come back. This is not about allowing people to immigrate if people don't want to immigrate. People want to stay in Gaza. But it's not about sending them out and then bringing them back. And the proof to that is that 7 million Palestinians were displaced by Israeli terrorism in 1948, and they are still refugees. None of them was allowed to come back to Palestine. And that's exactly the Israeli goal. It is ethnic cleansing through committing terrible war crimes that nobody should accept. And by the way, it's not the Palestinians, it's not even Hamas that is preventing foreign journalists from coming to Gaza and reporting what's happening. It is Israel. Israel is not only preventing foreign journalists from coming in, they are now preventing medical teams and preventing international organizations like UNRWA from functioning in Gaza. And the fact is that
I agree, and I think it's going to be remembered as such.
everything we hear from Gaza is from Palestinian journalists. And the result of that is that Israel already killed 234 Palestinian journalists through bombardment, through intentional killing and injuring more than 60,000 children, including 18,000 children.
Swift, just be glad you missed the Piers Morgan segment from yesterday about the Sydney Sweeney bullshit. Again, he didn't let anybody get a word in edgewise because he just could not stop talking about Sydney Sweeney and how hot she is. And how the liberals are just so, you know, oh, you guys don't like boobies.
It's not something that any country could be proud of. And I will add another comment from another Israeli ex-prime minister, Naftali Bennett, who is as extreme as Netanyahu. Naftali Bennett said, I think yesterday, that Israel is becoming a pariah state, hated by everybody. He said, we lost the Democratic Party in the United States. We are now losing the Republican Party because of Netanyahu's crimes and because of what's going on. Something is happening that nobody can accept or should accept as a human being, a whole slaughter of a whole population. Why 94% of the hospitals will be bombarded by Israel? By which law Israel is allowed to destroy 93% already of all homes in Gaza, smashing everything to earth? If it wasn't about an intention.
I remember joining the stream and literally asking the Sydney Sweeney thing was about, and I had no clue. That's how little we care. Yep.
Of not only occupying Gaza and
he loves celeb gossip,
annexing it to Israel,
tabloid bullshit,
but also total ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians. West Bank is governed not by Hamas, it's governed by the Palestinian Authority. And still, the Israeli illegal terrorist settlers are attacking us everywhere, terrorizing people, burning houses, burning cars. And these settlers are armed,
inflating politics and entertainment seems like something dumb people do.
And supported and protected by the same Israeli state.
Uh-oh, were you listening to the conversation where I was trying to figure out what my show was?
What's happening is unacceptable, should have never happened, and Israel must understand nobody will ever have peace in this region unless they stop this policy of occupation, apartheid, and discrimination and oppression of other people.
Okay.
You can, thank you.
All right, but let me jump in because I've given you a long chance to respond there. So, as you know, what the Israeli government would
pat yourself on the back a little harder there, buddy. See, okay, we knew it was so hard for you, Piers.
say in response, and I'm sure Brooke would say this, is that all Hamas has to do, and all they've ever had to do, is release the remaining hostages. That has been the pretext that Israel, through its government, has said is the determinating factor.
My favorite thing that's happening right now is Sydney Sweeney's dad is MAGA, and he had to got interviewed, and he was talking about how he wishes that all his friends would stop objectifying his daughter. It's like
in how long this war continues. Now, many people have begun to seriously doubt that, right, including myself, right? I think there's a much bigger ambition now from this Israeli government, which is to occupy Gaza, which is to expel the Palestinians. But I would say again to you, as I have before, why not call their bluff? Why is there not more pressure put from Arabs, from Muslims in the region, to force Hamas to release these hostages?
I mean, I think he might have been making a joke about it, but it was real.
And to call the Israeli government's bluff by doing so. Because if after that...
Because I'm sure he's perfectly fine with it.
The Israeli government continues in its current policy of kicking all the Palestinians out of Gaza, then the world can see it for what it is. And I think it would make them more of a pariah state than they currently are. And they're getting increasingly unpopular the longer this goes on. But Hamas's refusal to release these hostages, and the way that it's taunting Israel by releasing these disgusting videos of hostages digging their own graves in tunnels, looking emaciated and starved and tortured, that, I'm afraid, if you're the Israeli government, that's the excuse you need to keep doing this. And I don't understand why there's not more pressure. We've seen the Arab League make a statement saying Hamas must put down its arms and must surrender all government. Okay, but then why is there not more Arab pressure right now for Hamas to release these hostages?
Well, they don't need even to pressure Hamas. Hamas is ready. And Hamas declared that. There are two issues here, the issue of Hamas governing Gaza and the issue of release of the Israeli captives. Hamas has declared they are ready to release all the captives at once, not in portions as Witkoff proposed and Trump. All of them, the remaining hostages, whether they are alive or they are dead, they are ready to release them. But that should be in exchange of stopping the war. In reality, Netanyahu doesn't care about these.
Well, actually,
Israeli
hang on,
captives.
Mustafa. Let me just jump in there. Hang on.
Let me finish.
Hang on. No, let me just pick you. Let me just pick you up on that one point, because that's disingenuous. What Hamas has said in the last few days is that they will only end this war and release the hostages if they get a Palestine state. And as you know, that is not going to be anything that Israel
No, I don't know
offer.
where you got your
Well, that's what they
information
said.
from.
They said that publicly.
That they have to have a Palestinian state first?
Yes.
This was never said. No.
That is what has been.
And about
that has been reported
that's
as
not
what
true.
the criteria is for Hamas to end the war is they want a Palestinian state.
Pierce, let me answer you. We had a deal, and Witkoff exploded it with Netanyahu. 10 Israeli captives would have been released already, and 18 bodies would have been released in exchange of releasing the Palestinian, about 1,300 Palestinian prisoners. Nobody speaks about the Palestinian hostages, by the way. Do you know that 400 Palestinian children are taken hostages by Israel in the West Bank? Do you know that 3,650
I'll be honest, I didn't.
Palestinian prisoners are kept in Israeli jail without trial, without charges, and they are kept under the so-called administrative detention? They are also captives. If Hamas now releases all the prisoners, all Netanyahu will do is to continue the war, because he says, even if I get the Israeli captives, I will continue the war to destroy Hamas. He will continue till he evicts everybody to the south of Gaza, to the concentration camp, and then he will conduct ethnic cleansing. About Hamas governance, we got from them, I personally negotiated with 14 other Palestinian parties in Beijing more than a year ago. Hamas told us they are ready not to be in the government. They are ready not to be the government of Gaza. They repeat that all the time. And the best substitute to Hamas governance is a national consensus independent government. All Palestinian parties signed that. What did Netanyahu say? No to Hamasistan, no to Fatahistan, no to PLO, no to any Palestinian rule. Because the reality of what we see today is another colonial war to annex land, to take over the rest of the Palestinian land, not only in Gaza, but also in the West Bank. And that is a recipe for eternal conflict, for something that everybody, including Palestinians and Israelis, will suffer from. Mr. Pierce, let me tell you, when I watch what's happening in Gaza, my heart breaks when I see all these children dying. And I ask myself, how could this happen? How this Holocaust, and it should be called a Holocaust, is happening. It happens because when the Second World War happened and the German Nazis were allowed to commit terrible genocide and terrible Holocaust to the Jewish people, they could do so only because of their cowardness.
Mustafa, let me interrupt. We're running out of time. I just want to listen. Mustafa, let me interrupt.
Showing the same level of cowardness
I have to interrupt.
Towards Palestinian people.
Okay, I hear you. I have to interrupt because we run out of time, but I do want to just point out to you that on the 2nd of August, Hamas released a statement that it could not yield its right to resistance and its weapons.
Got 21 minutes or so before the 420.
Unless an independent, fully sovereign Palestinian state with Jerusalem as its capital was established. That was August the 2nd. So that's 4 days ago.
But it's not about
so
releasing hostages.
Well, now you're splitting hairs. They're saying they won't end the war until
you
they get a
said before
Palestinian
that
state.
they said they will not release hostages till they get a Palestinian state. That's
Well,
not
then my
true.
point. Okay, but then my point remains: release the hostages and see what Israel does, and allow the world to judge them accordingly. But as long as Hamas does not release the hostages,
I don't defend
Israel will
Hamas.
use.
I'm
Well,
not
hang
here.
on. Israel
I'm
will.
not here
We've run out of
speaking
time,
on
but I
behalf-
just simply say, if they release the hostages, they will remove the main excuse that Israel is using publicly to continue prosecuting the war. If
will say
Israel
that.
then continues, the world
see
will
where he's
see it
going
for
with
what
that.
it is.
Okay,
Mustafa
agree.
Barghouti, I appreciate you coming back on.
Ugh.
We've run out of time,
Excuse me.
but I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Let me return to my panel. Let me go to you, Brooke, for your response to that. I see implacable positions taken on both sides and have done for a long period of time now. And you hear the version from Mustafa Barghouti. I hear the version from you. Most wars in this situation at some stage involve a settlement. They're brought to an end by a combination of military action and diplomatic action. We've seen the Arab League signal to Hamas they must lay down their arms, they must lay down any rights to government. But as long as these hostages are not released, I accept that argument from your side, that is obviously something that Israelis care very passionately has to happen before there can be any settlement. But if there isn't, what happens?
Well, there's no settlement with Islamist terrorists. There's no settlement with ISIS or Al-Qaeda or Hamas. These are groups that are dedicated to a global jihad and reestablishing the caliphate and taking over Israel and making Jerusalem their capital. And, to the point before where Jihad Ali, I'm just going to read the statement by Zuhar Mohsin, who was the leader of the PLO in the early 1970s. Quote, "There is no difference between Jordanians, Palestinians, Syrians, and Lebanese. We are all one people. We are all Arabs. We are the same ethnic identity. It is for political reasons only that we carefully emphasize our Palestinian identity, for it is in the national interest of the Arabs to encourage the existence of Palestinians against Zionism." Yes, there is a Palestinian identity only, quote, "for tactical reasons." The invention of this exclusive Muslim Palestinian identity was invented in the 1970s by Yasser Arafat, who was an Egyptian, solely so they can defeat the claim of the Jewish people to a small sliver in the Middle East. Now, I have to say that your past guest is just, frankly, comes off as a Hamas propagandist, and the statements he's making are so untrue, right? That the Israelis are holding Palestinian children as hostages, that they don't want a Palestinian state, that Hamas is ready and willing to release the hostages. Outrageously untrue and ridiculous. Now, Israel does not want Gaza. In 2005, Israel pulled every single last man, woman, and child out of Gaza and exhumed the dead bodies of Israelis because it knew what Hamas would do to them, and gave everything to the Gazans to build their state, because that's what the world pressured and wanted Israel to do, and they did. And what did the Gazans do? They elected Hamas 2 years later, and the world loved it, sent them billions of dollars of aid, turned a blind eye.
Well,
as
actually,
all
Israel did, actually. Well, hang on, Israel did. Hang on. Prime Minister Netanyahu, sorry, Brooke, just to be clear, Brooke, just to be clear.
Specifically for this purpose, civilians
If you could
as
let me just make a point. Okay, let me make a point. Right, Prime Minister Netanyahu, as you know, was instrumental in getting billions of dollars funneled to Hamas because he wanted to have divide and rule between Hamas and the Palestinian Authority. It was a very deliberate strategy which has backfired horrifically badly for Netanyahu. And I believe one of the reasons he doesn't want this war to end is there will be a day of reckoning for him, his complicity in funding Hamas, his complicity in failing on his watch in allowing Hamas to commit that terror attack, because he always said his number one goal was to defend Israelis. Well, it was the most horrible breach of that pledge imaginable. And he's also facing personal corruption charges. So there are a number of reasons why many people are growing increasingly cynical that Netanyahu's own self-interest is actually being put ahead of Israeli self-interest. And let me bring Gershom back in here. You know, my position about this is not that Israel didn't have a right to defend itself. I absolutely believed they had a moral duty to their people after October 7th to defend themselves. But I think what we're seeing now is way beyond any self-defense. And I think the rhetoric that Wajahat talked about from Smodrich and these guys, very hard right members of his cabinet, who somehow get dismissed as not.
I don't think her point is as good as she thinks it is.
Clearly, hugely influential in this government, that they are talking openly about cleansing Palestinians from the Gaza Strip. That is ethnic cleansing. And if you now have tomorrow night a decision by the Israeli government to basically go over and occupy the entirety of the Gaza Strip, expelling 2 million Palestinians,
which they did make the decision to do.
That, to me, is an indefensible ethnic cleansing war crime. Now, you're a Jewish man. What do you say to that? .com/is.
I'm not only Jewish, I'm an Israeli, and I'm an Israeli by choice, and I've been living in Israel for 47 years. My children were born here. My wife was born here. I am not anti-Israel, but my government is committing war crimes in Gaza. And the arguments that were presented by Brooke belong in the garbage bin of history. It's an intellectual insult.
I wasn't fair at the beginning to this guy.
The kind of things that we heard.
They clipped him and made it sound like he was kind of taking the side of her.
Here that insinuate that there's no such thing as a Palestinian people when there are 7 million Palestinians living between the river and the sea. How can you deny the existence of a people, 7 million people who call themselves, excuse me, let me talk. What Israel is doing should not be tolerated by the Israeli public, nor by anyone in the entire world. This war has to end. Mustafa Barghouti is 100% right that Hamas has given in writing, in English and in Arabic. I received from them in August.
Israel's George Lucas is right.
A total commitment to end the war and return all the hostages. And then there was more than 100 hostages that they were holding. But they demand an end to the war. They demand that Israel withdraw from Gaza. They demand a release of Palestinian prisoners. And they demand that humanitarian aid go into Gaza. They also added in writing, twice I've received from them in Arabic, that Hamas will not govern Gaza. Now, the big missing link here, unfortunately Mustafa Barghouti didn't say it, is the irresponsibility of the Palestinian Authority, which has not determined who is going to rule Gaza after this war. And this is what allows Netanyahu to continue to say, we have to stay there because if we leave, Hamas will be in power. And this is true. There needs to be a Palestinian, credible, legitimate, viable government in Gaza, which is not the Palestinian Authority, but it must be appointed by at least the head of the government, by President Abbas, because he is the only legal address for the international community for the Palestinian issue. There must be an appointment of someone who's legitimate, credible, clean, who's willing to do the job. There's at least one person out there who has stood up and said that they're willing to do it, Dr. Nas al-Qidwa, a former PLO representative to the United Nations, a former foreign minister, the nephew of Yasser Arafat, originally from Gaza. He's in exile now because he's in opposition to Mahmoud Abbas, but he is a man of peace. He's written a joint vision paper.
This is one of the better episodes up here is because they aren't constantly interrupting each other.
With former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert, they presented this to more than 30 heads of state around the world, including in the region, in the Arab world. And this is a vision for a two-state solution. But since 2009, Netanyahu has been successful at implementing his strategy of preventing the Palestinian state, of refusing to negotiate. I 3 times in 2012 and 2013, after private meetings with Mahmoud Abbas, brought to Prime Minister Netanyahu an offer to negotiate in secret direct back channels and negotiated, and Netanyahu refused all the time. This has been his strategy and it's worked, but it blew up in our face on October 7th.
Okay, Brooke Goldstein, before I go to Wajahat to bring him in, just, you know, it's interesting. When I've been critical of the Israeli government, instantly on social media, particularly X, I get bombarded with abuse and smears and lies from people very supportive of Netanyahu's strategy, calling me anti-Semitic, calling me a Jew hater, and so on. Wajahat gets the same whenever he criticizes the Israeli government. And these can be dismissed by pro-Israelis.
Gosh, she doesn't seem like a real person. She seems
Saying,
fake.
well, yeah, you are.
Well, I mean, she is like like she's literally a propagandist for Israel. So
you're not Jewish, you're not Israeli, and actually by criticizing what we're doing, you obviously hate Jews and you're obviously anti-Semitic, which is nonsense. But it's very difficult to dismiss what we've just heard in that blistering assessment from Gershon Baskin, who is Jewish, an Israeli, a hostage negotiator. Does it not give you pause for thought to hear somebody like him denouncing what is happening as war crimes?
Not just the Millennium Falcon, that's the Lego one.
Unacceptable, and making
time into
lives
that.
for Israelis and Jewish people around the world less safe, not more safe.
No, I don't consider Gershon an authority. I think that his arguments belong in the dustbin of history. This, nonsense repetition of two-state solution. We tried that. We gave Gaza to the Palestinian Arabs. They elected Hamas.
But you didn't give them the rights. You didn't give them the rights, Brooke. I'm sorry. I can't let you just state that. I'm sorry, Brooke. Just to be clear, Brooke. Just to be clear, before you continue your response, Brooke, stop talking for a moment. Just to be clear, when you say that, what you don't say is that Palestinians have never been afforded the same
fucking
human
propaganda
rights as Israelis.
It's just
That
like,
has
stop,
been the
just stop,
kernel
just
for a lot
stop.
of the fury that has come from Palestinians going back decades. So this idea, yes, Hamas won an election and they took power. Yes, they were funded to the tune of billions by Netanyahu at his instigation to do that. But Palestinians have never been afforded the same human rights as Israelis. And until that changes, until there is genuine equality on rights, you can't just say, well, they were given their country, they were given a state. They weren't. They were given a country where their rights were determined by their
It's so
neighbors.
weird that he caught up finally.
Absolutely untrue.
I keep saying this. How many times have I said that about Piers Morgan?
Every single person in Israel has equal rights, regardless of what your religion is. When they chose to elect Hamas,
I'm talking about in Gaza.
I'm talking
about in Gaza, not Israel.
2007, Hamas, a terrorist group that does not believe in women's rights, that subjugated half of its population to extreme jihadi law, that threw all of its political opponents and anyone who's considered to be gay off the roofs, took away all of the civil rights of the Gazan people and turned them into human shields. I don't understand what is so complicated. Would you give a state to Al-Qaeda? Would you give a state to ISIS? That's what we did as a world community. We gave a state to a radicalized population. And the number one entity responsible for violating the rights, particularly of Arab Muslim children, is the PLO and the Palestinian Authority, which I made an award-winning documentary film about. I was given an award by the United Nations for exposing the systemic indoctrination and continued state-sponsored abuse of innocent Muslim children at the hands of the Palestinian Authority and the terrorist groups they support. Because the truth of the matter is that this conflict is not in a vacuum. We're talking about something that's been going on even before.
So she's saying they're all,
before the creation
in not so many words, that's what she's leading to there, yeah.
of the state of Israel, where we've had hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of Muslim children educated, through their textbooks, through
radicalized population. So she's saying that they're all
their
Hamas.
television programs, by their religious clerics, by their teachers, often by their own parents, to revere a very violent version of Islam. And when you teach an entire population for decades that it is their sole responsibility to engage in conflict and to have a war to reestablish the caliphate, this is what happens. And then you have Israel, a democracy, which is in a completely impossible position, which has tried over and over again. And the supposition by Gershon that it's Israel's fault that we don't have another Palestinian state, that we don't have a deal, is false. All you need to do is read the history books to understand that it is the Arab community, the Muslim community, that has consistently rejected the deal because they do not want a state. Their stated goal.
Your own body was just like, you know that's bullshit, right?
As is in the Hamas charter, as they state over and over again on their social media platforms and their propaganda videos is to not just kill Jews, but to engage in a war and kill all infidels, kill everyone in the West. That's what they're doing. They're slaughtering Christians in Nigeria. They're slaughtering the Druze in Syria. And that is not okay. And everybody's turning a blind eye to that because it's an inconvenient narrative. And then you have Hamas doing the same thing to the Jewish community, which is a minority community in the Middle East. And all of a sudden, you know, all these politics and the politicization of the issue is coming in. So if the world wants
She's like her room soulless.
peace in the Middle East, you need a de-radicalization program. Just like we had a denazification program in Germany, we need to take
You gotta love that that move-in ready color.
radical Islam out of the equation, because that is why we have conflict
I should stop talking shit right now.
in the Middle East, and specifically between Gaza right now and Israel.
Wajahat, can you just give your final response to what you just heard?
Yeah, I've been invited on your show for the past 2 years, Pierce, and increasingly I feel like I don't have to say anything. We just have to let the pro-Israel advocate speak openly. And then the world, with their own ears, hears the genocidal rhetoric, the cruelty. The world has been radicalized in real time because they have seen a genocide streamed to their phone. Again, I want to remind everyone that 61,000 Palestinians have been killed by Israel. That's an undercount. Lancet, the medical journal, says probably 40% higher. Israel has also bombed churches because there are Palestinian Christians that it has killed and occupies. And I also want to remind people that Israel currently occupies the West Bank. Hamas does not control the West Bank. There are 2.5 million Palestinians there who live under military law, unequal conditions, conditions of apartheid. That's not my words. That's Amnesty International, Jimmy Carter, Desmond Tutu, who knows a thing or two about fighting apartheid. I want to remind everyone, trust the evidence.
Not just Amnesty International. It's
of your
literally
eyes
the
where you
fucking.
see
It's the unilateral consensus of the international community at this point.
Children, where humanitarian aid is being blocked right now,
Christ.
where there are more
The fact that they're constantly pushing back this hard. It's like, have you ever heard the whole, like, if you're this defensive about something, then you are admitting that you're already admitting fault. You're already admitting you're wrong because of just inherently how defensive you are about it. It's like your brain will not, like, it won't just go, oh yeah, you know what, this is a bad thing to support.
Amputees in Gaza.
I mean, it goes like MAGA. What have I been talking about? The sunken cost fallacy. It's a little bit of the same shit.
Any other place in the world. That's thanks to Israel. More children have been killed by Israel in Gaza than in all the war zones combined in the past 2.5 years. We are seeing it with our eyes. And just listen to Israel and Israel's leadership. I want to again quote the senior officials close to Netanyahu, who said this week, the die is cast. We're going for full conquest. If the chief of staff...
Well, see, here's where, like, the international community can really buttfuck Trump here is by coming in and rebuilding Gaza and not even giving them the option to do Trump Gaza. We're gonna give them the best hotels. They got the best land. I mean, did I let that one slip?
Agree? He should resign. And your guest, Brooke Goldstein, who is, an award-winning human rights lawyer, says there's no such thing as Palestinian person. Folks, what you're seeing right now to my left is a genocidal sociopath. She is the villain. Let me finish. You've spoken a lot. You've spoken a lot. I've kept quiet. I've spoken the least. What you're seeing to my left is Brooke Goldstein. She's going to be the villains of our children's history books. People, speak up, speak out, convince your government to do more. Israel is on a self-destructive path, and I believe people like Gershon, who lives
right there,
in
he knows that, like, yeah.
Israel. He cares about Israel. He cares about Israel's future.
The entire world is against you on this one, lady.
He cares about the safety and security of Jews and Palestinians. The path of Netanyahu, the path of Smotrich, the path of Ben Gvir is of Jewish supremacy and extremism. It will annihilate Palestinians. It will make the region less safe, less volatile. By the way, Israel, under Netanyahu's government...
Thanks for clarifying, Josh. Appreciate it.
...has done 35,000 targeted strikes against 4 countries and Palestinians, right? This
3-minute count.
Extremist organization,
2 minutes.
this extremist regime, the Netanyahu regime, has to be replaced. We need better leadership, and we need a pathway for Palestinians to finally have self-determination and freedom. It's the only way. The path of Brooke is destruction and annihilation for Palestinians, and also it is terrible for Jews around the world. Hopefully, everyone watching looks at the evidence of their eyes and their ears, and the evidence shows you a story of Israeli genocide against the Palestinian people.
The numbers
Well said.
that you
I'm going to leave it there. Thank you. No, I'm sorry, Brooke, we've run out of time, but I appreciate all of you for your contribution to that debate. Thank you very much.
Oh, here we
indeed.
go. Here's
Well,
where
United
we're
Nations
going to get really mad.
is that 1,400 Palestinians have now been killed while trying to get food since
I
May.
hate. I do not like this guy at all.
At least 859 near aid sites run by the so-called
Freaking Israeli Lou Ferrigno coming up.
Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. The GHF is run in partnership between Israel and the United States and was created to circumvent the established
What happened to Wajat and the other? They still do it, I think.
aid groups.
I think they just do it occasionally for Zateo, but I know that Fran. I mean, she's been really busy, and she's also been restructuring her show and essentially her career because she's also taking more road bookings.
Demonstrably disastrous results. Well, former U.S. Special Forces Green Beret Anthony Aguilar worked as a guard
Which,
at a
from my
GHF
understanding, road comics are not doing well.
site. He's given several interviews over the past week to blow the whistle on what he says are Israeli war crimes. Jonathan Comricus will join us shortly to give the Israeli perspective on the
As I said, Israeli Lou Ferrigno
scandal and to respond to what Anthony Aguilar tells me. But first of all, Mr. Aguilar, thank you very much for joining me on Uncensored. First of all, as you know, since you began speaking out, there's been a sustained campaign to discredit you. People saying that you were fired, you're a disgruntled ex-employee, you're making this up for self-interest and so on. What is your response to that, first of all?
When I decided to go on the record, I fully anticipated the discrediting and the smearing. To me, that further demonstrates that the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation can't address the substantial facts, and they'd rather discredit me. Thus far, everything that has been put out about me is incorrect. I was not fired by UG Solutions, the subcontract that I worked for. I resigned my contract in very clear terms. And in fact, the UG Solutions, in providing a written letter to me on the 26th of June upon my departure from Israel, asked me to work for them again, of which I have refused. Our values do not align. I will not work for them again. But I can assure the world that not only is there my word for it, there's also video and pictures that corroborate what I have to say. So my testimony is credible, and so is my character.
Let's get to your testimony. In your estimation, what were the most damning things that you witnessed?
Well, in accordance with international humanitarian law, protocols of the Geneva Convention, of which the United States and Israel are both signatory to. In fact, Israel was one of the newest nations to sign on to the Geneva Convention protocols in the 1950s. Without question, there are violations of international humanitarian law and Geneva Convention and the protocols of which the United States and Israel both abide by. I'll start by saying where the secure distribution sites, they call them SDS, sites that I worked at. And I didn't just work on one or had experience on just one of them. I worked at all four. I also was with the IDF when we conducted a reconnaissance of all four sites before we started operations. The secure distribution sites are built deliberately, have been built and established in the operational combat area of Operations Gideon's Chariots, which ended a couple days ago in terms of the named operation. But throughout the duration of distribution, in a named ongoing offensive combat operation, 3 of the 4 sites were established in the active combat area to put civilians at risk and not safeguard their travel and their movement to areas to receive aid, whether it be water, clothing, medicine, is a war crime. To put them in that situation, to put them in that deliberate danger, is a war crime. To then fire at the crowds using live munitions, machine gun fire, rifle fire, mortar fire, to communicate with the crowd. And the IDF have said this on the record. Many IDF have said it. IDF witnesses to testimony in Gaza have said it, that they use shooting to communicate with the Palestinians. Targeting of civilians with lethal munitions for the purpose of moving or controlling their movement is a war crime. These claims that I make aren't my opinion. They are verbatim out of the conventions of the Geneva Protocol and international humanitarian law. that we should all respect and abide by, regardless of the justification of the war. I am not anti-Israeli. I am not anti-Semitic. I fully support that Israel has a right to defend itself. But we also have an obligation to abide by international humanitarian law, the protocols of the Geneva Convention, and human dignity, regardless of the justification of a war.
The fact that we've had nearly 1,200 people now killed in or around these aid sites in the last few weeks, every single time there is a report of dozens of people being killed, Palestinian people being killed, the IDF releases a series of statements which are either, we're launching an investigation, we're setting up an inquiry, we're looking into this, we were firing warning shots. But I think with one or two very small exceptions, they have refused to accept any responsibility for actually killing any of those people. From what you witnessed and from what you've heard from the ground, how many of those 1,200 do you think are more likely to have been killed by IDF than by Hamas?
In and around the secure distribution sites themselves, no one has been killed. Well, let me correct that. I don't want to be absolute. Very few, I would assert, have been killed by Hamas. The entire area to the south of the Marag corridor, where all three of the distribution sites are, and I would like everybody to know, there were 4. There are now only 3. So under the UN methodology of 400 sites, there are now only 3 that the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation runs. All 3 of those sites are south of the Marag corridor.
That did me.
The Marag corridor in the south in Rafah is controlled by the IDF. All movement to the south of the Marag corridor is controlled by the IDF. There's an active combat operation going on in that area. These civilians that are going to these sites, these unarmed civilians, they're not armed, they're not violent, they're not being killed by Hamas. They're being killed by the indiscriminate shooting of either warning shots or, in the worst case scenario, potentially deliberately. That's not for me to investigate. I also think that the IDF should not be conducting their own investigations. I think that that completely takes away the unbiasedness of an investigation, that other entities should investigate these instances, which would require other agencies being allowed into Gaza, into the area to actually put eyes on.
Sorry, I'm back. Had another meeting last minute.
If the Gaza Humanitarian
Hope it went well.
Foundation can bring Fox News and bring Ambassador Huckabee to a site, why can't we have international press and why can't we have investigators go in and take a look?
Yeah, I completely agree. I think it's ridiculous that they keep banning foreign media, and I think
Sorry, guys, the dab got me.
Embedded with the IDF in a very controlled manner. And Bill Hemmer's a brilliant journalist at Fox News, but even he was stressed very clearly that he was operating in very restricted environment, which was dictated to by the IDF in terms of where he could go. Let me bring in Jonathan Conricus. You're going to stay with us. Jonathan, your response to what you just heard.
Yes, hello, Piers. Just to begin, I hope I will be given the same latitude to speak as the previous guest. There were no interruptions and no cross-reference and no really tough questions, and I hope you will lend me the same level of attention here. What I would like to say is that I really hope Mr. or Lieutenant Colonel in Reserves Aguilar will enjoy his 15 minutes of caressing global media attention. I think what he's doing is tremendously dishonest. I think there are multiple cases of evidence, sworn statements by his colleagues from the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation that claim that he is not only not truthful, but in fact lying, fabricating, making up events, that he spent more of his time in hotels in Tel Aviv than where he was supposed to be on the ground in the 4 distribution centers, not 3. He's out of the territory, so he doesn't know the situation on the ground, but there are 4 centers up and running. And I think that it is tremendously dishonest to be
conservative victimhood is so universal.
Fired from a place, begging to stay on, begging to have a new contract, then being told that you are not wanted because you are substandard, you are not professional, you have had issues with your colleagues, and you are not wanted on the ground, you do not bring any benefit, you're fired, and then subsequently to go on this little media campaign that you have gone now in order to try to smear Israel. I think that is very dishonest. I think you are full of it. I question your personal and professional integrity. I question why, if this was the case, did you not only say how proud you are to work for the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation as you were working, but why did you try to be reinstated and renegotiate a new contract? Why, if you claim that you saw things that weren't all right on the ground, did you not document or report anything in real time during the little time that you spent there, not in Tel Aviv hotels? And why are we only hearing it from you after you've been fired and discharged from that organization with a clear message from Johnny Moore and your colleagues that you are not wanted because you are substandard, not professional, a troublemaker, and simply up to no good? So
okay,
there are
I think
so
you should
many
let him
questions
respond
that
now, Jonathan.
really undermine.
Okay. Okay, but let him respond directly to what you've just said. So, Anthony, what would your response be to what Jonathan Conricus just said?
I would like to start by saying that I respect Mr. Conricus. I saw him on the news during the opening days of the war, enjoying his 15 minutes of fame. My wife was a public affairs officer in the Army, and we watched him on the news, and I have respect for his profession and for his opinion, and he is entitled to his opinion. What I will say is that, first, regardless of the status of my employment or how good of an employee I was, that does not justify or take away the fact that war crimes have been committed, not only verified by me as a witness, but also others that have seen it, to include IDF soldiers that are now coming forward stating that they were ordered to shoot at civilians. The sites themselves, where they are built in active combat zones, that's not an opinion. Anybody can look at a map and see where they're built. Regardless of the opinion, that's
Obviously, a war crime. they're in combat zones, yeah. That's not a war crime. It's not a war crime. If that is where the people are, then that is where the food is supposed to go. And to your point of, success or not, up until today, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation has distributed almost 110 million meals in about 2 months period. Far more per person, per location, per distribution site than anybody before that, Hamas, UNRWA, anybody else.
That is not true.
And whether you agree to it and whether peers you want to acknowledge that it works, that's a different thing. But 110 million meals, packages of food, that is no small number. And that's including baby formula and all kinds of
That is
food.
not including baby
They haven't
formula.
tried to distribute medicine. No, it does include. I just spoke with Johnny. It does include that. It does not include medicine. It does not include clothes and many other things, because that wasn't the core mission of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. Exactly. That's not their mission. They're getting water pumped in from Israeli pipes to the areas that have been established as humanitarian zones. So I think that what you're saying...
His internet connection can't even buy his own bullshit.
All right, but Jonathan, let me ask you a question.
Highly questionable.
Jonathan, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Okay, Jonathan, let me ask you. We know that 1,200 or more people have now been killed as they are in these lines of what looks like desperately hungry people, desperately scrabbling for the small amounts of food that are available. Who is killing those people?
So, Piers, we don't know.
Conricus is such a jerk off. What up?
Say and repeat
How's it going?
The numbers, and you can claim
Scott.
that is true. We don't.
Sorry. In the middle of a coughing battle.
No, and we can go back to our two-year conversation.
Have been for like the last 10 minutes.
That you and I have been having about international media, and I'll preempt what you're going to say. Yes, I would want to have international media here. I would want to have the IDF provide more access so that reality on the ground could be better visible. Having said that, I'll say that the only source of information that you're relying on is Hamas numbers, and they have an inherent interest to try to delegitimize what the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is doing, because the GHF is a threat to Hamas and their control over the population, and the GHF
So are you
is a
saying
threat
these
to
people
the
haven't been
UN
killed?
Hamas cartel.
Okay, but Jonathan, either they have. Well, hang on. Look, there are three scenarios, right? Either 1,200 people have been killed. Secondly, who has killed them?
No.
Right? The belief is the IDF has been responsible for most of those deaths. So either your position is they haven't been killed, or your position is they have been killed, but they've been killed largely by Hamas. Or you accept
Crow,
that it's the IDF that's been killing them, which, given the vagueness of all their responses to all these incidents, I would say is highly more likely. Now, what is your position?
My position is as follows. One, I do not trust the figures distributed by a terror organization that murders, rapes, lies, and does psychological warfare by showing images and videos of Israeli hostages. And frankly, I don't think you should either. I think that they are professional liars and that they should not be trusted.
Whose numbers do we believe?
They say 1,200.
Whose numbers do we believe, though, Jonathan?
Definitely
where do we get?
Definitely
it seems to me that
numbers.
Israel seems to know exactly. Yeah, but Israel seems to know exactly how many combatants, as you would call it, terrorists, I would call them, Hamas. You know exactly how many Hamas you're killing, but nobody on the Israel side can ever tell me how many civilians you're killing. Okay, fine. I don't disagree. I think Hamas should be destroyed. Fine, but what I want to know is where do we get? See, here's my issue.
Let me
as you know, historically,
because
Jonathan, hang on. Let me finish my point. I will. But let me
you
finish
like
my point.
the second part of the answer. You like the second part of it.
No, I don't. No.
You will like it.
But fine. But before October the 7th, the casualty numbers that were put forward by the Gaza Health Ministry were generally later, and I believe you would confirm this, generally accepted by Israel after its own investigations to be broadly accurate. So it's only since October the 7th that Israel has now relentlessly said you cannot believe any of these casualty numbers from the same health ministry. To which I say, well, obviously, we know a huge number of people have been killed. No one disputes that. Where do we get the accurate information? The numbers that I quoted about people dying in these lines, that's from the UN Human Rights Agency, for example. It's not from the Gaza Health Ministry figures. So are they all lying? And if they are, and we can't let journalists in to establish independently, where do we get this information?
Are you going to start asking that about Trump peers? I mean, you could apply this to the whole economy and all the stats that he's been throwing out there. Just an aside.
I see and I agree with your point, Piers. And I think that what Israel is at fault doing is not communicating well enough and not managing the media realm of warfare in a sufficient way. And I think that is regrettable, because I think that on the ground, albeit it's taken Israel far too long, but on the ground, Hamas is being defeated. With the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, there's now a different option for Palestinians to get food, and that's a threat to Hamas. And any day in the coming days, I think it's more likely that Israel will go in and actually take on Hamas and start to finish the job of what it started almost 2 years ago. In my mind, too late, should have done it a long time ago. But what Israel should have done better is to have more access to media and from the first day start counting dead terrorists and start making a significant effort. And it's very challenging in war when you're fighting in urban terrain and there's the chaos of fighting, but Israel should have made a better effort to count non-combatants that were killed as a result of the fighting.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Sadly, Israel didn't. And by the way, I said this in internal meetings in the IDF a long time ago. Sadly, Israel didn't. And as such, our enemy, Hamas, has made tremendous use of it, and they have leveraged it to great political, diplomatic, and media success. And that is regrettable, but that is partially because Israel shot it.
Oh, here it comes. I'm starting to get angry.
Itself in the foot, and I would have hoped we would have done it differently, but we didn't. It's extremely difficult to count non-combatants killed in war. And I think that I know you've had conversations with American.
Yeah. It's because you decimate
officers and British officers. I think they will tell you the same thing. It takes a lot of time to understand who is killed in battle, and it's not one source, and definitely not a source like Hamas. But going back just to finish on the humanitarian situation in the south, If Israel provides food in a location that it has operational control over, that is not a war crime. That is exactly what you're supposed to be doing, to get civilians out of harm's way, locate them in an area where you can provide water and food and medicine and everything basic that they need, and then to provide them with those basic necessities. Now, for Mr. Aguilar to say that that is a war crime, that's absolute nonsense. I mean, how else are you supposed to provide them food? The Egyptians won't open the gate. They won't let them in.
Oh, no, it's the Egyptian. The Egyptians are the problem, guys. Didn't you know? The Egyptians. Oh, how did I not think of this?
And therefore,
thank you.
That's the place where it's supposed to be. So even to label that as a war crime shows you how absurd and how unfounded and how unprofessional Mr. Aguilar's opinion is of the situation.
Okay, Anthony Aguilar, a final word to you.
Yes, the protocols of the Geneva Convention clearly stipulate that even during a war in an area that is classified as a war zone, as Gaza is, to establish distribution points, and you said water, medicine, and food, I'd like to reemphasize that they are not providing water or medicine, and only dried food that requires water to cook. To establish distribution sites that service a civilian population, unarmed civilians, to displace them from where they live, to go to that site to be able to receive services for life in an active combat zone is a war crime. I would welcome you to read the protocols of the Geneva Convention, sir. What I would like to say about the 107 million meals, this is such a misnomer. 107 million meals in 73 days from May 26th to the 6th of August, of which I personally was involved in the operations and the distribution of 32.2 million of those meals. That's only 18 days of food.
Well done.
The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is short 55 days of food over the last 73 days. And that's only 3 sites. One was under construction, and number 4 was closed for the first 2 weeks because I was there. The GHF average is 18 trucks a day into Gaza. The UN was averaging 500 a day at 400 sites. So even if the rhetoric of 95% of the UN aid is taken by Hamas, which has been discredited by not only Israeli organizations, but by the United Nations and the United States, that is not true. But let's just say that were true. 5% of getting in what the UN had is still 28% more than what the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is achieving. And they're not providing any water.
Okay, look, we've got to leave it there. What I would say, just in conclusion, and I don't want a response to this, Jonathan, it's just my observation. Because I always think you're quite honest about a lot of the things that Israel's got wrong, and it makes you unusual, actually, in my pro-Israeli guests. And that's why I like having you on, because I think you do accept that certain things are unacceptable. But in relation to the issue of whether the Palestinians are hungry, you know, you can talk about however many millions of meals you're putting in there.
How's it going, Nate?
But it remains the case that on a daily basis, the world sees crowd scenes of thousands of people absolutely desperate for small amounts of food. And in my experience, people only do that when they are very hungry. And so the hunger of the Palestinian people, to me, is indisputable. And people can split hairs about whether it constitutes a famine or starvation, whatever you want to call it. But what you can't split hairs about is that for 3 months of the blockade earlier this year, there was hardly any food going in. And I don't think there's enough going in now. You wouldn't see these hordes of people looking obviously ravenously hungry. But anyway, that's just my observation. I appreciate you coming back, Jonathan. Good to talk to you, Anthony. And I appreciate the tone that we had the conversation. Thank you very much. Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent. The only boss around
is him. Not sure what was better, him under Rupert Murdoch or him under himself. Oh, man. Oh, so what's up, Nate? How you doing? Or they want to roll back voting rights for women. Wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me. We're at the end of the week. I'm so over all of that. And the university. China narrows the gap with the U.S. as Germany's biggest trading partner. Done with the news. Now, since we're in the fun half, I can finally finish this though. I got opinions. Let's share some opinions. Oh no, people made a big deal of some pastor saying that. What? Was this just like a clip online? Dude, I don't know, man. I gotta... Oh, dude, thank you for the 5 gifted. Hell yeah, man. Shit. Really appreciate that. Why is this not... Oh, hell yeah, Rick got one. Fucking Dave, Ed, Tom, Paul. Ed, Tom, Paul. You know, the guys that follow Jesus. The Apostle Ed. Yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, I think that I officially love that. The 13th Apostle's always been a joke, but still. Ed, there he is. There's our 13th Apostle, Ed. Oh, dude, even hearing that right now, Bloodstone, and seeing your cue, no. I am proper right now. Like, I am fucking on a different level of existence. And not like in the, I have so much confidence that I'm telling you that I exist on a totally different wavelength, man. It's more so that it was, El Dabaruni, kind of set me, you know? But I'm ready to have some opinions about this Howard Stern thing, though. Because Piers Morgan was just about to comment on that, and we had to jump to something else yesterday. So let's finish this. Casey trying to the extreme. I really did. I hate to say, like, this one, this one was a good, yeah. I mean, I'm not even kidding. I think that I was coughing for 10 minutes. Like, that hit me, guys. I'll make a comeback. I'm just... I got a little bit of the wow, you know. Maybe I'm a little scared. Oh, wait, am I scared? No, I didn't make myself scared, which I've done that a few times where you accidentally get yourself a little too ripped and you're just like, I'm scared. I don't like being scared. Scaredy bear.
Shelve his $100 million
I
a year
got
contract.
the fear.
Here with her reaction to that, and then his Prince Harry scandal, is Maureen Callan, host of The Nerve on YouTube.
All right, so she sucks.
Podcast platforms. Maureen, great to have you back on Uncensored.
She's like a gossip columnist.
Wonderful to be back with you, Piers.
Let's talk Howard Stern. So, look, full
let's do it.
disclosure, I'm a massive fan of Howard Stern's. I was surprised, actually, to read this story. I know you're not such a big fan. You think he's gone a bit soft?
Yes, and you know, I was a fan. I was a long-time listener. Like so many, I commuted to school listening to Howard. He would get me through those long hours on the train or on the road. And over the years, I'm going to say right before COVID, he really began to fade a bit for me. And the key change was...
You mean when he was like post-AGT and becoming more, you know, friendly to the idea that other people should like him?
He went from being the anti-establishment guy.
Also, he did have a grandkid around that time.
The voice of the working man, the voice of the so-called little people, and he went full Hollywood. He decided he enjoyed hanging out with Jimmy Kimmel and Jennifer Aniston. And
bullshit. If you were a long time listener, then he was always like that. Hollywood Howie was always like that. They made that joke back in the 90s. The 90s, when he released Private Parts. No, you don't get to sit there and be like, I miss Dick and Fart Joke Howard.
Suddenly.
I missed when he called Gary the R word, or he called, Gary the Conqueror when he was actually Gary the R word. I missed that. Why can't we do the edgy stuff?
The teeth really just were pulled right out of that show. He would rely on his...
What teeth were pulled out? Like, the last the last shocking thing that I saw recently was they did a contest where Richard Christie had essentially, like, he had to blow bubbles out of his butthole.
Staff to be the punching bags, and he
It's kind of funny.
would ritually humiliate them, but you could never say anything against Howard. The second part that went to the end of the
Love me some
show was
Beetlejuice, though.
stopped doing Robin's news segments, which I think was probably the most popular
I mean, Beat is great. I do love Beat.
part of the show.
I miss Hey, I'm John. Are you Kelly Clarkson?
It was daily. At the end of every show, Robin would go through the big headlines, and
somebody told that was one of my favorite bits, is where they had somebody call him as Kelly Clarkson. Oh, this is Kelly Clarkson.
Howard would riff extemporaneously.
Who is Richard Christie? He's the drummer of oh my god, it's one of the. Well, I thought I had a smarter answer. He's like a producer on Howard Stern.
And the thrill of those segments was...
Listen, Johnny, Frado, I need you to do something for me. You know what to do.
You never knew what he was going to
Get the balloons. We're going hunting.
say. And then thirdly, COVID happened, and
I miss Eric so much. He was my favorite. I love Eric.
The basement of his East Hampton mansion, and he became paranoid and fearful, and that, I think, was the final nail in Howard's coffin.
You know, it's interesting. I would add a sort of fourth component.
Scott, I don't find that very funny.
I think there's some merit to what you've said there. But the fourth component is there's been a massive exponential rise in podcasts, right? And YouTubers. I mean, you and I are doing YouTube shows. And a lot of us are doing it in a very uncensored, unfiltered manner.
Oh, my God. Oh, yeah. Dude, my favorite one was his per diem. I regret that my per diem has 2 liters of Diet Pepsi.
Which was kind of Howard's almost exclusive domain. You know, he was the guy that was...
That was so fucking funny.
Saying all the things that everyone wanted to say, but no one could say on...
He didn't get it.
Mainstream media, in mainstream newspapers, on mainstream television.
He called the fucking show.
And so on.
I was guaranteed a per diem, asshole.
He was like the antidote to that. But now there's a whole plethora of people, from Joe Rogan to Ben Shapiro to you to me to Megyn Kelly, whoever it may be, Mehdi Hasan on the left. When there's so many people out there who appear to be speaking in a very unfiltered, uncensored manner, inevitably, you could argue, it's going to dilute the appeal of the person who was the only one doing that for a long time.
Oh, I take your point
Angela.
completely.
Yes, he is.
I just think that Howard neutered himself long before the podcast exploded.
Thanks again, brother. That's awesome.
You know, I think all of these voices that you've just cited, you know, myself included, we've sort of come in and filled that hole. There is a massive, massive desire out there among...
That's not... No. You just copied... You actually kind of rode the wave that he brought, even by going to Sirius, because you're not being honest here, because you're not doing anything that's groundbreaking. That, like, what exactly has she said that she misses outside of just the edginess? Because, like, he's neutered. It sounds like she doesn't like the fact that he talks about his wife.
Listeners, to hear people speak to them honestly, plainly, forthrightly, with humor, you know, with a little bit of edge. And Howard long ago...
That's what he does. He literally does. Who is she? I don't know. She's completely irrelevant to me. And she's talking about literally the king of all media.
You know, began...
Self-proclaimed, but still.
Deciding that the company of the Paul McCartneys of the world, the Madonnas of the world, was more important than what he used to do, which was push against institutions and things and people that seemed untouchable.
That's bullshit! Do you know how... Oh, my God. How many? Like, Donald Trump was on his fucking show in the 90s, bitch. What are you talking about?
Touchable. It's actually what made him such an appealing talent to Sirius Radio when they were launching and trying to go up against terrestrial radio, and he was getting these mega paydays. Now he's making a reported $80 to $100 million a year, but
He made $100 million a year for a 5-year deal to collectively make $500 million. Are you really about to guffaw at a $500 million deal? What is this? Holy.
people have stopped tuning in. And
oh, he's irrelevant. He's irrelevant despite the fact that he averages over like around 3 million listeners.
You know, again,
like on his when he actually does go live.
MAGA, Trump radicalized him as well, and he's lost well over half his audience.
Let's turn to Prince Harry.
You are a catty bitch that has no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Like, what? He actually grew his audience with people that had, you know, Sirius XM in their cars, which a lot of people ended up getting because that was a pretty smart deal. And then Sirius was just like, hey, we want to keep relevance too. We're going to make it a lot cheaper for people that just kind of, you know, get that car deal.
Harry.
Which is a little insulting for long-term, you know,
So the Charity Commission has cleared the Duke of Sussex of overreach at the...
But, like, seriously. And also, for her to say that it's because of all that he would be getting fired from Sirius, which is so far from the truth. He is running out his contract, and it's already kind of being reported that the idea is they're going to keep all of Howard's backlogs, and he's going to do special events, and then he will also reserve the right to do like his own show on YouTube or whatever the fuck he wants to do.
Charity Centre Barley, but criticised him and others for letting a damaging, as they put it, boardroom battle play out in the public eye.
I mean, Mr. Irrelevant has a career that spans back to 1979, and one of the smartest things he did was he kept every single minute of it.
He is now apparently distancing himself from this charity altogether, but the Centre Barley
name is Bleachy.
press release...
If she was a Pokemon.
He says it provides Centre Barley with some degree of reassurance that the charity...
I mean, she's wearing that sassy leopard print.
Commission has not identified widespread bullying within the charity, but the Commission has acknowledged the strong perception of ill treatment felt by a number of parties to the dispute.
Oh my!
And the impact this may have.
You know, she has leopard print fucking lingerie, and that's the one that she busts out where she's just like, "I'm feeling naughty."
Had on them personally. Now there is a really amusing irony here, isn't there?
And then she pulls out her Hitachi, and then
that Mr. Anti-Bullying has been on the board of a charity where there appears to have been...
I mean, I'm just going based off she could have a husband, but she strikes me as lonely.
An awful lot of behavior that many would categorize as bullying.
Oh, it's just so brand Sussex, isn't it? You know, and the really incredible part of this is he cannot push back because the face of these charges is a very exemplary, well-established...
Sorry, I gotta stand up for my boy Howard.
...respected...
Actually, here, do I have this? Here.
Black woman who took her case not to Us Weekly or TMZ, but the Financial Times. And so Harry has been forced to step down in yet another week full of losses. And he does so not with class or culpability, but with grievance and a chip on his shoulder, playing the victim.
What's going to happen to these two? I've got to say, I can't really summon the energy much anymore to even talk about them. If they're in the news, I might do what we've just done.
I'm gonna make a shadow box with this. This is one of the cooler Howard Stern pieces I had. Then I got this. Then I want to also put there, and then my favorite piece, the Stern Show. WCKG mornings.
But I don't feel that energy because I kind of feel like their relevance is receding on an almost
I know
hourly
what the
basis.
fuck I'm talking about.
I kind of can't wait to see what they're going to do next. I mean, the Netflix axe falling this week was incredible. And then to see Meghan Markle try to do some house cleaning and say, oh, no, we're working on a first look deal, whatever those parameters may be.
She's gonna kiss his ass because he got turned down by Meghan Markle. So like, she's gonna yeah, Meghan Merkel is, you know what? They've been saying that she's kind of a bitch backstage.
And I'm also interested in, part 2 of With Love, Megan is dropping any week now.
Private Parts.
And there's been no drumbeat. There's no
what it's
publicity
called. Actually, I have that.
leading up to this.
We could watch that on Discord.
Wonder why.
Well, I think they were contracted to do the second season, but absolutely nobody cared about the first one. I mean, I do think when you're reduced.
Wait a minute. I actually have to find like a way to get a DVD player.
To making jam
Hold on.
in your kitchen, and then you claim that
I'll talk to Smoke a Tide Pod about that.
you sold out in seconds when you probably only had about 3 pots, which is the oldest marketing trick in the book. You do feel, well, where do they go from here? Because the only currency, it turns out, that anyone was really interested in was not their jam making or their charity work or any of those things. It was them dumping on the royal family. But because the royal family has now ostracized them, they haven't got any new material. They can't go around the royals soaking up damaging information. They can then spray them.
Oh my God.
With to the wider world. So
how do you simultaneously make a career like just bashing, Meghan Merkel and the one that you don't, ironically, the guy that you don't like because, reasons.
Their oxygen of that current.
But the rest of the royal family are just like,
he's gone.
Exactly. And that's why that leaked royal summit of just a couple of weeks ago is so consequential. Does King Charles open the door just a little bit to Prince Harry?
Yes. I appreciate her candor and speaking about me.
Or does he take a look at what's happening?
That's like the worst Charles impression.
And see that perhaps this timeline
I'm the king.
is a little too uncomfortable to do so right now.
Yeah, and the king is facing a lot of serious health issues, as everybody knows. He's probably got far more important things to worry about than this renegade son of his. What I do know is that,
what actually the bitch of it is my old PC still has its DVD port, so I'm just like,
down the line, whenever that
DVD port
time comes.
You mean
when William
disk
becomes
drive?
king,
I almost called it a ROM.
I think you'll see a massive escalation in the ostracization of Meghan and Harry. I think he will be very vengeful for what he perceives as the
CD-ROM
ultimate treachery of branding the royal family a bunch of callous racists, and for doing it as both Philip and the Queen were dying. I think William feels utterly enraged about it to this day, and I could see him stripping them of their titles.
Absolutely. And somehow Omid Scobie, and I believe the Dutch edition of his latest book, Catherine, Princess of Wales, was named one of the so-called royal racists. And when William is and Charles, I see two sides to this story. I see
that's my new king. Anytime I hear King Charles, I'm gonna just go,
King Charles wanting to make his peace with his wayward son while he can. I can also see William having absolutely every reason not to trust Harry nor his wife one single iota.
Oh my God, you're such a dude, you were such a just tabloid whore. Like,
I think if William,
oh my God. She's literally trying to stir the pot between, brothers. Just like I think they don't trust each other. I think that there's gonna be like a Game of Thrones style throwdown for who's gonna be next in line. Did you see that new Game of Thrones show, The House of Dragons? It's gonna be a lot like that because that king was kind of just like a feckless douche, but he was also kind of a nice guy. But oh boy, did he leave a whole trail of tears in his wake.
Were to ostracize them and strip them of their titles, we here in America would cheer.
I don't think that anybody cares because we stopped caring about the royals in 1776-ish.
Yeah, I think that's completely true.
I don't know. I mean,
it will happen. I want to end finally with a video that's gone viral of a man eating a banana in a way that many view as outrageous.
That's actually kind of brilliant, I have to say. That's not that. I don't know. Plus, if he has sensory things, like, way to judge. Dude, we know that you eat a Snickers with a fucking fork and knife. You do. You want to fucking sit here and do this? All right there, mister. Send that man to jail. Send that man to jail.
I don't know about you, Maureen, but using a spoon.
Dude, I mean, I've done the chopsticks trick with Cheetos. I think I've done that on stream.
To eat a banana.
I'm not even kidding. I've been eating Cheetos like that for a long time now because, dude, no Cheeto fingers. Come on.
From the skin.
Thank you, Poe Dameron.
Seems to me crossing every gastronomic line that should be.
The fact that Oscar Isaac made that, and he was a teacher at that point, which is hilarious when you find that out.
Deemed acceptable.
I agree with you, Piers. And here in America, anyone running for high office has to pass one test, and that is, can you go have a slice of pizza with a regular Joe and eat it the way regular people do, which is as a finger food. And
you mean with a fork and knife? Like this guy, like he's laughing because he knows that he eats it with a fork and knife.
one too many use a fork and a knife, and it has legs for days when they do that.
No, you cannot use a spoon to eat a banana and ever hold high office. The good news is, I don't think that guy probably has many aspirations to high office. But
what the fuck did that have to do with anything? A high office? Dude, have you seen how your guy drinks water? Here, let me do it. Here, I'll do it. Hold on, I gotta take a little sippy sip. Hold on.
that was great fun. Maureen, lovely to have you back on Uncensored. Thank you very much. Here's Morgan Uncensored.
Like, for real, what the fuck? What a smug prick. He really is. And how the hell did I just set that to... Wait, really?
Proudly independent. The only boss around here is me.
Dude, you know what's kind of funny? I have that too. Guys, I'm speaking facts here. You know who the only boss here around, or boss around here is? Is me. It's also YouTube TOS, and if Google decided to get rid of his show just like they tried to get rid of my show, then technically I have to admit some uncomfortable shit there. What up? Oh, by the way, Deke, what's up, brother? How you doing? Hope you've been well. Hope you were able to make your way around town with all the Lala traffic. Holy shit. I forget about that sometimes. Just having my own combo. It's okay. So the dude likes mashed bananas. Who cares? That's because think about it. Like you're in your car or like the way that he like popped the top and was just like nom 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 nom. Although he had a very specific spoon for it. Was that his banana spoon? My dude carries a banana spoon. Is that like people that have a poop knife? When I found that shit out, and the fact that it's something that's kind of common, like people are just like, yeah, the poop knife. I'm like, the what now? It's like the poop knife. Where you gotta break up the poop in the toilet, so you use a poop knife. I'm like, that is fucking the hell are you talking about? I had somebody break that to me like it was fucking normal. And then, like years later, they talked about it on the bonfire where like people were talking about like their poop knife. I was like, what the fuck? I'm like, there's seriously such a thing. Yes, I'm not kidding about this. Unfortunately, I would say Google it, but that's also, I don't think you should. But yeah, dude, I swear to God, I reacted the same way where I had to be like 12, 13 because I was at a sleepover at my buddy's house. And there was this knife that was right behind the toilet. And like, it was there for like a while. Like I kept going there and like, when you're just kind of staring at it and you're like, hell is that? And then I just remember asking, I'm like, hey, what's that knife in your back? No, they were not Amish. This was plumbing. Like, no, they were just weird. They were, I don't know, or they were taking like, the amount of fiber that must have been in that family's diet. Dude, when I asked him, he said it with just such a matter of factness of just like, yeah, it's a poop knife. I was like, you're gonna have to back that one up, right? Like, just rewind and just explain. What? He's like, yeah, you've never had to break up your poop? I'm like, with a plunger, maybe. Like if I like, you know, like if something like that happens, he's just like, no, we use a poop knife. I was like, that's fucking insane. And he's like, that's not you. And like the thing is, he was looking at me like I was just as crazy. Like we had the same thing. We literally had the exact same face of just like, huh? Like, you've never, huh? It's like, no. And he's just like, well, that's weird. You should like tell your family. It's like, no. What are you doing? I still, yeah. And then again, for all those years later, again, and like this was something that was so funny too, because I thought it was special. Like where I just had that one weird friend with a really weird family, which they were kind of like borderline. No, they were hoarders. His mom ran an antique store, but like kept the goods, like all the good stuff, and didn't know what to do with it. So like she would just have like multiple desks in their living room for like, you know, years. There was at one point, like that was the first time I ever saw a live cockroach, where I was just like, oh, this place is disgusting. Yeah. And then the poop knife. And that's where, again, all those years later, finding out that that was semi, like, not normal, but people knew about it, where they're just like, oh, yeah, no, I've heard about that. It's like, what? Or you got the person that's like, yeah, we had our own. It's like, it's fucking insane. That's just, always learn something new. I'm just saying, guys, I know it's gross, but for real, if I gotta know this, you gotta know this. You have to, like, you guys now get to learn that, yes, there are people out there that with, like, and I'm talking, it's scary, the amount of casual, like the casual nature in which they'll just be like, yeah, wait, no? Really? It's insane how some people, I know. I moved one of my friends once, and I regretted every second of it, because I was just like, how? Well, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? He's just like, what? He was very Asmongold-y. I was just like, you need to like throw away like half your stuff. It's like, it's either rotted, or I'm pretty sure that it's either termites or bed bugs. But either way, I ain't touching that. Yeah, no, it's I never, I keep up my own home. I try not to worry about other people's. If their bullshit somehow affects me, then that's a different story. I've heard the Amish talk about the knife in the bathroom. I didn't Google it. Maybe that's where it came. Oh, you know what? That actually, no, because I'm pretty sure that his family were like second or third generation Quaker at least. So I'm not sure if that like matters. Or Quakers and Amish are different, aren't they? I just realized that. Maybe not so different though. It's just in their DNA. It's just like, oh no, we're going to use the poop knife. When you gotta cut a log, you gotta cut a log. All right, this show took a turn. Sorry. I'm pretty sure that so from my understanding, and he did explain this to me, where he was just like, yeah, when you have a really big poo, you bust out the knife and you go chop 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 chop. This is something. This is like, why would you? What did you ask? They need to drink more freaking water. No, I know, bro. I know they really do. Oh my god. I am not on board. No, and that's the thing, man. Like, it was just as gross as you think, because I was like, is that rust? I don't think that's rust. I don't think that's rust. I don't think that's rust. Every time I had to use the bathroom, I was always just like, oh, man. Oh, man. I remember there were multiple times where I was just like, I'm just going outside and like behind your garage, dude. He's just like, what? I'm like, no, I'm good. I'm good. It's like, I do not need to go in your house. He's just like, why? I'm like, multiple reasons, like a whole multitude of them. He actually turned out really well adjusted. He's actually one of probably the most successful people that I know. Early crypto adopter. Also just like when he did, like he was one of the guys, like he opened a bee farm and shit. Like he's, yeah, it's just weird. It's just weird to think about. If someone breaks into your house, it could be the last. I mean, that's not. Oh, you think that's a knife? That's not a knife. Have some hepatitis, mate. You stab the guy and he just he's like, what the fuck? Oh man. That's went off the rails. So many people were just like, I can't do this anymore. We're talking about poop knives. I came here for politics. Came for politics, left with poop knives. All right, guys. Well, my job is done. The intruder. Is that a poop knife? Yeah. I'm out of here, man. I'm out. Here's your shit back. I'm out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't even want this anymore. You're a poop knife house? Fuck this. Gonna get bed bugs from the TV. I'm sorry. This was hitting a little person. It's so funny. The conversation always goes to shit with you. You know, I'm sorry. I apologize for that. Woo. In case of emergent. Okay, now that would be all right. I have to say, after they're having this conversation, if somebody presented me with a break glass in case of massive shit, and it's a poop knife, I might keep that. Because that shit would be hilarious. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry, guys. This one took a weird turn. Oh, fuck. Well, that was fun. I'm glad that I got to talk about Howard Stern. And the fact that I ended that with talking about, you know, a poop knife seems kind of appropriate. See, this woman out here acting like the spirit of Howard Stern is gone. I literally channeled the man right there. What are you talking about? Not if it was antique. Oh my god. They're using their silver from their wedding. You know, the box is just missing one knife. Fucking A. Oh, fuck. All right, we're gonna move on. I want to see if I can play this. I'm not necessarily sure. You know what? I know I can play this. Gross. Gross. Yeah, no, it was gross. All right, so we're going to play this Legal Eagle video about Candace Owens. Let's find out what's going on with Candace.
It's a man, baby! I am so sorry. Did you know that Austin Powers is 23 years old?
Oh, yeah. Cool.
Yeah. But I digress. Yes, there is a new MAGA conspiracy theory, and yes, it is insanely dumb.
Initial reaction to your series was, well, that now we know Candace is insane. Like,
but this one is going to be...
That was a very uncomfortable laugh from her.
Be tested
Did he just call me crazy?
Court. Now, it is extremely difficult to defame a public figure, let alone the head of state like the president of France, but Candace Owens might have found a way. Yes, after getting kicked out of the Daily Wire for peddling your run-of-the-mill anti-Semitic conspiracy theories,
malice.
Candace turned it up to 11 with a bold
actual malice can be proven here.
Theory. The First Lady of France isn't actually a lady at all. She's secretly a man who stole his sister's identity and is now working undercover to manipulate her husband on behalf of the global cabal of liberal elite pedophiles. And that's just the beginning. Trust me, it gets...
Sorry, I have to take that one in for a second. Huh?
It's dumber. And so last week, the First Lady of France, Brigitte Macron...
Hold on. Alex Jones with Infowars.com. What in the fuck did you just say?
And her husband, French President Emmanuel Macron, fired back by filing a monster 219-page...
Listen, I'm all for gay frogs and all, but this one's a little bit of a stretch.
Defamation complaint against Owens. Now, we've read the complaint, and oh boy, it's certainly a greatest hits...
His hands are very large.
...compilation of MAGA's favorite tinfoil hat club talking point.
Whereas Josh Johnson, I hate to say this, and you're not going to look at him the same, but he has very, 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 very tiny hands. Tiny hands.
So get your MAGA conspiracy theory bingo cards ready, because we're going to check
a good bingo card. Let's go
off a lot of boxes as we analyze the Macron's case
we got a bingo
against
card.
Candace Owens and what happens when the lines between protected speech and defamation blur. Now, while the United States is a net importer of goods,
I got excited for bingo.
One of its greatest exports is...
What? We're playing bingo? Hold on!
Conspiracy theories. But the Brigitte Macron is a man claim actually started in France. Like the US, France has a group of extreme right-wing anti-government conspiracy theorists who peddle wild ideas online. And the post-COVID era of political distrust...
One of my all-time favorite Simpsons jokes is B7. You sunk my battleship.
Even more
we're playing bingo.
Fertile grounds for those conspiracy theories. And Brigitte Macron and her husband have often been the subject of salacious media stories. Because when they met, and this is not a conspiracy theory, this is actual real life, Emmanuel was a 15-year-old student and Brigitte his drummer.
No matter what.
A teacher was married with 3 children.
That's...
The oldest of whom was older than Emmanuel. He told Brigitte he would return to marry her when he left for school in Paris at the age of 17. And years later, she divorced her first husband and married him. Now that's wild enough on its own, but
that is
conspiracy theorists by Nacha Ray, an essential oil saleswoman who claims to be an independent journalist, turned this legitimately scandalous backstory into a wild fiction about Brigitte secretly being a man named Jean-Michel who stole his sister's identity. And in December 2021, Ray did a YouTube interview with Amandine Roy, a self-professed spiritual...
I'm there with you in spirit here. I'm going to take just a very, very minor one because I'm still reeling from the last one.
Medium. And they speculated with no evidence at all that Brigitte Macron is really a man whose name is Jean-Michel Trudeau. Now, within hours, that interview spawned a trending hashtag and got 500,000 views. Brigitte Macron and her brother, the real Jean-Michel Trudeau, fought back with a defamation lawsuit against Ray and Roy.
Wait, so this guy's still there? Wait a minute. So this doesn't that just throw a whole, wrench in that whole, stealing the identity, because wouldn't that require him to not, I don't know, be or...
A Paris court found the 2 women...
Conspiracy theories are getting almost, it's kind of sad to see how lazy they are, because, if you can just point that out and they're just like, no, well,
guilty and ordered them to pay damages. But the French appeals court later acquitted them on the grounds that their statements didn't meet the French legal standard for defamation. Brigitte Macron and her brother have appealed that finding to France's highest court. Now, those first defamation cases, though, did nothing to stop the rampant conspiracy theories about Brigitte. Far-right French writer Xavier Possard and others worked to make this fringe theory a worldwide phenomenon. And when
Gee, why would they do that?
Candace Owens heard about it. She was happy to help. Now, Owens is a darling of the far right. She previously worked as the communications director at Turning Point USA, an organization that...
You think that she had a lobby experience?
...advocates for conservative ideas in high schools and colleges. And for a while, she was at the Daily Wire, but when she started peddling anti-Semitic conspiracy theories...
The TPUSA lobby sounds like quite the party.
That didn't go over too well with the company's founder, Ben Shapiro. Now, according to the Macrons' lawsuit, Owens was the first person to popularize this conspiracy theory in the United States, proclaiming that it was, quote, the biggest political scandal in human history. Now, Owens claimed she'd learned about the conspiracy theory from an article in a conservative newspaper, the Daily Mail. Ironically, that article was meant to debunk the theory, not to support it. But facts be damned, Owens apparently decided to go all in. She declared on Twitter that she would, quote, stake her entire professional reputation on the fact that Brigitte Macron is in fact a man. And...
she may be doing
She
this.
might get her wish.
Yes,
now, the
cool.
secretly a man conspiracy theory is surprisingly popular in the MAGAverse. There's even a name for it. Transvestigation. People currently under transvestigation include Michelle Obama, former New Zealand Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern, Taylor Swift, Lady Gaga, and Serena Williams, giving more
Margot Robbie
to the theory that when they ask what is a woman, they actually have no idea.
Apparently, you guys have absolutely no fucking clue, and honestly, this is kind of getting like, huh?
Yeah, and are just curious. And so after her departure from the Daily Wire, Owens launched her own podcast called CANDACE and ran with the Brigitte Macron is a man as the fledgling podcast's central focus. Now, throughout the summer of 2024, Owens repeated her claims about Brigitte Macron. She sold t-shirts with a picture of Brigitte as Time Magazine's Man of the Year. She announced that the Macrons are part of a, quote, very small group of elite oligarchs who routinely practice homosexuality and pedophilia, believe in Baphomet, and worship a transgender deity.
I hate the phrase global elite because it sounds so spooky or whatever.
And she cross-pollinated the Macron-related conspiracy
I think he has an owl mask.
Theories with Alex Jones. In August of 2024, Owens invited Xavier Poussard.
Someone's been to summer camp.
Onto her podcast, where Poussard, who had worked for years to promote the Brigitte is a man conspiracy theory in France, helped Candace really flesh out the nuances of the larger conspiracy. They agreed that the Macrons were perpetrating a fraud regarding Brigitte's identity, and that Emmanuel Macron is being controlled by Brigitte or possibly some larger cabal.
To what end, though? Why in the fuck would you make this your thing when this, like, what were you gonna do? Get them to resign?
They went further and pointed out the close resemblance between Emmanuel Macron and Brigitte's
They won the election and then she doubles down.
Nephew, and implied that the resemblance proves that Brigitte is secretly blood related to Emmanuel, and thus the relationship is also incestuous. Now, when YouTube removed this video for violating its content policies, Candace doubled down, claiming that this was just part of the media conspiracy to cover up pedophilia. So in December of 2024...
Oh, come on, you fucking...
The Macrons sent Owens a detailed retraction letter.
You know, just because she says everything with a little bit of conviction doesn't mean that she's actually right.
Filled with evidence debunking Owens' claims.
We missed the letter because they sent it to an inbox that we would have never been checking. It was a very weird inbox, like where you would go to return a t-shirt. And... because we missed that.
Yeah, and reading between the lines here, I'm guessing that they sent it to her registered agent.
That's the thing. I don't see the end game here with either. Like, I don't know what they're trying to get here, and also like what
for service of process.
Who cares?
And yeah, that's definitely something that you should be checking, and doesn't bode well. That
it's also like shit. What do you live in France? Is this like a thing where you like what? What?
You're not attentive to these kinds of
Sacre bleu
things. The letter included Brigitte's birth announcement, as well as a bunch of pictures of her as a young girl, a picture of her married to her first husband, and what should have been the coup de grace to the conspiracy theory that Brigitte is secretly a man, a reminder that Brigitte had birthed 3 children during her first marriage.
This is how we, the French, we say that this bitch is crazy.
Like you don't have any photos of yourself for 30 years of your life.
But instead of backing down in the face of evidence, Owens decided to create an 8-part series on her podcast exposing all of the Macrons' nefarious lies. But if you find yourself looking down the barrel of a MAGA conspiracy, you might want to remove your online data lest you get doxxed by Candace Owens and the like. Because data brokers vacuum up your personal data from all corners of the internet, and they sell it to anyone who wants to buy it. But you can fight back and take control of your personal data by signing up for today's sponsor, Incogni. Because Incogni removes your personal data from online data brokers by searching the internet, reaching out directly on your behalf, and forcing them to take your personal info down. Now, in Delaware, where the Macrons eventually filed their defamation lawsuit, defamation typically has 4 elements. First, the defendant made a defamatory statement. Second, the statement concerned the plaintiff. Third, the statement was published. And fourth, a third party would understand the character of the communication as defamatory. Now, while there are exceptions for a statement to be defamatory, it generally needs to be a verifiable...
How delusional can you be to think that someone who's given birth 3 times is male?
...statement of fact, as opposed to an unverifiable opinion. And there are a lot of potentially defamatory statements of fact in Owens' conspiracy theory. Because
I don't understand. Is her brother that's still around technically her? What? They did a trading.
To this conspiracy theory, Brigitte Macron is actually Jean-Michel Trudeau, and she's a blood relation of Emmanuel Macron. At some point after his gender transition, Jean-Michel stole his sister's identity and began living as Brigitte. Jean-Michel, as 40-year-old Brigitte, then seduced 14-year-old Emmanuel Macron. She apparently seduced Emmanuel because she was grooming him on behalf of a global cabal of pedophile elites who wanted a Manchurian candidate they could control. These elites included the powerful Jewish Rothschild family, who also, according to Owens, practice incest and have a close connection to Emmanuel Macron.
They said that it was just very clear that the hand of Rothschild was on him.
But according to Owens, Brigitte didn't just use seduction to control Emmanuel. She also apparently used mind control, possibly in the form of psychedelics like the US government's experimental MK-Ultra program. MK-Ultra, by the way, was a real...
Dude, did she just like see an opportunity when InfoWars was like possibly going away? So she was just like, oh, here we go. Macron's wife is a man and global conspiracy, Rothschilds, and thermite paint.
A program by the United States Central Intelligence Agency that experimented on unsuspecting victims, giving them doses of hallucinogens without their consent and subjecting them to various forms of attempted mind control. In the real world, this program officially ended in 1973. In conspiracy land, it is ongoing and has been used to control puppet leaders of supposedly democratic countries like France.
He is, to me, like a Zelensky. He's totally powerless. There's somebody in the shadows telling him what to do.
But according to Owens, Emmanuel Macron isn't the only...
It seems like an unnecessary step just to, like, I don't know, just so they can make her trans, so they can justify transphobia.
Leader
so they can be like, there's a global cabal well, they're not just pedos, they're trans pedos.
Under the influence of MK-Ultra. As Owens argued in episode 5 of her 8-part series, quote, there are too many similarities between the upbringing of Emmanuel
I'm not trying to be
Macron, and as we talked about the
in what regard?
Upbringing of Kamala Harris, the upbringing of Barack Obama, you know, these...
Oh, power streaming? I do. My streams are about 6 hours long.
People being raised by their grandparents at a time when we know that the MK-Ultra program was running and there is something very, very wrong there. Owens also claimed that when so-called journalists began investigating the Macrons' nefarious deeds, the Macrons had them killed. As evidence of this, Owens said,
for as long as I can do that and not, feel burnt out, I'll be here.
The suicide of one conspiracy.
Also, I mean, yeah, I've had plenty of content. I'm not going to get to everything tonight. I had 2 more things pulled up.
In February of 2025.
Let's see, after this one.
On July 1st, 2025, the Macrons sent
hang for a little bit and then I'll take off.
Owens 2 more retraction demand letters. And the lawyer actually had to write the following sentence, quote, Mrs. Macron has always been a woman. She is not President Macron's blood relative, and President Macron was not involved in a mind control program. Owens responded publicly by declaring the quote, we are not getting in line. We've said, file your lawsuits, my friend. So a few weeks later, the Macrons took her up on that invitation. On July 23rd, 2025, the Macrons filed a 219-page complaint against Candace Owens and her 2 businesses in Delaware State Court.
Yeah, I heard that because they were able to take it to Delaware, that this made it a lot easier to get a summary judgment.
Alleged 22 counts of defamation and false light related to Owens' 8-part podcast series.
Hunter kind of notoriously said, we control the courts in Delaware.
Now, why Delaware, you might ask? Well, Owens claimed it's because the Bidens control the Delaware courts, but it's more
Jack. Hey,
likely that the Macrons filed there because both of Candace's...
She's about my age. We're age appropriate. Wait a minute. She kind of looks like my wife. Hold on.
Businesses are organized under Delaware state law.
Much respect. Thank you, Josh.
This gives the state courts jurisdiction over Candace and her businesses. The statute of limitations for defamation in Delaware is 2 years, which allows the Macrons to pull in all of Owens' statements about Brigitte, including several things Candace said before she left the Daily Wire. Now, to prove the first element of Delaware defamation law, the Macrons will have to show that Owens' statements were defamatory. To determine this, Delaware courts must consider first whether alleged defamatory statements are expressions of fact or protected expressions of opinion, and second, whether the challenged statements are capable of a defamatory meaning. To determine if a statement is defamatory, a judge will look at both the words and the context in which they're published. Now, Candace Owens will have a hard time claiming that her words were mere opinion, especially when she says things like, quote, "I would stake my entire professional reputation on the fact that Brigitte Macron is in fact a man." Now, Owens isn't claiming to be professing an opinion, and she's claiming that it's a fact that Brigitte Macron is a man. Now, while being a man or being transgender does not necessarily carry negative connotations sufficient to qualify as defamatory, the context in which Candace Owens made these statements matters. Owens claimed that in order to falsely assume a female identity, Brigitte had stolen someone else's identity and that she was perpetrating a fraud on the French people. That certainly seems to have an implication of...
I heard that's where she had fucked up, was the fact that she insinuated that she had committed identity theft.
Dishonesty and perhaps even criminality that would qualify as...
and she didn't even think about that in the slightest. I mean, honestly, these are the types of things that you kind of deserve this one.
Defamation.
Like Candace. Think about what you say there.
Now, the Macrons also argued that it was defamatory when Owens exaggerated their age gap, arguing that Owens, quote, lied about the age difference between the Macrons, claiming that Emmanuel was 14 and that Brigitte was 40 when they met. Now, those numbers are maybe not as far off as we would like them to be, but they are wrong. And according to the Macrons' own public statements, he was 15 and she was 39 when they met and potentially became romantically involved. And the question of whether he was 14 or 15 would be legally relevant under France's current law, which sets the age of consent at 15. But the law was only put in place in 2021. Before 2021, an adult could have relations with a 14-year-old, and as long as there was no physical force or threat, it wasn't legally considered statutory rape. It was a lesser charge. Under the older French law, though, even if Emmanuel was 15, any sexual relationship with Brigitte would still have been illegal under a lesser charge. That's because as a teacher, she was in a position of authority over him, and when a person is in a position of authority, the age of consent is higher. But it's a little strange that the Macrons carved out some space in the complaint to single out this single factual dispute, because whether he was 14 or 15 probably wouldn't matter to the reasonable observer, and likely doesn't matter legally here in the United States. It just calls more attention to the legitimately scandalous beginning of their relationship. Now, the second element seems pretty straightforward, that the statements were about the plaintiffs. Here, Candace helpfully named her podcast series Becoming Brigitte, and she name checks the Macrons whenever possible. To establish the third element of defamation in Delaware, the Macrons need to show that the defamatory language was published to a third party. This is why several paragraphs of the complaint detail how big Owens' audience is and how many platforms carried her series about the Macrons. Candace wasn't just writing mean things about the Macrons in her personal journal, she was working hard to publicize her defamatory statements to an audience of millions. She even went on other people's shows and podcasts to expand her reach. And her strategy worked. Even Joe Rogan, one of the most listened to and most credulous podcasters in the world, discussed Owens' claims and said that he believed them.
She's got a 6-hour presentation on how Brigitte Macron is a man. I mean, it's fucking 6 hours plus long.
I don't know if she's even kind of right about that.
I think she's right.
But she's got a lot of shit to say on it.
Bro, she would be getting sued, right?
Of course you do, Joe. Of course. On the merit that it's 6 hours long, that she could just,
right now, instead of...
God, you really are just a fucking idiot.
Jesus. Trying to bribe her. Instead of trying to give her money to shut the fuck up, they would sue her.
Yeah, no, you're probably right about that.
So here,
I don't think it's the weed. I think the money fried his brain.
Owens clearly shared her defamatory statements with not only a third party, but a huge audience. Which leaves the fourth element. The Macrons will need to prove that a third party would understand the character of the communication as defamatory. Now, this doesn't mean that they have to prove that Owens herself would have to understand that her statements were defamatory. Owens can't escape liability just by claiming, for instance, that she thought her words were just opinions, or that she believed that they were true, or she doesn't think that it's a bad thing. But she might try the tactic that Alex Jones tried in one of his defamation trials, claiming that no reasonable person would actually believe that she was being serious when she said those things. But under Delaware law, it's unlikely to work because it doesn't matter if she thought that the statements were defamatory, it matters if an average third party would. In Delaware, a plaintiff must only prove that a neutral third party would understand the nature of the statements as defamatory. And it seems pretty likely that most reasonable people would recognize that accusing someone of murdering journalists and being part of a global cabal of mind-controlling incestuous pedophiles who kill their sisters and take over their bodies as pretty defamatory. But the Macrons shouldn't break out the French champagne yet. Even if they can prove these four elements, they've got an uphill legal battle in front of them. Now, as we've talked about many times on this channel, the US law has to balance free speech with defamation law. So courts in the United States have set a high standard for defamation, particularly when the derogatory comments are directed at public figures. So in Delaware, when the plaintiff is a public figure, they have to show two additional elements: that the statement is false and that the defendant made the statement with actual malice.
The
Now, these
actual
extra
malice
elements are
part I could
required
see.
because of the landmark Supreme Court case.
Well,
of New
yeah,
York Times
wait, and the statement being false. There you go.
Sullivan. In 1960, the Times ran an advertisement criticizing the Montgomery, Alabama police for their treatment of civil rights protesters, including Martin Luther King Jr.
I mean, did Joe Rogan change his mind after the lawsuit was actually filed against her? Or does he not know that?
Jr. The ad contained several minor factual inaccuracies, including how many times King had been arrested during the protests and what song the protesters had sung. Based on those inaccuracies, Montgomery County Police Commissioner L.B. Sullivan sued the Times, claiming defamation. Now, after two lower courts ruled against the Times, the Supreme Court stepped in. The Supreme Court ruled unanimously in favor of the Times. The court held that the definition of defamation has to be narrow because the, quote, profound national commitment to the principle that debate on public issues should be uninhibited, robust, and wide open. Even if that debate includes, quote, vehement, caustic, and sometimes unpleasant sharp attacks on government and public officials, it still needs to be protected. To ensure that speech was adequately protected, the court created the requirement that if a public official wants to claim defamation, they have to show actual malice. Now, in defamation law, as we've talked about many times before, malice doesn't mean malicious intent. It means that the defendant had knowledge of the falsity of the claim or acted in gross recklessness. And in Curtis Publishing Co. versus Butts and other later cases, the Supreme Court expanded the high bar for defamation claims to all public figures, not just public officials. This includes celebrities, prominent people, or anyone who knowingly inserts themselves into a public controversy. So an ordinary person can even be a limited purpose public figure if they voluntarily inject themselves or are drawn into a particular public controversy. But once someone is classified as a public figure, it becomes much more difficult for them to win the defamation case. Now, Emmanuel Macron, as president of France, is certainly a public official and a public figure. And while a court might not consider all family members of politicians to be public figures per se, Brigitte's actions would likely qualify her as a public figure. And courts will often look at whether a person has given public interviews or otherwise put themselves in the public eye. One Delaware court in Martin versus Widener School of Law, for instance, found that a law student who voluntarily did an interview with a newspaper about his dispute with his law school had made himself a limited purpose public figure related to that dispute. Now, Brigitte is often by her husband's side at public and political events, and according to the Macron's complaint, quote, Mrs. Macron joined her husband on the campaign trail, acting as a central figure and key advisor to his campaign. The complaint also acknowledges that, quote, Mrs. Macron represents France in diplomatic settings, supports charitable causes, and engages in initiatives related to education, health, disability, and child protection. So as a public figure, she's gonna have to demonstrate that Candace Owens acted with actual malice.
Obviously, if you're going to prove actual malice, you have to present to the court, which is, it's obviously a very high bar that's been set, which I don't necessarily even agree with that bar, by the way, New York Times versus Sullivan set. But obviously, you have to prove that I acted, I knew the truth, and I acted.
That's exactly right.
And under Delaware law, that means the Macrons will have to show that Owens either knew her claims were untrue or that she acted with gross recklessness. And recklessness is part of that standard to prevent someone from being able to defeat a defamation claim by just sticking their
literally being like, she kind of like she's doing, like, no, I actually believe this, I'm that stupid.
Their head in the sand and ignoring all of the contrary evidence, which is probably one of the reasons that the Macrons sent 3 letters explicitly debunking her claims. And in the complaint, the Macrons,
they gave her an out.
Recount.
Oh my God, they gave her an out. They were like, listen, you dumb bitch, you better turn this around, otherwise we are gunning for you.
The contents of those letters, which include written statements debunking Owens' claims, as well as evidence like pictures of Brigitte as
oh my God, this
child,
is
Brigitte's birth announcement and photos of her first wedding, demonstrating that she is and always has been female. And the Macrons also referenced the numerous times that Owens ignored contrary evidence as she peddled her conspiracy theories. This could help demonstrate that even if Owens truly believed that her claims were accurate, she's still acting with gross recklessness by disregarding all of the evidence to the contrary. There's still the question, though, of who will have the burden of demonstrating whether Owens' claims were true or false. Truth is a widely accepted defense to any defamation claim, and something is true, it cannot, generally speaking, by legal definition, be defamatory. Now, traditionally, the defendant has had the burden of proving that their statements were actually true, but after New York Times versus Sullivan, courts began to reconsider who should carry the burden when the plaintiff is a public figure and the defendant is a member of the media. In Philadelphia Newspapers versus Hepps, the Supreme Court considered the case of Maurice Hepps, the owner of a chain of stores. The Philadelphia Inquirer had published a series of articles linking the stores and Hepps to organized crime and accusing Hepps of using his organized crime connections to influence the legislature. Hepps sued for defamation. Now, at the time, Pennsylvania state law put the burden on the newspapers to demonstrate that his claims were true. The Supreme Court declared that this burden was an unconstitutional infringement on free speech and instead placed the burden on Hepps. The court concluded that, quote, to ensure that true speech on matters of public concern is not deterred, we hold that the common law presumption that defamatory speech is false cannot stand when a plaintiff seeks damages against a media defendant for speech of public concern. And the case turned partly on the fact that the defendant was a member of the media, which raises the interesting question, is Candace Owens a member of the media? Is this a matter of public concern? Owens holds herself out as an independent journalist, even claiming that the Mercones lawsuit is, quote, a foreign
That could actually do her in right there.
government attacking the First Amendment right.
Oh, she's her own boss.
Of an American independent journalist. Though plaintiffs seem to be teeing up the argument that Owens actually isn't a journalist. In their complaint, they argue that Owens was, quote, motivated by personal animus rather than any legitimate journalistic practice, and say that, quote,
yeah, it's actually like, because I'm also just what was the personal animus and why?
Owens
like, what the fuck? I really am having a hard time where I'm just like, what did you want from this?
Labels herself as an independent
God, you're so weird.
Well, routine.
Like, did you want to be the fucking first lady of France there, Candace? Is that why you're mad?
Misinformation under the guise of legitimate reporting. So if the Macrons can get the court to agree that Owens isn't actually a member of the media, they might be able to shift the onus back to Owens so that she would have to prove
That'd be a wild turn in that case.
Prove the truth of her statements. Now that would be a novel and interesting legal argument that would increase the chances of their prevailing, and at the minimum,
I'm just asking questions, guys. I'm just a silly Billy who asks questions about members of the media.
Make it more expensive for Owens. But it's likely that if the court accepts that Owens is in fact a member of the media, as opposed to just a conspiracy theorist and opportunist, the onus would be on
or an opportunist in the media. My bad.
The Macrons to prove that Owens' statements were false, which is probably why the Macrons spent about 100 pages of their 219-page complaint laying out what Candace's claims were and why they're demonstrably false. Though either way, Candace Owens is already using this as an opportunity to fundraise.
I can't believe that, like,
I'm also a sponsor. I'm going to sponsor you right into winning this case. We have to let the world know not to mess with Americans, especially our women and children. Thank you, guys. And we have seen this, just definitely an uptick in donations.
And frankly, I would love to find out who's representing her in this suit, because she is doing everything you don't want a client to do, starting with doing a 2-hour interview with Tucker Carlson. In the relevant portion of this interview, she says that she's not going to dismiss this suit, or not going to even try to dismiss this suit, to try to get discovery against the Macrons.
So you're not going to try to have the case dismissed?
I certainly do not want to have the case dismissed.
Amazing.
Yeah,
amazing.
And so we're having,
He is the biggest doofus in just all of media.
Hey guys, I just
Doofus, dingus, dork.
want to blinger
the triple D's of media
just for a
right
moment,
there.
having been around a lot of lawsuits. I've never heard anybody sued, particularly they're spending a lot of money on this because Tom Clare and his wife have big expenses and I think they charge a lot. I've never heard anybody say, I don't want a well-funded case against me to be dismissed.
And that's one of those things that you say that's like, I'm going to take this all the way to the Supreme Court. Sure, I appreciate your gusto, but it's easy to say that at the beginning of the litigation, but when the bills start coming in, everyone has a different tune. Now, maybe the worst kind of client is the one that does their own research and comes to the wrong conclusion, but maybe the second worst kind of client is the one that has no idea, but assumes things are the other way. And Candace appears to be one of those people. She didn't know that any of this stuff is possible, but's finding out in real time.
I didn't even know how we could sue, actually. I thought that you could only sue in a country. I just am learning with everybody else.
Oh, so she thought that she was fair game because she was from Paris?
That's amazing.
That's amazing.
This is going to work.
Yeah, this kind of thing has totally happened before.
The Joker's less creepy than that douchebag.
Or there are all kinds of examples of people who are foreign citizens who have sued for defamation in the United States because, you know, that's where the defamation happened. And there have been some...
That guy could have the Batman if that's how he wants to be.
Pretty big payouts, including relatively recently $8 million payout in Washington, D.C. There was a case called Chandler versus Berlin where a man from New Zealand sued in the United States over publications that happened in the UK. That ultimately led to the second largest defamation verdict in Washington, D.C. history. Yeah, the courts in the United States are perfectly capable of dealing with citizens from other countries. Owen seems baffled that anyone would file suit in Delaware.
Because they did file in Delaware, and it is a place where we know that the courts are corrupt, but this would be a kind of precedent that would be, I think, almost even too crazy for Delaware.
Well, yeah. That's where her companies are domiciled. It is a totally normal thing to sue a defendant where they're located. And guess what? It's totally normal in the United States to file your articles of incorporation in Delaware. And on top of it, I don't think Owens has a good grasp of how civil procedure.
Oh. This was, oh my God, he saved the best gem for last. Okay, so she's like certifiably stupid. Got it. I love this. And her confidence is going to be her undoing because, like he just said, if she has an attorney that's worth a damn, she would not be talking about this.
Talks about asking an attorney or defendant's question.
If she goes silent about this, like, and is just goes, I can't really talk about this right now. It's like, oh, you're in trouble.
Questions in a deposition of herself.
Do you want that to be your legacy? I ask him that genuinely. Like, I hope that we do get to court and I get to ask him that face to face. Maybe he's deposing me and I get to ask him, like, is the money worth it?
That's not how depositions work.
That's not how depositions work.
When you're being deposed,
has she? Wow.
You're the one that's going to have to answer all
of yeah, and it's usually like videotaped and like
questions, and you can try to ask questions of other people, but you're not going to get a response.
Yeah.
And of course, she says she doesn't care about the money and that she has truth on her.
It's almost like, I don't know, she's really, really stupid.
Side.
You're talking about a sitting president of another country coming in and saying, I'm going to sue you for telling the truth.
I am skeptical that she has the truth on
He
her
does a
side.
little bit.
Extremely, extremely skeptical. But it's very easy to say that you don't care about money.
It's the jaw.
No, until the lawyers' bills start pouring in, and ultimately, if there is a multi-million-dollar verdict against you, I think you're going to start caring about the money at that point. And look, this is not going to be the easiest case.
She doesn't care about the money, guys. She's just a working class lady that's just, she has absolutely nothing at stake, in her multi-million-dollar property in the, compound that she has in fucking Nashville.
For the Macrons to win, but Candace Owens seems to be doing absolutely everything that she can between publicizing the allegations, between giving interviews post-lawsuit, and making every kind of incriminating statement you could possibly make in the context of a defamation suit. She's doing everything that she possibly can to give this to the Macrons. But there's always this Streisand effect. So far, it seems like the Macrons' lawsuit has backfired, making them and the conspiracies about them even more of a topic of conversation. And Owens certainly hasn't stopped talking about it. She's already posted
Streisand effect, but
several more hours of videos and podcasts doubling down on all of her conspiracy theories about the Macrons and even expanding the mythology a little bit more.
What's going on in France? Brigitte Macron Emmanuel suing Candace Owens because she's getting close to finding out what exactly. Perhaps that all of it's really connected. Epstein, Brigitte, Ghislaine. Suddenly the world seems to be dialed into that fact, and things are reaching a bit of a fever pitch.
Bingo.
And there it is. Bingo. Congratulations, and I'm sorry for playing MAGA bingo. Now, if you're the subject
I'm sorry for playing MAGA bingo.
of MAGA bingo and a defamatory MAGA conspiracy, you're going to want to...
No, not. I like a good bingo.
Speaking of which, here's the founder and head partner of a great personal injury law firm. Now, after I started this channel, every week I'd get hundreds of comments and emails from viewers who are dealing with legal problems. And they'd ask...
All right, that was a good drop. Good on you. Legal's one of the better channels. I mean, I also like how he'll bring on different attorneys that, actually do the thing. He's not like that one schmuck that's like, oh yeah, I help a bunch of, passport bros get their freak on in Asia, but I'm an attorney. I'm legal mindset. What a dick. Now, speaking of legal mindset, okay, did Ethan actually have something here? Because, apparently, Ethan Klein is being blackmailed? Oh, you know what? I wanted to watch this with you guys.
Being affected. Don't put your politics.
You took my tip away.
And if you're a delivery driver that severely disagreed with me on politics,
Tom
it
Powell
cost me that job. That's the way it works, right? If you're going to be like me,
I gotta try to hit this guy up.
Put your politics out there for public consumption, then there are going to be people who may decide that they don't want to do business with you. They don't want to interact with you. And if you're a delivery driver that wears a Make America Great Again hat, there are going to be people that are just not going to want to tip you. And that's just all there is to that. And you don't get to bitch them out because you decided to wear your politics on your sleeve, or in this case, on your head.
Make America great again is a bad thing. You took my tip away. I didn't mean to disrespect you.
Right there, fake. Make America great again is a bad thing? Okay, so in this case, who released the video? I mean, this is also a Ring videos. Listen, this doesn't seem real.
Oh, so now I'm silly. Okay. Silly as hell. You just played yourself out of attention.
I mean, yeah. If you're wearing your political affiliate, like he made a point here. If you're at your job and you're doing this, I don't know. That's a dumbass move. But also, this seems here. I'm gonna point out exactly why I know this is fucking fake.
Well, sir, it's my livelihood. This is how I make my money. I think it's super disrespectful for you to treat me that way, and I think that's what's beautiful. I'm the disrespectful one.
Bad actor.
Do you know how many groups of people just wearing that hat offends? Do you understand how many people and groups of people that hat offends alone?
That's his point. That's literally, and that's the guy's point on the other side.
Well, that's your personal opinion and your belief, but there's opinion. It's a literal fact. That's a fact. Literal reason why you have no tip now because it offends the people that I am a part of, and it offends so much more than just me. So what do you mean it's an opinion? It's a literal fact. Okay. Well, look, sir, I didn't mean to offend you. I'm sorry. But you did. Look, I'm sorry. I hope you have a blessed day. I'm pretty sure your food's getting cold. Look. Thank you for your opinion. The only thing cold if you don't get off my porch.
All right, Mr. Chick-fil-A.
Oh, okay. Have a blessed day, sir. This conversation is over.
See, so right there, the fact that it's like, why would a homeowner release something like that where it's like the homeowner literally looks bad?
Now, I don't know if that's real or not.
Okay, so I'm glad that you at least like say it, but I think he's making the broader point. Don't wear your fucking politics on your sleeve.
I have to take it on face value and assume it's real and not staged. And if it is real, then if you're worried about your livelihood,
I'm glad that he brought that up here,
being affected, don't put your politics out there.
That does feel fake. It does, doesn't it? Yeah, have a blessed day, sir. I think you're so like, because like again, the fact is like, it was a little too perfect. There wasn't another little question in between it. It also seems like he knew like his next part in the script.
You know how polarizing that man is. You know how negatively his
Oh, it feels exactly like what a dumb rightoid would imagine their opposition to be. Exactly. No, that's what it is. Thank you, Seth. You know what? Fucking well said.
Policies and positions have affected people. And you guys on the right, you guys on the MAGA right, are the ones that say that, you know, people have a right to do this stuff, right? That businesses have a right not to do business with people that they don't like or agree with. But now here you are.
Right, and they're fit. Dude, yeah, no, that he had the shower argument, and he's like, yeah, you know what? I got this one. Bro, I'm going to pretend to deliver you some food. I need you to do something for me, bro.
Going back to the dude's house to ring the doorbell and ask about your tip? You want more tips? Take the fucking hat off. Don't let people know.
Yeah, exactly. You just leave your fucking hat in your car.
That's what you're a part of. And people won't.
But my red shirt, I needed a red hat to match my red shirt.
Know that you're something that offends them, and they'll probably tip you. Listen, I don't feel bad for anybody that loses business because they put their politics out there. I lost business because I put my politics out there, and I accepted that.
Yeah, because you also don't necessarily want people, you know, coming to you that you have that much political disagreement with.
I did that to myself. I still had plenty of business to keep my company going. And
I mean, I've had a few contractors like accidentally go mask off. Oh, what sucks is when they're in the middle of a job and you're just like, God damn it.
Moved on to the next one. I didn't go back to the customer's house. This guy went back to the customer's house for a $10 tip.
Yeah. I mean, $10 is $10.
I didn't even reach back out to the customer when I lost the $12,000 job to say, hey, why do my politics affect you contracting with me? I understood what they were doing. It's the same reason why people on the left don't like going to places like Chick-fil-A, for example, or people on the right boycott Cheerios because they did a commercial with a multiracial couple and it offended them.
I forgot about that.
People vote with their pocketbooks. And if you're going to show up to people's houses with a Make America Great Again hat on, or let's play this the other way, a BLM hat on, or an Antifa hat on, or a
I can't hear the song Hi-Ho Cheerio without thinking about the gays.
A Joe Biden or Kamala Harris hat on, you have to expect some type of negative response at some point in time. There are going to be people that are going to react positively to it, and there are going to be people that react negatively to it. You want to guarantee yourself no blowback from your politics? Don't put your politics out there on full display. But those of us who do, we take the bad with the good.
Well said. Damn it, I gotta pee. Oh, wait, you know what? I think I'm gonna be wrapping up the show here. Yeah, we're about 6 hours. Yeah, I have to wake up pretty early tomorrow. Also, I want to go hang out with my dog. She's still here. I'm hoping that this weekend there's a bit of a turnaround, but if there's not, unfortunately, yeah, and I will keep everybody posted on that. If anything does happen, you guys will know. Thank you for the 50 bits. Appreciate that. Oh, alfalfa sprout there. Good night, everybody. Aw, good night. Appreciate that. Yeah, you know what? Here, I'll start getting the outro ready, because I know that if I don't do this, then I'm gonna just hang for another 15 minutes. I always do that. I really am the quintessential Midwesterner, where I cannot just say goodbye. I will talk for another hour even. I've done that. I've done that. I'm just like, I'll see you guys later. Hold on. And then an hour later, I'm like, I have to fucking go. So, but no, I got to eat some dinner and hit the sack. But next week we should be doing the braids and getting that all done. I appreciate everybody that contributed to the hair highlights, and again, thank you, Tri, again for God, I think 15 gifted subs. Thank you, I really appreciate that. Stunlock King, hey. You know what? At least give me my crown for that one. All right. Like, I'm gonna take that one from. I know Xander Hall is pretty good at doing a good old stun lock, but I think that I got this one, especially with that with the interview yesterday that turned into just us vibing and hanging out. So, again, glad that you guys hung out and had a good time yesterday. If you did, let's see, how do we do tonight? Oh, we did really well. All right, cool. Alrighty, guys. So I'm going to be releasing some content. Look out for it on Sunday. It's going to be for members only. I got some fun stuff coming up this weekend, and yeah, I will catch you guys on Monday. All right. Take care. Love y'all.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming.
Pep talks. Pep talks. Who the heck is pep talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from pep talks that we are indeed all high on politics.